Imagine starting your day in a tedious factory, surrounded by robots, when an unexpected alert changes everything. Suddenly, you're teleported into a chaotic world where you must face giant orcs, fierce wyverns, and hellhounds. Along the way, you meet people in need, a guy riding a bike in the weirdest way, and you begin unlocking powers that might be your only chance at survival. All this while searching for your missing family and relying on the most unlikely mode of transport to outlast the apocalypse.
But before we dive into the video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It really helps us keep bringing you more content like this. Already subscribed? Alright, let's get into the video!
The main character of this manhwa is one of the most unremarkable individuals you'll ever meet, working at a logistics center to make ends meet. Kim Jong-yum isn't too fond of his job, and you'll soon understand why. When he attempts to make small talk with the robot beside him, the machine simply ignores him and gets straight to work. That's exactly what he dislikes about the place. The entire logistics center is filled with advanced AI robots that handle most of the labor. Jong-yum is responsible for overseeing everything, but there's no one around to chat with. He often feels down, missing the warmth of human interaction, and sometimes wonders if he's in the wrong place. This all began 2 months ago, right after he was discharged from the military, marking the start of a streak of bad luck. The first blow was when his parents relocated to Wajongbu. As a discharge gift, they paid the deposit and 6 months' rent for his small apartment, leaving him to live alone near his old school. Thus, his solitary life was forced upon him. Though financially stable thanks to government support and his parents covering rent, he took his time searching for a job, hoping to find the perfect opportunity without rushing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as expected, and he faced rejection after rejection before even getting a chance to prove himself. After a month of job searching, he was going stir-crazy from boredom. One day, while venting to his sister about being the unemployed brother, she teased him mercilessly. During their conversation, she mentioned that many people were working as operators for delivery companies using AI robots to make things easier. His interest was piqued, which led him to this lifeless place where there's literally no one to talk to. Just as I'm narrating this, someone else calls out to him. This person looks rather grumpy and unpleasant at first glance, someone who could easily pass for the manager. Anyway, the senior worker informs Jong-yum that they're out of tuna stock, despite the system indicating there's still some. He tells Jong-yum to check the warehouse for any missing stock, and of course Jong-yum agrees with a forced smile. Let's be honest, he finds the robots much warmer than his cold-hearted senior. As Kim enters the warehouse, the door behind him begins to close. He quickly searches for the tuna, eventually spotting it, climbing up to retrieve it. Just then he hears the door slam shut with a loud thud. He tries turning the knob, but it's jammed. He calls his manager Shin, but there's no response. He briefly considers calling 911 but decides against it, figuring it's not worth the trouble since he's not in immediate danger. Instead, he takes a selfie and sends it to his sister, letting her know he's trapped. She initially teases him, but then mentions hearing a building collapse near her house. Naturally, Jong-yum gets worried and calls her, but when she picks up, she stays silent. Just as he starts thinking it might be a prank, the entire warehouse shakes and an emergency alarm blares. The atmosphere turns chaotic, with announcements urging evacuation. Trapped in the warehouse with no idea what's happening outside, Jong-yum bangs on the door, but no one responds. Panicking, he tries calling 911 again, only to find there's no signal. He's losing his mind, wondering if there's a full-scale disaster outside. Suddenly, he hears something pounding on the door from the other side, each hit leaving massive dents in the steel door like it's made of cardboard. Trembling, he backs away from the door, instinctively knowing things have gone terribly wrong, and if he makes a noise he's done for. Sweating, he drops to his knees, relieved when the pounding stops, though the noise and screams outside still terrify him. 3 days pass and he's still trapped inside, surviving on whatever food is available. With no one searching for him, he's convinced something catastrophic has happened. He wonders if there's a war going on and feels almost grateful to be stuck inside, thinking he might be safer here. The alarm, which used to blare constantly, has been silent since yesterday, giving him a bit of peace. However, with his phone's battery running low, he's unsure how long he can last. This might be his final note to the outside world, praying someone finds him soon and keeps his family safe. Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, a system window pops up, notifying him that he's been selected and should check his awakened abilities. At first, Jong-yum thinks he's hallucinating, but then another window appears, revealing he's gained his own personal subspace for storing items. He starts to wonder if there's some kind of drug in the tuna cans he's been eating for the last 3 days. Another digital notification pops up, informing him that a target has been designated and asking if he wants to store it. Without hesitation he confirms, and suddenly he feels himself falling, landing hard on the ground outside. Scrambling to his feet, he looks around only to find everything in ruins, debris and wreckage everywhere. He spots his senior lying dead nearby. As system windows keep flashing, our protagonist is too busy vomiting after seeing his senior's lifeless body. The system then announces that a suitable operating system has been found for him and is now being installed. Suddenly he hears footsteps approaching from behind, casting a huge shadow over him, and he's almost certain this shadow isn't human. As the scene zooms out, we see a monstrous orc-like creature with sharp fangs and a massive blood-covered body. Jong-yun starts sweating profusely, trying to calm himself, hoping his worst fears aren't true. He convinces himself that the loud roar he heard 3 days ago might have come from a gorilla or a bear. Still, he doesn't dare look back and instead sprints away as fast as he can, running for his life. Panic rises as he realizes he's being hunted by a literal monster. In his frantic escape, he even steps on someone's entrails. He has no clue why an orc-like creature is here or why it's after him, but one thing is clear: he has to get away. Suddenly, a system window pops up, announcing that synchronization is complete and asking if he wants to enter the subspace. Without a second thought, Jong-yun says yes, just as the monster's hand swings at him. He leaps into the portal, leaving the monster trapped on the other side, groaning in frustration. Jong-yun is confused, wondering why the creature can't follow him. A floating drone appears, explaining that nothing can enter his subspace without his permission, as he is the master of it. The drone further clarifies that the subspace is completely under his control. Shocked, Jong-yun feels a strange sense of déjà vu seeing the drone talk to him. Looking around, he realizes he's back in the PAX Fulfillment Center warehouse, but now it's part of his new subspace. The place is filled with the same robots as before. The system then informs him that as he's entered the subspace for the first time, he will be rewarded with a mana stone. The stone materializes in his hand, but before he can figure out what it does, the monster outside begins pounding on the portal again, startling him. He momentarily forgets he's being hunted by a monstrous beast and asks the system if it's sure the creature can't get in. The system reassures him that nothing can enter without his consent. A new system window appears, informing him that the PAX Fulfillment Center is a 5-story facility with a total area of 10,000 pyeong, approximately 33,000 square meters, and contains everything necessary for improving customers' lives. It can ship products at speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, with a maximum shipment size of 2 meters. Jong-yun is just as baffled as anyone would be by all this information. The system adds to his confusion by stating there are only 2 minutes left until maintenance. Jong-yun, still disoriented, asks if the facility will shut down after 2 minutes. The drone confirms this and explains that he can use the mana stone to power the facility and maintain operations within the subspace. With 1 mana stone he can keep the facility running for 24 hours. Impressed by its efficiency, Jong-yun listens as the drone explains that when the PAX Center was stored in the subspace, its energy system was modified to run on mana stones. Jong-yun, still skeptical, asks if this is even real or just some sci-fi nonsense. Suddenly, the facility's lights shut off, and the drone begins flashing warnings. The PX system explains that the power has been cut, and if energy isn't restored, PX fresh products, items like fresh vegetables, meat and pre-prepared meals, could begin to spoil. Jong-yun realizes that in a chaotic world like this, where outside is a war zone, food is essential for survival. The power outage in the freezers and refrigerators could be a huge problem. He asks the drone if the mana stone can really replace electricity. The drone confirms this, so Jong-yun inquires how he can get more mana stones. The drone replies that mana stones can be obtained from creatures of other worlds. Clearly, Jong-yun isn't thrilled at the idea of confronting a muscle-bound monster that could easily tear him apart. He tells the drone to use the mana stone for now, then rushes into the facility to gather weapons. Inside he grabs as many weapons as he can, but a system window flashes their prices. With limited resources, he's worried he might run out of stock if he throws everything at the monster too quickly. He's also unsure whether these blades can even pierce the monster's thick skin. He figures that wounding the monster slowly rather than trying to kill it outright might be a smarter strategy. Since the creature can't enter his subspace, there's no rush to finish it off in one go. He'll focus on injuring it little by little, ensuring he doesn't waste resources or run out of weapons too quickly. Jong-yun hurls an axe at the monster, but it only grazes its body, which only enrages the creature further. With his original plan failing and aware that his weapon supply is limited, he decides to give the heavy axe another try, hoping it will have a more noticeable effect this time. He asks the system how many axes are left in stock, and to his surprise, he's told there are 15 remaining. He was expecting far fewer, so the number takes him off guard. He quickly checks the location of these axes, and upon reaching the storage area, he's shocked to discover that the axes are duplicating infinitely. The system explains that the items are produced through a process that allows them to be duplicated endlessly. While they can be damaged or altered, they cannot be fully depleted. This revelation leaves Jong-yun stunned. If the system is right, he has an endless supply of weapons at his disposal. Surprisingly, the system confirms this. With this newfound knowledge, Jong-yun feels relieved, knowing he no longer needs to worry about running out of weapons. He can throw as many as he wants at the monster without fear of exhausting his stock. He realizes that his shoulders will probably give out before the monster does, but at least he has a seemingly unlimited arsenal. The system then reveals another useful detail. He doesn't even have to throw the weapons himself. He can automate the process, shipping items from the subspace to the outside world. The system clarifies that shipping can only occur every 30 seconds, but this speed can be increased by leveling up his skills. Jong-yun quickly asks how to launch the weapons, and the system tells him he only needs to think of the registered item and say ship to have it automatically sent out. As soon as the system explains this, Jong-yun says ship, and an axe hurtles through the air at incredible speed, slamming into the monster's grotesque face and bringing it down instantly. The axe was launched by the drone, and when Jong-yun asks about the speed of the throw, the system replies that the default shipping velocity is 60 km per hour. Finally, Jong-yun understands what the system meant earlier by shipping speed. The system then informs him that he can adjust the speed to a maximum of 75 km per hour, but anything faster will require skill upgrades. Naturally, Jong-yun asks how to upgrade his skills, and the system explains that he can do so by using mana stones. At this point, Jong-yun remembers the monster he just defeated and realizes that he'll need to fight more creatures to progress. He quickly gears up inside the facility. First, he grabs lightweight combat boots priced at about 50,000 KRW and matching tactical pants for 78,000 KRW. Once he's suited up, he also buys a detailed map of the Seoul metropolitan area and a permanent marker. He marks a circle around Gwangjin district, then highlights surrounding areas in a specific order. With his route planned, he decides to start with the nearest district and gradually work his way toward his final goal, Ijeonggu, where he hopes to reunite with his parents. Since he's starting from Gunpo and doesn't have a car, Jong-yun knows the journey will be long. Even though it's not as fast as a car or motorcycle, a regular bicycle is incredibly valuable in a post-apocalyptic world, and in this situation it might as well be a Lamborghini. He hops on the bike and pedals through the desolate landscape. After around 30 minutes, night falls and Jong-yun has already taken down nearly 12 orcs. He reveals that he's learned a valuable lesson from defeating them, but before he can explain, a new monster appears and tries to attack him. Jong-yun quickly retreats to his subspace, leaving the creature outside. While the monster is stuck, he uses the shipment ability again to launch an axe at high speed. Unfortunately, the axe only hits the monster's shoulder, wounding it but not finishing it off. With the cooldown period of 30 seconds before he can ship again and a range limit of 10 meters, Jong-yun realizes that his abilities, though impressive, need more refinement, and that he can further improve them by collecting mana stones. Beyond shipment, Pax's ability has other applications, and we'll soon discover what those are. Suddenly, the monster notices movement and turns around, only to see the axe flying back into the portal and then returning, striking it in the face again and finishing it off. This is actually the second function of Pax's shipment ability, known as product retrieval, which automatically brings back dispatched items, just as useful as the shipping ability itself. Jong-yun uses the retrieval function once more to claim the mana stone from the monster, all while wondering why he can't simply retrieve the mana stone without killing the creature first. He then asks Pax the same question and learns that he can only use his retrieval skill on the stone after killing the monster, as it belongs to him at that point. Regardless, Jong-yun steps out of his subspace and shares another vital piece of information about this apocalyptic world. It turns out that the strange orcs aren't the only creatures wreaking havoc. There are also winged monsters, and he knows it will be a serious challenge to hunt one of those. Suddenly, he hears cries for help, but before he can identify the source, the scene shifts to a man named Choi, desperately fleeing. He's so exhausted that each step feels heavier than the last, and a flying creature is chasing him. The monster swoops down, slamming into Choi from behind, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. There's another person behind Choi, but before he can help his fallen friend, the monster lands right in front of him, blocking his path. Its fierce, drooling mouth suggests that human flesh is the most appetizing thing around. However, strangely, the monster doesn't attack the man standing before it. Instead, it fixes its gaze on Choi, who is writhing in pain on the ground. The man, confused as to why the monster is ignoring him, realizes it has been targeting Choi all along, likely because he seems like an easier victim. He feels helpless, unsure of what to do with only a small knife in hand, doubting whether it could even distract the monster. Just then, the sound of a bicycle bell rings through the air, and not surprisingly, it's our boy speeding toward them, though these two have no idea who or what is approaching. Before they can process what's happening, they witness the monster that was hunting them get struck by a projectile, sending it sliding across the ground from the force of the impact. The creature was felled by a single axe throw, leaving both men in stunned disbelief. Jong-yun quickly checks if they are okay, but they're still in shock, their mouths agape as they try to understand how someone on a bicycle managed to defeat a flying wyvern with just an axe. They immediately ask Jong-yun if he's a soldier, bowing their heads in gratitude for saving their lives. Jong-yun, glad they're safe, points to his uniform in response to their question. He explains that he's an employee of PAX FC, and they notice he's wearing the company's gear. This revelation shocks them even more, as they had assumed he was a trained soldier, given his impressive skills and presence. Even though he's not a soldier, his abilities are so extraordinary that if they hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't have believed someone could take down a wyvern with just an axe throw while riding a bicycle. Jong-yun is surprised to find out that these people are already familiar with the concept of abilities. One of them confirms this, mentioning that he himself has an awakened ability, though it's just a simple driving skill, which he hasn't had much chance to use under the circumstances. Choi then laughs, admitting that he's a bit jealous because he hasn't awakened any ability of his own. Jong-yun asks if there are more survivors nearby, and Choi explains that there aren't. They're currently in Block C, which houses a logistics center where many people gathered, but unfortunately so did the monsters. Most of the people were attacked, killed, or devoured, leaving only around 10 to 15 survivors who are now hiding in the underground terminal of Block E. He goes on to explain that they were searching for a drivable road and trying to collect essential supplies when the monster attacked them. The other man suggests that instead of continuing to talk there, Jong-yun should accompany them to their living quarters on the 4th basement floor. He assures him that the monsters have never breached that area, so they can sleep peacefully there, and even offer some snacks. Jong-yun considers the offer, clearly interested in seeing the vehicles they mentioned, as he's in desperate need of information about working transportation. Eventually he agrees to join them, though he remains cautious, unsure whether he can fully trust them. As they begin to walk away, we take one last glance at the dead monster lying on the ground. At that moment, Jong-yun discreetly retrieves the mana stone from the creature's body and slips it into his subspace, relieved that the two men don't know about his ability. This way he has an escape plan in case things go wrong. He can always retreat into his subspace if necessary. A while later they arrive at the basement, where they encounter a man who has just taken down an orc on his own. Choi rushes over to his friend, asking if everything is alright and what happened. The orc slayer assures him that all is well, explaining that the orc must have wandered in by accident. Fortunately, it hadn't spotted them, so they were able to take it out easily. No one was injured, but now they're less confident that the place is truly safe. Jong-yun meanwhile feels a surge of fear, realizing how perilous this area truly is. His thoughts are interrupted when the orc slayer asks who he is. Choi explains that Jong-yun is the one who saved them from the wyvern and used to work for PAX FC. He also mentions that Jong-yun is quite powerful, having taken down the wyvern with an axe throw from a distance. Everyone is both amazed and curious about what kind of abilities he might possess. At that moment, a woman rushes toward him, absolutely ecstatic that he saved Yongsu and Byung-kal. Overjoyed, she begins to do a little celebratory dance. The rest of the group starts to gather around, showering him with praise. Jong-yun tries to brush it off, modestly saying that he was only doing what was necessary. As he continues to receive so much attention, Choi steps in to break up the crowd, telling them not to tease the young guy. Just then, the orc slayer speaks up, revealing that everyone there has been working together for over a decade, and that Yongsu and Byung-kal are like family to him. He expresses his deep gratitude for saving them and introduces himself as Lee Jin-mak, the center manager of Daehoon Express Terminal. He even bows respectfully to thank Jong-yun for saving his two friends. After the introductions, Jin-mak gives Jong-yun a quick overview of the place. He explains that while they can't guarantee total safety, it's far more comfortable than being outside. They have a stockpile of food and water from the logistics center, and he encourages Jong-yun to eat as much as he wants and to make himself at home. Jean-mak adds that they have enough supplies to last for a while and can always get more from the logistics center if needed. However, Yong-soo interrupts, pointing out that the logistics center they're talking about has suddenly vanished. The group is left wide-eyed and speechless at this absurd news. Jean-mak immediately asks what Yong-soo means by this. Choi confirms it, explaining that the building has literally disappeared, which is why they were being chased by the wyvern. The others are skeptical, questioning how such a massive structure could simply vanish. Jean-mak, though stunned, eventually accepts the reality, reasoning that if monsters like the ones they've encountered are real, then a disappearing building might not be so unbelievable. Jong-yun remains silent, unsure whether the disappearance of the logistics center is connected to his own subspace abilities. Trying to calm the group, the manager urges them to focus, stating that regardless of the situation, they must dig through the tunnel. Staying here will only make things worse. He encourages everyone to stay strong, saying that their time has just come a little earlier than expected and that they need to start heading into the tunnel as soon as possible. The woman from before, now fired up, tries to rally the group, reminding them that even without the logistics center, they must keep moving forward and force their way through. Jong-yun turns to the manager, asking what forcing their way through actually means. The manager explains that everyone has homes elsewhere, and vehicles are essential for getting around. But with the roads blocked, they need to find a way through. Jong-yun's interest peaks at the mention of vehicles, and he asks for more details. The manager confirms they do have working vehicles but says all the roads are blocked. A golf course obstructs the north, containers block the east, and the southern Yangdong Expressway is completely destroyed. The only remaining exit is the tunnel to the west, but unfortunately, a group of wyverns has taken control of it. Up until now, they've survived by scavenging supplies from the logistics center, but now they have no choice but to push through. The manager then tells Jong-yun that he doesn't have to go through the tunnel since the blocked roads only affect vehicles, and there are other ways to escape on foot or by bicycle. Jong-yun, however, insists that he also needs a vehicle, believing it's best to take the tunnel route. The manager doesn't argue further and tells him he's welcome to join them if he's up for it. Jong-yun grins and says he'd be happy to work with them. He also thinks to himself that it's better to keep his abilities hidden for now. While the group seems nice, he knows they've been struggling to survive, and they might not be entirely forthcoming about their situation. Jong-yun understands their need for secrecy and plans to stay cautious as well. He then turns to the manager, saying he wants to check out the situation at the tunnel and the wyverns. He claims he's planning to scout ahead, but in reality he's eager to use his abilities to wipe out the monsters and collect more mana stones. The scene briefly flashes back to when Jong-yun defeated several monsters and saved up 5 magic stones. With these stones, he's now able to reduce the cooldown on his shipping ability to just 5 seconds. That's when he sees 3 new shipping abilities. The first is Precise Delivery, which locks onto a target and guarantees a hit. The second is Simultaneous Delivery, allowing him to send 2 items at once. The third is Automatic Delivery, which lets him deliver designated items automatically, with adjustable timing. While these abilities sound amazing, each costs 10 stones and Jong-yun can't wait to try them out, though he's still unsure about the exact function of automatic delivery. In the present moment, Jong-yun is grinning, thrilled about the mana stones he's collected and eager for his scouting mission to earn more, or so he thought. His excitement is quickly dashed when he finds himself stuck with Yong-soo, one of the guys he had saved earlier. When Jong-yun asks why he's tagging along, Yong-soo replies that it's too dangerous to go outside alone. Jong-yun dryly reminds him that he was the one being chased by the wyvern earlier. But Yong-soo insists that it doesn't matter. He can't let him go alone. Besides, he's confident that if needed, Jong-yun will save him again. Jong-yun recalls that Yong-soo mentioned he had awakened a driver's ability, so he asks if Yong-soo can see a message window or something similar. Yong-soo replies that he hasn't seen any window, but he feels deep down that he's awakened some sort of ability, it just hasn't fully developed yet. This answer isn't exactly comforting to Jong-yun, who starts feeling more concerned. As night falls, they zoom down the road on their bike at crazy speeds. Jong-yun is sweating in fear as he watches Yong-soo steer the bike with one leg while trying to maintain balance. When Jong-yun asks why he's driving like that, Yong-soo explains that the road is full of cars and it's hard to see. Suddenly, Yong-soo spots a wyvern ahead. Jong-yun quickly tells him to stop because he can't see anything. It seems like the monster has finally noticed them, and as it stares menacingly, Yong-soo nervously asks what they should do. Just then, a projectile strikes the wyvern, taking it down in one shot, leaving Young-so utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Jong-yun calmly tells him to focus and not look back. While speaking, he discreetly retrieves the mana stone and stashes it in his subspace. Finally, Young-so notices the tunnel up ahead and slams on the brakes. Before Jong-yun can ask why he stopped in the middle of the road, the answer becomes clear. They see a horde of monsters crawling around the area. Young-so is absolutely terrified, and Jong-yun wouldn't be surprised if Young-so had already panicked beyond measure. As one of the monsters starts advancing toward them, Young-so is convinced their time is up. Even with the electric bikes, there's no way they can outrun so many wyverns. Just as Young-so braces for the worst, Jong-yun realizes he has no choice but to use his subspace ability. He quickly pulls up his system and dumps his mana stones to reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to just 5 seconds. Confused, Young-so asks what Jong-yun is doing, but he doesn't explain. Meanwhile, the monster roars and every nearby creature starts converging on them. In the nick of time, Jong-yun shouts, "Ship!" and a projectile drops, taking out the monster and saving Young-so. Looking back, still panicking, Young-so's eyes widen as he spots a portal behind them. After defeating the monster, Jong-yun quickly grabs the stones and tells Young-so to stay close. It's the only way he can protect him. Young-so agrees, though he remains completely clueless about what's happening or why there's a logistics center behind them. Just then, more monsters appear, but Jong-yun swiftly deals with one using his axes. As more monsters prepare to attack, Young-so panics and stumbles back, eventually falling into Jong-yun's subspace. The monster crashes into the subspace barrier, while Young-so falls to the ground in shock. The monster regains itself and charges again, but Jong-yun slips into his subspace just in time. The creature slams into the barrier once more before being taken down by another axe. Young-so watches in awe, unsure what to be more impressed by, the logistics center or the flying axes, but he's certain of one thing. To Jong-yun, these monsters are nothing more than nuisances, and this tunnel is just a minor obstacle he can clear without breaking a sweat. Young-so reflects on how everyone back at the base was relying on the delivery vehicle for safety and food transport, and how the tunnel was part of their escape route. Even if they made it through, monsters still lurked outside. But for Jong-yun, things are different. He only needs the vehicle for transportation since he can handle any threat with ease. Young-so even begins to feel a tinge of jealousy, thinking how with an ability like Jong-yun's, he could reunite with his family much faster. He wonders why Jong-yun needs a vehicle in the first place. Suddenly they notice the monsters starting to retreat. Jong-yun is intrigued, noting that these creatures are smarter than expected since they're fleeing rather than rushing into danger. As Jong-yun collects the mana stones, Young-so spots a blue stone hovering in the air and asks what it is. Jong-yun, surprised, asks if he's never seen a mana stone before. Young-so admits he hasn't, so Jong-yun explains that he uses them to boost his abilities. Young-so finally understands and wonders if he'll ever get a chance to use one himself. This clears up why Young-so didn't bother extracting the mana stone from the orc earlier. Young-so points out that with abilities like Jong-yun's, he could easily clear the entire tunnel on his own. Jong-yun replies that he didn't come here intending to clear the tunnel. He just wanted to check it out. If it seemed manageable, he'd sneak through quietly and not show off his powers. Young-so apologizes for tagging along, but Jong-yun reassures him that it's fine. He didn't know the way to the tunnel anyway, so if he had come alone, he wouldn't have made it this far. He then suggests they head back since the wyvern has retreated, but it could return soon. At that moment, Young-so asks how far Jong-yun plans to travel that he feels the need for a vehicle. Jong-yun explains that he's trying to reach his family, with his final destination being Wajongbu, near the Gangnam district. This revelation surprises Young-so because his own destination is along the same route. He shares that he's heading to Indaequan, which is on the way, and asks if it would be too much trouble to let him tag along until then. Jong-yun hesitates, unsure how to respond, but Young-so continues, admitting that even if he makes it through the tunnel, he's not confident about reaching home safely. His driving ability isn't much help in combat, but since Jong-yun can fend off monsters, he might have a better chance of reuniting with his family. Young-so then promises to help Jong-yun get to Gangnam faster than anyone else and swears he won't be a burden. He even offers to provide food along the way. Jong-yun starts to see some merit in this partnership. Young-so's driving skills are impressive, and more importantly, with him around, his secret abilities might stay hidden. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement since Jong-yun fears that if word got out about his powers, people might try to use or even eliminate him, though that might be overthinking. Still, better safe than sorry. Ultimately, Jong-yun agrees to let Young-so come along, and Young-so beams with excitement like a child in a candy store. Jong-yun then informs him that he'll handle clearing the tunnel, but emphasizes that Young-so should keep his abilities a secret and make sure others don't interfere. Young-so eagerly agrees, vowing to make sure everyone cooperates and stays out of the way. However, things don't go as planned. Young-so, in his excitement, ends up telling everyone that Jong-yun will clear the tunnel using his awakened abilities. All they need to do is wait outside until he's finished. Jong-yun is left in disbelief, realizing that Young-so just spilled the secret. The others are stunned by the news and eager to watch Jong-yun in action, while Young-so proudly explains. Meanwhile, Jong-yun curses his bad luck, knowing he's now stuck in a difficult situation. In the end, Jong-yun steps forward and announces that by the next morning, he'll have the tunnel cleared so everyone can leave. In his mind, helping them seems like the best option, especially since they still have food, which should keep things calm for now. However, once the supplies run out, chaos might ensue, so it's smart to clear the tunnel and ensure everyone's safety. Just then, the manager approaches Jong-yun, stating he won't pry into his abilities or ask questions about them. Instead, the manager expresses respect for Jong-yun's decision to help everyone. He offers some food from their reserves as thanks, which surprises Jong-yun. This level of generosity feels overwhelming. The manager explains that because Jong-yun risked his life scouting the tunnel, the least they can offer is a bit of food. Now that he's clearing the tunnel for them, they feel like they can't repay him enough. They apologize, saying that all they can offer is their gratitude. Jong-yun insists that he did it for his own reasons and that they don't need to go to such lengths. He tells them to keep the food for their families, but Young-so steps in, telling Jong-yun to accept it, reminding him that he also has a family to think about. At that moment, Jong-yun sees how eager everyone is to reunite with their loved ones, which fills him with a sense of sadness. He doesn't want to let them down. The next morning arrives, and when they reach the tunnel entrance, Jong-yun instructs everyone to stay back. He begins pedaling into the tunnel, determined to clear it out and return. As he gets closer, he spots the monsters ahead. But before the scene shifts to his battle, it flashes back to his childhood. We see a young Jong-yun with a sore eye from a fight with his sister. He complains to his father, leading to another argument with his sister, which ends with them brawling in front of their dad. That's when his father comments on how close they seem, reflecting on how he was an only child and always envied the bond between siblings. He tells them that, despite their fighting, they'll eventually realize how precious family is. Suddenly, their mother bursts into the room, sparking a lively argument between the parents. Jong-yun feels a warm sense of family in that moment. The scene transitions back to the previous night, where Jong-yun, seeing how excited everyone was about reuniting with their families, reflects on his own family memories. He knows they're relying on him to clear the path. They spend the night filled with hope and anticipation, waiting for Jong-yun to ensure their safety. After midnight, as everyone sleeps, Young-so wakes up to use the bathroom. Noticing that Jong-yun is missing, Young-seo heads outside and asks the patrolling guards if they've seen him. They tell him that Jong-yun mentioned stepping out for some fresh air a while ago. Curious, Young-seo walks further ahead, scanning the area, and eventually spots Jong-yun. He quickly asks why Jong-yun can't just go to sleep, to which Jong-yun replies that he can't sleep there. As Young-seo looks ahead, he's stunned to see the vehicle loaded to the brim with food and supplies. Completely baffled, Young-seo asks why Jong-yun is giving away so much. Jong-yun casually explains that he only loaded half the supplies to avoid weighing the vehicle down, but assures him it's more than enough for everyone. Young-seo is even more shocked when Jong-yun mentions that this is the last vehicle he had to load. The realization hits hard. If this is the last one, then Jong-yun must have packed the other 15 vehicles with the same amount of supplies. Jong-yun quickly tells Young-seo to keep this a secret from the others. Still confused, Young-seo points out that if Jong-yun is giving away all these supplies, what will they have left for their own journey? Jong-yun nonchalantly responds that they still have plenty of supplies. Young-seo is left astounded, realizing the amount of resources Jong-yun has given away is more than you'd find in an entire logistics center. He can't comprehend how much stock Jong-yun must have left. Back in the present, we see Jong-yun effortlessly taking down monsters like it's no big deal. While fighting, he contemplates how much easier it would be if he could put all the people into his subspace and carry them to safety. Unfortunately, his system informs him that with his current subspace level, it's impossible. However, if he reaches subspace level 2, he could carry up to 20 people. To level up, he needs at least 100 mana stones. After mentally counting, Jong-yun notes there are about 40 monsters left, with a few fleeing. The numbers aren't enough for him to level up here. He realizes he'll need to find another way to gain experience, especially since he wants to eventually bring his family into the subspace. Suddenly, Jong-yun notices something strange among the fleeing monsters. A closer inspection reveals a stronger, more imposing version of a wyvern, clearly some kind of boss-level monster. Even Jong-yun is unsure of what he's facing. The scene then cuts back to the group waiting outside the tunnel, growing anxious about whether Jong-yun is okay inside. Finally, they see him emerge, pedaling his bike effortlessly, as if he's been out for a leisurely ride. His uniform is stained with blood, and the group anxiously watches until they see him smile. They burst into celebration, relieved that their mission was successful. It's finally time for everyone to part ways and reunite with their families. They thank the manager for sticking with them and wish him a safe journey home. Jong-yun hints that if they face any trouble, they should open the cargo hold. He's left a little surprise that might help. Curious but eager to continue, they get into their trucks and slowly make their way through the traffic. After crossing the tunnel, they wave their final goodbyes before heading in different directions. In the truck, Jong-yun sits in the passenger seat, still thinking about the monster he saw in the tunnel. He's unsure if it was really a wyvern since it fled before he could get a good look. He wonders if it was a leader or just an adult version of the monsters they've been fighting. His thoughts are interrupted by a disturbing crunching noise from under the truck. Looking near the tires, they see they've run over some corpses, and the driver's face is full of sorrow from hearing the bones break. Even Jong-yun notices the regret in his friend's expression, but they have no choice but to keep moving. The road is filled with bodies and wreckage, leaving no clear path. Jong-yun reflects on how, if his discharge had been delayed by just 3 months, he might have ended up as one of those dead soldiers. The situation is even worse than they imagined, with monsters still feasting on the remains. Suddenly, Young-seo calls out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. When Jong-yun looks ahead, he sees that the road is blocked. Young-seo points out that the barbed wire looks like it was set up by the military to block something, and they'll need to find another route. He suggests they try crossing another bridge, but just then Jong-yun notices something at the far end of the blocked bridge. Upon closer inspection, they see a new type of monster they've never encountered before, and it becomes clear what the military was trying to contain. While Young-seo panics and considers turning back, Jong-yun sees this as a perfect opportunity to level up his subspace. He spots a narrow sidewalk along the road, blocked on both sides, and quickly suggests they drive through it. He explains that he has a plan to get through without turning back and excitedly tells Young-seo to push the truck through the pedestrian path. Young-seo is horrified by the risky idea, especially when an orc appears ahead among the mutant hounds, scattering the pack. The monsters didn't seem to get along with each other at all. Despite the orcs' advantage in size and strength, the mutated dogs had sheer numbers on their side. The poor orcs stood no chance against such a ravenous pack, as their hollow mouths relentlessly tore into its flesh. Blood and chunks of meat flew in every direction, and our two protagonists could only watch the brutal scene unfold. Young-seo was truly terrified, and despite knowing the abilities of our hero, he seriously doubted the sanity of the plan to go straight ahead. He hesitantly asked if Jeonjaen really intended to cross the bridge, but Jeonjaen was completely confident in his skills, thinking it was easier than his frightened companion believed. As Young-seo tried to muster some courage, Jeonjaen suddenly asked him a strange question. Had he ever heard of a game where 3 different races are at war with each other? It was a space strategy game called Stark, but since Young-seo was older, he didn't know anything about it. Jeonjaen went on to explain a little about the game. In it, players could customize maps and tweak settings for fun. Jeonjaen's favorite map involved holding off waves of monsters with limited units and clever use of terrain. As he saw it, the current situation was quite similar to that game. Young-seo of course had no clue why Jeonjaen was sharing this story, but it didn't really matter. His job was simply to follow instructions. The first step was for Young-seo to back the car up to the barbed wire barrier, ripping it down and making as much noise as possible, all to attract the attention of the mutant hounds who were busy feasting on the orc. After that, it was Jeonjaen's turn to get to work. Activating his system, he unlocked a skill he hadn't planned on using but realized it was perfect for the situation. Auto shipping. He spent 10 mana stones to unlock it, then instructed Pax to spend the rest of the stones to boost the shipping speed. Pax quickly complied, increasing the delivery speed to 100 km per hour. With everything set, Jeonjaen called out to the mutant hounds, inviting them to chase him after their meal. The unsuspecting creatures charged, but they weren't fast enough. A double-door refrigerator zoomed towards them and obliterated the pack. It was clear the hounds were in for a tough time. This game wasn't fun for them. And it didn't end with just one refrigerator. More kept coming, and within seconds Jeonjaen had collected 12 mana stones, much to his delight. The enhanced shipping range and precision targeting he had fine-tuned during his tunnel clearing worked perfectly now. Jianjian had initially planned to use axes, but with his upgraded precision delivery system, refrigerators proved to be much more effective. He had discovered earlier that the precision delivery skill didn't track targets fully but only adjusted the trajectory slightly based on their movements. Against these swift mutant hounds, an axe flying at 100 km per hour might still be dodged, making it a less reliable option. But the refrigerator, with its size and weight, was ideal for taking out multiple enemies at once. A mere graze from it was enough to crush several hounds. On top of that, the auto-shipping feature made things incredibly convenient. Jianjian didn't even need to monitor the battlefield anymore. The system automatically took care of any approaching threats. For now, our hero could just relax as the hounds continued their futile attempts to get closer. They howled with rage but were helpless against the flying refrigerators. As the battle raged on, Youngseo made the mistake of looking back. His jaw nearly dropped when he realized what he was witnessing. He had thought Jianjian could only throw axes, but what he saw was beyond his wildest imagination. Refrigerators flying through the air, one after another, every 2 seconds. The sheer number of refrigerators was unbelievable. Youngseo couldn't fathom why the logistics center would even have so many in stock. He began to wonder if Jianjian's system somehow replenished items, like how the axes were retrieved and reused. But how this worked with refrigerators remained a mystery. Youngseo stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He didn't even notice when Jianjian came up to him and casually asked if he wanted something to eat. Yongsoo finally pieced things together and asked a question to confirm his suspicions. He wondered if it was possible that Jianjian's supply was actually infinite. Jianjian was a bit taken aback by the question, assuming Yongsoo had figured it out long ago, but clearly he hadn't. All this time, Yongsoo believed Jianjian was simply collecting the axes after each use to recharge them. He never imagined that Jianjian had an endless supply. In reality, Jianjian did collect the axes with his system, but only to prevent them from lying around and accidentally harming someone. Even after hearing this explanation, Yongsoo still found it hard to grasp the concept of infinite items. Once he gathered his thoughts, Jianjian asked again if he wanted anything to eat. Having endured an emotionally exhausting day, Yongsoo felt that a Coke Zero and a donut would be more than enough for him. As they quietly enjoyed their food, behind them, the delivery system was relentlessly scattering the mutant hounds. Yongsoo felt a bit embarrassed for underestimating Jianjian's abilities and his own naivety, but he was still grateful for the meal, even if it came from an endless stock. Jianjian was happy to share and thanked Yongsoo for trusting him from the start. He told Yongsoo that if he ever needed anything he should just ask since he had almost everything in stock. However, Yongsoo wasn't keen on overusing someone else's generosity. Jianjian had already done enough by clearing the path of monsters and helping him get home faster. Once they crossed the bridge, it would only take an hour for Yongsoo to reach his house. Jianjian was glad to hear his friend would soon be reunited with his family, though he could sense Yongsoo's worry about what might be waiting for him there. Yongsoo hoped his family was safe, and Jianjian understood the concern all too well. He was worried about his own parents and sisters as well. Wanting to give Yongsoo a gift, Jianjian noticed his friend's tattered clothes and thought he shouldn't return home like that. Plus, with the hounds still lingering, they had time to resolve the clothing issue. The only question was what style Yongsoo would prefer. Feeling a little uneasy about receiving even more help, Yongsoo didn't refuse. He knew Jianjian probably had what he needed: aviator glasses and a cool jacket, the perfect outfit for a top-class driver navigating the apocalyptic landscape. Just in time, the last few hounds were almost dealt with. Yongsoo's new look gave him a boost of confidence, and with renewed assurance in the truck's durability, he was ready to get going. He moved with speed and precision that would make even Formula One drivers envious. Jianjian barely had time to grab on before Yongsoo floored the gas pedal. The remaining hounds didn't stand a chance as they sped down the narrow road. Yongsoo handled the driving with lightning speed, so much so that it seemed like they'd reach his home in just 20 minutes. But Jianjian had to hold on for dear life as the truck zoomed over broken roads as if they were smooth highways. Jianjian desperately asked Yongsoo to slow down, but it was futile. It seemed like he was about to be sick. Fortunately, the wild ride didn't last too long. They finally arrived at Yongsoo's destination, or rather what was left of it. His home was now nothing more than a ruin. Yongsoo stands in front of his house, looking out at the wrecked buildings through the window. The destruction is overwhelming, and he tries to reassure himself that these buildings were just old. That's why they crumbled. But deep down, Yongsoo's hands are shaking. He's right at his own doorstep, frozen with fear, dreading what might be inside. The thought haunts him: what if his family isn't there? What if he opens the door to find their lifeless bodies? The fear feels suffocating. He keeps repeating that they're safe, that when he opens the door, everything will be okay. But his hands won't move. He's paralyzed, unable to turn the handle. Kim, standing behind him, watches, understanding exactly what Youngso is feeling. He had driven like a maniac, covering a journey that would normally take an hour in just 20 minutes, fueled by the hope of reuniting with his family. It shows just how desperate he was to get here. But now, standing before the door with the potential of finding something horrifying, Youngso can't bring himself to move. He knows that if he finds death behind that door, it might destroy him too. Sensing this, Kim steps forward, places a supportive hand on Youngso's shoulder, and offers to open the door for him. Youngso freezes, frustration and fear etched on his face. Almost on the verge of tears, he pleads with Kim to do it. Kim, understanding the fear of facing one's worst nightmare, steps up to the door. If he were in Youngso's position, he'd be scared too, wanting someone else to open it for him. Turning back to reassure Youngso one last time, Kim tells him he's about to open the door. But before Kim's hand reaches the handle, the door opens from the inside. Both Kim and Youngso freeze in shock. Youngso's eyes widen as he sees his wife and daughter standing there. His wife calls his name softly, her voice warm, and his daughter shouts, "Daddy?" Youngso's wife starts crying, and soon he's breaking down too. She runs to him, and the three embrace tightly as if they'll never let go. It's a deeply emotional moment. Kim, standing a short distance away, watches quietly, giving them space. Through tears, Youngso asks his wife how she knew to open the door. She explains that she heard voices outside and saw him through the peephole, which is why she opened it. His daughter, still crying, blurts out, "Dad, I hate you. Why did you make me wait so long? I was so scared." After a while, Youngso's wife notices Kim standing in the background and asks, "Who's this?" Only then does Youngso remember Kim's presence. But before he can respond, Kim's vision blurs and suddenly he collapses. Youngso shouts for him, but Kim can't hear anything. His body is shutting down, and after 3 or 4 days without proper sleep, exhaustion finally overtakes him. Darkness envelopes him and he slips into a dream. In the dream he's struck, but not by a fist, by a pillow. Standing over him is his older sister, holding the pillow with a playful grin. She swings it at him, knocking him down, and Kim yells at her, asking why she hit him so hard. "It hurts," he complains, but she just rolls her eyes and says, "Hard? That was a soft hit. You're such a crybaby." She's unfazed, brushing it off as nothing. Meanwhile, Kim is ready to run to their dad and tell on her. He storms off, determined to complain, but his sister couldn't care less. She stands tall, holding the pillow like she's won the pillow fighting championship of the month. Suddenly the scene shifts. Kim's dad is sitting with him and his younger sister, trying to mediate a sibling quarrel. He calmly explains that, annoying as they might be, family is precious. One day, Kim will realize how lucky he is to have them and how much love there is in their little fights. His father reminds him that, no matter the arguments, their bond is something to treasure. Just then, Kim's mom storms into the room, scolding his dad for not helping with dinner when she asked. She's frustrated, telling him she needed help, but there he is, just lounging around. The scene cuts to the whole family at the dinner table, enjoying delicious food, laughing and sharing stories. As they eat, Kim's mom eyes his older sister, Soil, suspiciously and asks if she's got a crush on someone, noticing how she's always on her phone. Looking nervous, Soil explains that she's just texting her friends non-stop. It's just how things are nowadays. From the outside, their family is filled with pure joy and warmth. Kim's dad, unable to resist, talks about how Soil is interested in boxing, suggesting she check out a sports club at the local middle school. With a smirk, Soil admits that the boxing club is the real reason she chose that school. Kim's ears perk up at the mention of middle school. Fast forward a year, and we see Kim attending the same middle school as Soil. He's excited, ready to make new friends and have fun, but things don't go quite as he had planned. Instead of finding new friends, Kim ends up being bullied daily by the older students. They beat him, mock him, and Kim, who tends to be sensitive, doesn't fight back. He endures the blows day after day. But then one day someone steps in. Soil, his fierce older sister, storms in like a force of nature. With an intense, threatening look, she grabs one of the bullies by the hand and breaks it with a single punch. Kim feels relief seeing his sister, his rescuer, but that relief is short-lived. Frustrated by her brother's weakness, Soil declares that his training starts now. And so, Kim's grueling training under his ruthless sister begins. It's brutal, but it pays off. Soon, no bully dares to approach Kim again. For a while, life seems to settle down. Kim makes friends, enjoys himself, and coasts through middle school. But time flies, and one day his younger sister lands a job at a nursing school, catching both Kim and Soil by surprise while Kim is lounging on his PS5, barely keeping up. Then, a moment arrives that flips his life upside down. Kim's dad walks in and tells him the time has come. Kim doesn't understand at first, but when it sinks in, it hits hard. It's time for him to enlist in the military. The family worries, though Kim tries to put on a brave face. Outwardly he's tough, but inside he's trembling. He doesn't want to leave his family. And after that, well, the rest is history. Slowly, Kim's eyes open. He feels disoriented and a bit afraid, lying in an unfamiliar bed. He remembers collapsing, standing outside Youngso's door, meeting his family, but after that, nothing. His mind races. Did Youngso betray him? Instinctively, he opens his portal and pulls out a heavy axe, gripping it tightly. Suddenly, a calm, warm voice interrupts his thoughts. Kim turns, startled, and sees Youngso's wife and daughter at the table, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Reality hits him. He's in Youngso's house. Looking to the side, he spots Youngso sound asleep, completely out. It dawns on Kim, he must have been so exhausted that he collapsed at the door. Youngso's wife had said he fainted and had been out ever since. He must have been more worn out than he realized. Kim glances down at the heavy axe in his hands, momentarily confused as to why he even drew it. What had he been thinking? Quickly, he stashes it back in his portal, hoping no one noticed, especially Youngso's wife. She didn't need to see that. He asks how long he's been asleep, and she tells him it's only been a few hours. Then the mood shifts. With a soft smile, Youngso's wife begins to thank him, expressing her gratitude for everything he's done. Kim can feel the weight of her words, how he saved Youngso's life and brought him home safely. The gratitude in her eyes and her slight bow make him feel uneasy. Kim isn't used to this, feeling awkward and a little nervous, wanting to brush it off as no big deal. He thinks about how Youngso had helped him too. It hadn't all been on him. Just then Youngso wakes up. Still groggy, he chimes in to back up his wife, insisting that Kim had done far more than he lets on. Youngso makes it seem like driving Kim here was nothing compared to Kim saving him again and again. To Youngso, Kim was a true lifesaver. Even if Youngso hadn't made it, he believes Kim would have come through on his own. Then Youngso's wife changes the subject, saying everyone must be hungry. The atmosphere shifts once again as Kim's stomach growls, reminding him he hasn't eaten in what feels like ages. She mentions that Youngso had refused to eat without him, waiting until Kim woke up. Kim can't help but smile. Youngso, with that goofy grin, is all about eating together. With a warm chuckle, they decide it's time to dig in. Suddenly, Kim finds himself staring at a bowl of kimchi stew in front of him. The sight alone makes his mouth water. The smell pulls him back to memories of his mom, filling him with a bittersweet sense of warmth. The food isn't fancy. Youngso's wife even apologizes for the limited ingredients. But to Kim it doesn't matter. This is his favorite meal. After everything he's been through, nothing feels as comforting as kimchi stew. The first bite? Pure bliss. The moment the stew touches his tongue, it's like fireworks going off in his mind. Every cell in his body feels alive. The flavor, the warmth, it's almost unreal. And just like that, he's taken back. Back to when he'd sit down to meals with his family, back to simpler times. But as the meal ended, Kim felt a wave of sadness. For the first time in 3 months, he'd had a meal that reminded him of home, of family, and the ache of missing them overwhelmed him. The others noticed his quiet sadness, which shifted the conversation back to their journey. He mentioned their next stop was Gangnam, and Kim froze, realization hitting him. He was stunned, unable to fully grasp what Youngso was saying at first. It all felt strange. Then Youngso laid it out. He'd already discussed it with his wife, who insisted that since Kim had helped Youngso reunite with his family, he should return the favor. Kim was still confused. Even if Youngso took him to Gangnam, how would he safely return on his own? They stepped outside to get some fresh air, and that's when Youngso explained his plan. He'd drive Kim to Gangnam in his truck, and Kim would leave his electric bike with him. Once they reached Gangnam, Youngso would use the bike to get back home. Hearing this, Kim started to feel more at ease, but something still didn't sit right with him. Why was Youngso risking so much to help him? Sure, Youngso was an amazing driver, and with the bike he could avoid most threats. But Youngso didn't have any fighting skills, so if he encountered a large monster, it'd be over. With a truck full of supplies and his family safe, why was he risking it all? Unable to shake his doubts, Kim finally asked the question that had been weighing on him. Why was Youngso putting himself on the line for him? Youngso smiled knowingly, like he'd expected the question. Then he revealed his reason. Why had Kim helped him in the first place? Kim hadn't asked for anything in return or demanded any favors. He just helped. Without Kim, Youngso wouldn't have survived that tunnel. Now, he wanted to return the favor because they were in the same boat. Kim might have special powers, but that didn't make his life any less challenging. Youngso understood what it felt like to be desperate, clinging to the hope that his family was safe somewhere. That's why he'd risked the tunnel, and now he wanted Kim to feel that same happiness of reuniting with loved ones. With a sly grin, Youngso reassured Kim that he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. He was confident his driving skills would get him out of any tough spots, so Kim didn't need to worry. Then Kim had a flashback to when he first set out for the tunnel and saw a car with keys inside. Youngso could have left the group behind, but he didn't. He stayed and helped. That's when Kim realized Youngso wasn't about to leave him. He just didn't want to admit how far he'd go to help. Kim smiled and agreed, but with one condition. If Youngso was coming with him, he had to bring his family along. Kim explained he'd upgraded his subspace, allowing him to bring others inside. Youngso's family would be safer there than staying behind. Without hesitation, Youngso put on his signature shades and gave a confident grin, ready to drive with his top-tier skills. Meanwhile, Kim had upgraded his subspace to level 2, using 16 out of his 116 mana stones, allowing it to hold up to 20 people. The system informed him it would cost 6 mana stones per day to maintain, but he didn't mind. The system also asked if he wanted to enable external presence in the portal, and he agreed. A few months later, Youngso, his wife and daughter entered the subspace, astonished at what they saw. The expansive Logitech Center was stocked with endless resources. Kim introduced PAX to Youngso's family, and Youngso assured them that PAX would handle anything they needed. Everything was available in abundance and they could use it freely. Youngso's wife looked astounded as if she couldn't believe it. Kim told them he had some tasks to attend to and encouraged them to enjoy the place for now. Youngso then turned to his daughter, asking if she wanted to play princess with him, and they looked so happy together. Kim couldn't help but smile as he watched. Then something new happened. Kim unlocked a new ability, a laboratory where he could combine, classify, and transform any item in his subspace. Instantly, the possibilities seemed endless. Kim sat there, his mind racing as he began to wonder if his powers were truly what he had thought all along. He remembered the first time he'd unlocked his ability, which he called Subspace. Back then, it simply allowed him to store anything he wanted. If he stored an apple, it would stay in his subspace permanently. But then, due to a strange accident, he ended up storing the entire Logitech Center, which caused his ability to evolve. His subspace merged with the Logitech Center, taking his powers to a new level. Now, nobody could enter his subspace except him. But that wasn't even the craziest part. The PAX AI from the Logitech Center had also merged with his system, transforming the once emotionless AI into something almost human. And just when he thought things couldn't get any stranger, the Logitech Center's systems, like its shipment functionality, upgraded as well. Now, he could launch items at 100 kilometers per hour. This alone was mind-blowing. But with PAX AI added to the mix, it became pure chaos. Kim hadn't anticipated his abilities would upgrade so dramatically, but reaching level 2 had changed the game. Now he had another exciting option. He could put anything into his subspace once more. The idea floored him. The thought that he could store anything, that he now had a personal lab where he could merge and create new items, was astounding. It felt like he was playing Minecraft in real life. He couldn't help but wonder what abilities would unlock if he reached level 3 or 4. What kind of powers would those levels bring? But thinking wouldn't get him there. He didn't have enough mana stones for another upgrade just yet. So for now, he focused on deciding the next thing he'd add to his subspace. Last time, it had been the Logitech Center, which turned out to be a blessing. But now, with a determined aura, Kim commanded his system to store the entire Earth. Yes, you read that right. He was about to store the planet. If it worked, everyone would float off into space. The system asked for confirmation and Kim, feeling a little tense, confirmed. But after 2 minutes, nothing happened. Then the system sent a notification: failure. Earth was outside the storage range. Kim sighed, figuring it was too ambitious, but it was worth a try. Just then, Youngso showed up, discussing the route to Gangnam. Kim listened but quickly asked why Youngso wasn't playing with his daughter as he'd mentioned earlier. Youngso smiled softly, explaining that his daughter had always felt scared in their old building. But here in this new place she finally felt safe, and that's why she'd been able to fall asleep. It was all thanks to Kim. Youngso expressed his gratitude, but Kim, ever modest, reminded him that he'd been a huge help too. Without Youngso's driving skills, he wouldn't have made it this far. In his mind they were even. But Young-so, with a serious tone, insisted he'd do whatever he could to support Kim. The scene shifted, and there they were, Young-so in full driving mode wearing his signature shades and Kim feeling the tension in the air. Something felt wrong. Young-so, smiling, casually remarked that driving was his one true skill, and he was confident no one could match his speed. He told Kim to buckle up because things were about to get intense. Kim knew exactly what was coming and braced himself. Then it happened. Young-so floored it and the truck surged forward like a rocket. In no time they had covered a massive distance. But everywhere they looked was pure destruction. The ground was torn apart, buildings in ruins. While Young-so kept his cool, Kim looked pale, his nerves frayed from the stress. Young-so mentioned they were close to their destination, but as they neared, they saw the road blocked by military barricades, complete with spike strips. Kim sensed something was wrong. These weren't standard barricades. As they took a closer look, a military jeep approached, but the people inside didn't look like soldiers. Kim tensed. These men weren't military, they were trouble. Kim knew that if they tried to escape they'd be shot down. Young-so, tense now, asked what to do. Kim opened his portal, telling Young-so to get in, and assured him he'd handle it. Without hesitation, Young-so slipped into the portal, leaving Kim to face whatever came next. Kim stepped out of the truck as three men approached, guns in hand, strutting like they owned the place. One of them, all muscle and little brains, ordered Kim out of the truck. Kim, barely holding back a smirk, stared them down with a cold glare. Without a word he got out. They opened the truck's cargo and were stunned to find it packed with food. Their eyes lit up like they'd just hit the jackpot. They turned to Kim asking if the food was his. Kim, as calm as ever, nodded. But the musclehead stepped forward, puffed up with arrogance, and declared that the food wasn't Kim's anymore. Now it was theirs. Kim knew these clowns were far from military, they were just greedy thugs after his supplies. The musclehead tried to look intimidating as he questioned Kim about where he got all this stuff. Kim played dumb, pretending to be a clueless delivery guy and claimed he worked at the Logitech Center. But they didn't buy it and pressed him on where the center was located. Calmly, Kim explained that even if he told them, they'd never make it there. The roads were blocked and monsters were everywhere. He himself had barely made it out, just trying to survive. The musclehead looked unimpressed, glaring at Kim and asking how much more loot was left at the center. Kim, staying in character, replied that the food in the truck was only a small part of what was stored there. One of the others glanced at his watch, muttering that it was almost time. Kim was puzzled. What was the rush? Before he could figure it out, wham! The musclehead punched him hard in the stomach and Kim crashed to the ground, wind knocked out of him. Before he could catch his breath, the bulky guy behind them clamped a cloth over Kim's face, knocking him out cold. When Kim woke up, he was tied to a chair in a dim room. His vision was still blurry, but he could see the bulky thug sitting on a makeshift commander's throne. Nearby, a body lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around it. Clearly a dead soldier. Kim quickly pieced it together. These guys had taken over the military base. The bulky guy started talking, bragging about how they'd wiped out the military and made themselves the new rulers here. Apparently they'd been fighting Vibrants, monsters that swooped in every day at 6 p.m. The military had tried to fend them off with guns but couldn't keep up, so they'd recruited people like him and his crew. When the military was overrun, the gang had taken control, and now the bulky thug was the self-proclaimed commander. He made it clear that Kim was only alive because he needed him. Kim's task? To head back to the Logitech Center with some of the gang and raid it for more supplies. If he succeeded, maybe they'd let him join their group for protection. Kim was beyond annoyed. He was done with these lowlifes. Standing there, he decided what to do next. It struck him. This military base would make a perfect addition to his subspace. Without hesitating, he commanded Pax to store the entire Joint Commander Communication Headquarters in his subspace. The thug didn't even notice what was happening. He just sat there, confused as the entire base vanished around him. 1 second it was there, the next, poof, it was gone. He was left in his chair, now in the middle of nowhere, utterly clueless. By the time the thug realized what had happened, it was too late. Kim had already disappeared into his portal, leaving the thug sitting alone in the wasteland with nothing but his chair. At least Kim left him something to sit on. Around him, the thug's crew was completely baffled. They gripped their rifles, staring at the sky, trying to wrap their heads around the fact that the whole building had disappeared. The thug, wide-eyed and anxious, scanned his surroundings, his face showing a mix of fear and confusion. He was probably thinking, where did the whole building go? Meanwhile, Kim spat on the ground, noticing a trace of blood. That punch must have done some internal damage. He felt himself sway on the edge of fainting. Storing the base had drained his mana like nothing before. He was exhausted, completely wiped out. If he'd known it would take this much out of him, maybe he would have waited, maybe ducked into his subspace first. But it was too late for second-guessing. He had made his choice, now he just had to deal with the aftermath. His priority now was to get into his subspace to recover. As Kim slipped into the shadows, the thug's crew suddenly froze as the sky turned blood-red. Dark, looming shadows filled the air. The wyverns were coming. Hundreds of them, wings spread wide, headed straight for them, growling and screeching, ready to tear anything in their path. The sight hit the thug's men like a slap, sending them scrambling in all directions, completely forgetting Kim as they bolted for their lives. Even the guy who had captured Kim took off, leaving him free to drop to the ground. The thug was furious, shouting at his crew to hold their ground. He yelled that their rifles could still take out the smaller wyverns, vowing to handle the largest one himself. But his men weren't listening, they were too busy running. Rage twisted his face as he cursed them, calling them traitors. Then bam. The ground shook. Something huge landed behind him, shaking the earth. He turned slowly, terror contorting his face, only to see a massive wyvern towering over him. This one wasn't like the others. It stands a solid 20 feet tall, with black scales gleaming under the blood-red sky, and its piercing yellow eyes locked on him with deadly focus. This wyvern is 20 times larger than any he's ever encountered, a real monster brought to life. Amidst the chaos, we see Kim slipping into his subspace, bringing along an injured soldier. The system pings asking if Kim wants to allow the outsider in. Kim nods, weary but resolute, and both are let inside. Kim feels exhaustion pulling him down even further, and he knows he's just seconds from passing out. His mind races, he barely managed to sneak himself and the soldier in, and he realizes he'll have to be careful with these aftereffects. Storing something as massive as a whole base during such a critical moment might be risky next time. The black-scaled wyvern is still looming behind, its fierce gaze fixed directly on him, making Kim wonder why it's so intensely focused on him. Meanwhile, Pighead stands confidently before the wyvern, boasting about his new physical enhancement power, bragging he can shatter boulders with a single punch. Without hesitation, he swings at the wyvern, but to the enormous creature, it's nothing more than a mosquito's tickle. The wyvern doesn't even react. Suddenly, a bone-crunching sound fills the air. Kim, dreading what's happening, turns around slowly to see Pighead's fate, eyes widening in shock. With a single chomp, the wyvern swallows Pighead whole. Just like that, he's gone. Young-soo rushes over to Kim, checking if he's okay. Kim assures him, though he's clearly drained, his energy barely hanging on. He managed to bring the injured soldier along, who looks worse for wear. Kim and Young-soo gently lay the soldier on a bed, relieved to see he's mostly unharmed, with just a few scratches. But the man is severely malnourished. Kim recalls Pighead's rant about taking over the military base while struggling with food shortages, which must have left the soldier without proper nutrition for weeks. Young-soo then mentions something strange happening in Kim's subspace. An enormous structure has appeared, and not just any structure, it looks like an entire city. He leads Kim to a vantage point and Kim's jaw drops. He thought he'd stored just the military base, but somehow he transported the whole base city into his subspace. His mind races. He hadn't realized the extent of his power. He'd only commanded the system to store the base, but without specifying a building, it interpreted it as the entire city. Young-soo is equally stunned, staring in awe at this impossible sight. Kim realizes he needs to explore the military base thoroughly. Young-soo agrees to watch over the soldier and let Kim know when he wakes. Kim hops into his Mercedes and begins driving through the military base city, his mind buzzing with possibilities. Weapons, ammo, gas masks, military vehicles, even tanks. It's the ultimate jackpot for surviving the apocalypse, but there's a catch. Unlike the Logitech Center, where PAX handles everything and can send supplies directly, this sprawling city means he'll have to locate and retrieve each item himself. As he drives, Kim starts to grasp just how huge this place really is, realizing he has a massive job ahead of him to map out every corner. If he'd known it was this vast, he might have stored all the weaponry and supplies directly in his subspace. Now he's planning his next move. Once he identifies the locations, he'll send Young-soo to retrieve ammo and weapons, while he prepares to strike from his portal. Then a crucial thought hits him: supplies here aren't endless. Unlike the Logitech Center's infinite stock, resources from the base could run out. No more limitless bullets or grenades for reckless use. As he's lost in thought, Pax suddenly appears, casually correcting him. Pax explains that the base isn't an ordinary storage area. It's been fully integrated into the Logitech system format. Kim's jaw drops as Pax continues, revealing that since the military base has merged with his subspace, he can now command it just like the Logitech center. Kim can hardly believe it, but Pax confirms that the base is synchronized. He'll have unlimited access to its supplies, vehicles, and equipment, just like in the Logitech center. This changes everything. Kim can barely comprehend it. His mind races through the possibilities, his face a mixture of shock, wonder, and pure excitement. He asks Pax for double confirmation. Are they really talking about endless rifles, ammo, grenades, everything? Pax nods, and it's like Kim's entire reality has flipped upside down. This isn't just groundbreaking, it's downright game-changing. Still buzzing with excitement, Kim needs more details. He asks Pax how long synchronization will take. Pax admits it's a massive job with only 0.81% done so far, so there's no clear timeline. But Pax offers a solution. If Kim prioritizes specific items, Pax can sync those first, making them immediately accessible. Without hesitation, Kim lists his essentials. Rifles, ammo, grenades, vehicles, and fuel, the lifeline for surviving this apocalypse. Kim smirks, knowing that with these at his fingertips, there's nothing out there he can't face. Pax informs him that the synchronization will be ready in just 10 minutes. After that, he'll have unlimited access to all the weapons, vehicles, and supplies he needs to go full throttle. Feeling a surge of confidence, Kim asks Pax if there's a security system, something to ensure no one touches the base without his direct approval. Pax confirms with a simple, yes. Satisfied, Kim tells him to lock everything down immediately. Kim thinks about it for a moment, not that he doesn't trust Young-soo and his family, but he's unsure about this soldier they saved. Standing by his portal, he realizes he now holds power over food, vehicles, and weapons in his hands, hoping the outside isn't as chaotic as he suspects. But outside it's a nightmare. The wyverns are on a rampage, tearing through Pighead and his lackeys one by one. Kim understands that the chaos outside won't settle down anytime soon. Back inside, he and Young-soo prepare for battle. Young-soo dons his old boss uniform, looking every bit the part, and Kim grips his M416 rifle, locking and loading. In front of them is a massive crate filled with endless ammo. Young-soo, with a hint of nostalgia, remarks it's been years since he held a gun and never thought he'd be back in action. Kim reassures him. He's duplicated thousands of rounds, each box loaded with 10,000 bullets. Young-soo doesn't need to worry about running out or jams. Kim throws Young-soo a little challenge, asking if he still remembers how to shoot. Smirking, Young-soo picks up his own M416, telling Kim he's about to show him just how skilled he was back in the day. He takes aim, exhales, and fires. Every shot hits its mark, taking down wyverns one after another. Headshot after headshot, Young-soo drops over 50 wyverns in record time. After half an hour, his gun is red hot, smoke thick in the air. When the haze clears, the floor is littered with wyvern bodies. Adrenaline still pumping, Young-soo admits he hasn't enjoyed himself this much in years. He thinks they've cleared them all and are ready to move on. But Kim's face is tense. He has a nagging feeling. Kim warns Young-soo, saying not all the wyverns are dead. Young-soo looks around, confused. Every wyvern he can see is down. But Kim mentions a massive black-scaled wyvern he saw earlier, unique and ominous. Young-soo is skeptical, but then the scene shifts, revealing the creature Kim described. Hidden in the shadows behind Kim's portal, the black dragon waits, silent but fierce, as though it knows Kim and his team are inside and is simply waiting for the right moment to strike. Young-soo peers outside, squinting but sees nothing. He wonders if Kim is just being paranoid. Then Kim shares an idea. What if these massive creatures are lying in wait, hidden and ready to pounce the second they step outside? From what he observed, that black wyvern seemed too smart for comfort. Young-soo agrees, noting that in this post-apocalyptic world, caution isn't just smart, it's survival 101. Then Young-soo has an idea. Could a remote-controlled car serve as bait? Would that huge beast chase a small moving target? They decide to give it a try. The scene shifts, showing both men with remote-controlled cars, each with a humanoid doll mounted on top. With a deep breath, they count to 3 and send the cars forward. The dolls roll out of the portal, looking like humans stepping into the danger zone. In an instant, a massive wyvern swoops down, claws piercing the doll's torso and ripping it apart. Young-soo's jaw drops in disbelief. He can't believe the wyvern was actually lurking back there. His eyes widen in terror as he watches the beast tear the doll apart, its massive teeth glinting in the light, each one nearly the size of Young-soo himself. In the next instant, the wyvern turns, its glowing eyes fixed on the portal. Without hesitation, it lunges forward, trying to force its way inside. Kim's heart skips a beat. He shouts for Young-soo to start firing. Together, they unleash every round of ammo they have on the beast. For 15 solid minutes, they pour bullets into it, the room filling with thick smoke. They think maybe they've taken it down. But as the smoke clears, those glowing eyes remain fixed on them. The wyvern, undeterred, shoves its head closer, drool dripping as it tries to devour the portal itself. Young-soo and Kim stumble back, horrified. They can see every detail of the wyvern's mouth, its deadly teeth just inches away. Young-soo is stunned. How is this creature still standing after all this firepower? Kim recalls that Pighead mentioned a similar wyvern, a beast that shrugged off all the military's attacks, forcing them to retreat. Kim realizes it must be the same one. But this isn't just brute strength. Something seems to shield this creature from harm. It's as if its hide isn't only thick but somehow imbued with a protective ability. Kim doesn't have time to dwell on it. He grabs a couple of grenades, hurls them into the wyvern's mouth and smirks. Let's see if that hide's tougher than a grenade. The grenades explode with a deafening bang, filling the portal with even more smoke. Kim and Young-soo don't let up, throwing grenade after grenade, each explosion answered by the wyvern's enraged roars. An hour passes, their shoulders aching from the relentless attack. Young-soo groans, never imagining that throwing grenades could be so exhausting. Kim's shoulder feels like it's about to give out, but the wyvern remains calm as ever, with its fierce gaze locked on the portal. They're trapped. How are they supposed to escape with this beast guarding the exit? Suddenly, the wyvern slams its claws against the portal, but thanks to its unique properties, it can't break through. Kim is left feeling both frustrated and confused. They've thrown everything they have, yet the wyvern's scales remain untouched. Finally, with what seems like a snort of boredom, the wyvern turns away and flies off. Young-soo, bewildered, wonders why it left. Kim suspects it got tired of waiting for them to make a mistake. After hours of failed hunting, it probably decided to look for easier prey. At least for now they're safe. They wait an extra hour to be sure. When the wyvern doesn't return, Kim and Young-soo share a look. Exhausted but determined, they gather their supplies, ready to continue the journey. The scene shifts as Kim and Young-soo hit the road again. Young-soo, still visibly shaken, can't help but mumble about the horror of facing such a monstrous wyvern. Kim shares his concern. Those dozens of grenade explosions barely left a mark. If a creature that size can withstand grenades, what kind of weapon would it take to bring it down? Kim realizes that regular explosives just aren't enough. Bombs are designed for taking out smaller targets like humans, not dragons. Sure, he could grab a rocket launcher or missile from his subspace, but that kind of firepower would destroy everything around them, risking innocent lives. He can't take that path, it would strip away his humanity. Frustrated, he realizes he needs a weapon as powerful as a bomb but without the massive destruction. The more he thinks, the more his head aches. Maybe, he muses, if he had something heavy enough dropped from an extreme height, it could seriously damage the wyvern. But using a tank wouldn't work, the wyvern would dodge it with ease. He needs something small, heavy and lethal, but such a thing doesn't exist yet. He's stuck with just grenades and guns. Just as he resigns to the situation, he decides to check his magic stones. When he glances at his crystal, he's stunned. 314 magic stones. How did he get so many? He recalls killing dozens of orcs and goblins and barely gathering 50 stones, but perhaps wyverns yield more. With this many stones, Kim gets an idea. He'll upgrade his abilities. He invests 100 stones into his subspace, expanding its range to an impressive 50 meters. Now he can transport 4 items per second, making this skill incredibly powerful. With 189 stones remaining, there's one thing he hasn't tested yet: his pocket dimension lab. It was something he'd unlocked with his last upgrade but never got around to testing. Now, with curiosity piqued, Kim decides to activate it. He channels 50 magic stones into it and suddenly, his pocket dimension lab comes to life. According to the description, this is a space where he can combine or separate anything he desires. A spark of excitement lights up his eyes. Maybe he can create something unique, something that will give him the advantage he's been looking for. Kim turns to Young-soo, telling him he has something important to investigate and that he should hang out in the subspace for a while. Young-soo pauses, then grins, saying they're almost in Gangnam. He points out that there's no sign of any monsters, so he'd rather keep driving while Kim checks out the subspace. Kim, still worried, asks if Young-soo is sure it's safe. Ever the problem solver, Young-soo suggests that if Kim's that concerned, He can go into his portal while Young-soo continues driving the Mercedes. He's noticed that as long as he's driving, the portal stays with them. Intrigued, Kim ducks into his portal and sure enough, as Young-soo drives, Kim realizes he's moving right along with him. Impressed, Kim agrees to the plan, though he still feels a bit tense. He steps into his newly unlocked pocket dimension to explore. Inside, everything is vast, white and empty. He wanders around, testing the space, when his system chimes in, explaining the capabilities. He can combine or separate objects here. He can merge multiple items, regardless of their type, or break them down into components. Kim's mind races. This could change everything. Could he, for example, merge a rifle with its magazine to create an endless ammo feed so he wouldn't need to reload? Pax confirms that this idea is completely possible. Then Kim wonders if he could pull a grenade safety pin while storing it, so it would explode the moment he sends it out. Pax confirms again. Eager to test it, Kim has Pax remove the pin and create a new item, costing him 15 magic stones. He's fascinated by the result, but he knows a single grenade won't be enough for the wyvern. He needs something far more powerful. A smirk forms as Kim begins crafting a secret weapon. Meanwhile, Young-soo encounters a massive barricade, a wall of stacked cars blocking the road like some post-apocalyptic obstacle. He wonders who would create such a barrier. At that moment, Kim steps out from his subspace and asks how much longer to Gangnam. Young-soo explains that there's no monster trouble, but someone's blocked the road entirely with cars. He suggests they'll need a detour. Kim stops him. No detour is needed. He's got a new weapon to clear the way. Just as Young-soo is about to ask what he means, metal plates, each weighing 20 kilograms, start flying like bullets, slamming into the cars at incredible speed and scattering them like toys. Young-soo watches in shock. It's a stack of plates fused together, flying at 150 kilometers per second, creating a barrage of 500 kilograms that obliterates anything in its path. He's awestruck, yelling, "What on earth did you make?" The scene shifts to a group guarding the road from atop a building, watching for any monsters. They're armed with whatever they could find, mostly household tools. A middle-aged man, nervous and bewildered, wonders how that wall of cars collapsed so fast. Another, equally baffled, mentions how the wall withstood multiple monster attacks. It shouldn't have fallen like that. Then, through the smoke, they see a jeep charging forward, picking up speed until it stops right in front of their building. The men grab their weapons, a wooden stick among them, and stare, stunned. Who are these people? Soldiers, they assume, since they're arriving in a military jeep. Slowly, the black-tinted window of the car rolls down, and Kim smiles up at them, asking kindly, "Is Nurse Kim Jui here?" The scene shifts again, moving into a flashback. Kim's second sister, the middle child, gives him a flying kick so powerful he nearly faints. She huffs in frustration, while Jui, the eldest sister, calmly studies, telling her siblings to quiet down since she's preparing for an exam. Kim and his other sister are stunned, mouths wide open. The middle sister, concerned, asks Jui if she's feeling okay, wondering why she's suddenly so intense about studying. Jui snaps, asking if it's really that shocking for her to study hard. Kim, dead serious, turns to the middle sister. "Yeah, she definitely doesn't look well. We should call Mom. She's lost it." Jui's frustration erupts as she starts shouting, asking if they'll ever let her study in peace. Kim explains that Jui, who is 8 years older than him, only started taking her studies seriously when he was around 7. Since she'd never sat still for more than 30 minutes before, her sudden shift had the whole family on edge. With big worried eyes, Kim and his other sister drag their mom over to Jui, pointing out that their big sister has completely lost her mind. Even their mom looks concerned. Jui can't believe it. Her own family doesn't think she's capable of doing anything with her life. Frustrated, Jui finally reveals her secret. Proudly, she holds up a medical textbook and declares her dream: she's going to be a doctor. She announces, "Even if the world ends tomorrow, today I'll still help those in need." Her face glows with pride, her eyes shining with determination. The whole family is stunned. They just stare at her, speechless. Kim and his other sister turn to their mom, whispering that Jui's condition is getting worse. Maybe she needs a mental hospital ASAP. The house erupts into a family brawl, everyone yelling, laughing, the whole scene chaotic. Days pass, and they assume Jui's passion will fade like a teenage phase, and that her ambition to be a doctor will pass. But no, her grades soar. She skyrockets through high school, and before anyone realizes it, she's accepted into the top nursing school she applied to. Her dad, mom, Kim, and her other sister are shocked. Juri, who once couldn't sit still for 30 minutes, has achieved the unthinkable. In the present, Jui stands frozen in shock, staring at Kim, who's come back to find her. It's all real, her journey, her family, her dream, and now this reunion. Tears start streaming down Jui's face, her cheeks red with emotion. Kim stands before her, his eyes filling with tears too, overwhelmed. Barely able to speak, Jui, still sobbing, asks Kim how he made it this far and if he's hurt. Kim, equally emotional, tries to reassure her, saying he's fine, nothing happened. Young-soo, watching from behind, smiles warmly, whispering to himself, grateful that Kim's sister is safe. Kim and Jui finally embrace, holding each other tightly, letting the weight of the world fall away, if only for a moment. Once they calm down, Kim wipes his tears and introduces Young-soo, explaining how much he helped him get here safely. Young-soo bows respectfully, introducing himself, and Jui, deeply grateful, introduces herself as Kim's older sister, thanking Young-soo for protecting her little brother in this apocalyptic nightmare. With a small, mischievous smile, Jui suddenly reaches into her pocket and tells Kim she has something for him, figuring he hasn't eaten well in all this chaos. She hands him a chocolate bar, but Kim stops her, saying, "I'm really full, sis. Actually, I've got enough chocolate to last me a lifetime." Then, Kim's expression turns serious as he explains that he has a critically injured patient. Jui's face shifts to concern, and she asks where the patient is, insisting they bring him to her immediately. But Kim explains that the patient isn't in the car. He's in Kim's subspace. Jui's jaw drops, her eyes wide with shock. "Kim, you have an ability too?" Kim nods, explaining he unlocked a power called SUBSPACE, where he can open a portal to a hidden area that only he and those he invites can enter. He laughs a bit nervously, noting that it might scare people if they saw it, so he suggests they find somewhere private. Jui agrees, noting the people around, and they decide to head inside the hospital for privacy. Slowly, Kim, Young-soo, and Jui enter the hospital, and the sight is heartbreaking. People clutching nothing but wooden sticks for protection, hollow-eyed and starving, sprawled across the floor like lifeless bodies. They finally reach Jui's private room. Young-soo closes the door behind them, leaving only the three of them. Kim then opens the door to his subspace, and as he does, Jui stands in shock, her eyes wide, mouth open, as she gazes at the vast, city-like area before her. "What is this?" Jui asks in amazement. "Are all these buildings part of your ability?" Kim reassures her, promising to explain later, but for now she needs to follow him. They make their way to where Kim has kept the injured soldier. Jui rushes to his side and begins examining him. Kim, still anxious, asks, "What do you think, Jui? Will he make it?" Jui, dead serious, asks how long he's been like this. Kim explains he's not sure, but it couldn't have been too long since he found him on the way there. He suspects the man was beaten and tortured. With a solemn expression, she tells Kim that this man may not survive much longer. Upon hearing this, both Kim and Young-soo freeze, fear visible in their eyes. They had been holding on to hope that the man could be saved. Desperate, Kim asks, "Is it really that bad?" Jui's tone then shifts. She smiles and explains that under normal circumstances, his chances would be slim. But then, her hands begin to glow with a green aura, and she grins confidently. "Isn't it cool?" she says, "I've awakened as a healer." She places her glowing hands on the soldier's chest, the green light spreading over his body. She warns them that her skill level is still low, so a full recovery is unlikely, but he won't die. After 5 minutes, Jui finishes the healing. The soldier's wounds close and his breathing stabilizes. Jui explains that while it's not a complete recovery, the essentials are taken care of. He's severely malnourished and will need food and rest to regain strength. Suddenly, Kim says, "Sis, even with the world ending, you're still treating patients. Just like you said you would." Jui, caught off guard and slightly embarrassed, laughs nervously. "Why bring that up now?" But Kim, undeterred, repeats her words from childhood. "Even if the world ends tomorrow, I'll still treat the sick today." Blushing, Jui shouts, "I should have disciplined you like sister number 2 did when you were little." And just like that, they're bickering again. Once the playful quarrel dies down, Jui turns serious. "Now, explain everything. What's been going on?" Kim takes his time and goes into detail, telling the entire story, how he got trapped in the storehouse, how he sent messages to Jui and sister number 2, and how the network system went down. He recounts unlocking his subspace ability, accidentally storing the Logitech Center, and merging with Pax AI. He talks about meeting Young-soo and their journey here. While Kim is telling the story, Jui is devouring a meal as if she hasn't eaten in days. Kim sighs, annoyed, and asks, "Are you even listening, Jui?" With her mouth full, Jui nods and says, "Of course I'm listening." Kim challenges her, "Alright, what did I just say?" Juri, clearly distracted, fumbles and gives a brief summary missing most of the important details. Kim groans but lets it slide, chuckling a little. It turns out the delicious meal was prepared by Young-soo's wife, who introduces herself to Juri. Juri smiles warmly and says, "Nice to meet you, I already love you." They all laugh together. Young-soo's wife offers more food, saying, "If you're still hungry, there's plenty more in the fridge. Just ask." She also tells Kim that she's prepared a bed for him in the first-floor staff room with supplies, suggesting he rest there. Kim tries to thank her, insisting she didn't need to go through so much trouble, but she smiles and replies, "With everything you've done for us, it's the least I could do." Juri, still curious, turns to Kim and asks, "How did Young-soo and his wife get into your subspace?" Kim, exasperated, groans, "I literally just told you this whole story, Juri." But Juri shrugs, so Kim sighs and begins the story again. Afterward, Kim starts explaining his future plans. He sums it up, saying he's going to bring his entire family into his subspace. The first goal has already been accomplished. His older sister, Jui, is safely inside. Next, he'll go find sister number 2, who is in Area 0. Jui's expression changes at this. In a serious tone, she apologizes to Kim, saying she can't come with him because she needs to stay here. Kim's face falls, shocked. "Why do you have to stay in such a dangerous place all alone?" he asks, concerned. Jui sighs, agreeing that it's dangerous, but explains it's not just that. There are other patients, and while other nurses can help, she stops mid-sentence as the scene shifts. In another building, a shadowy figure watches through a window at Kim and Jui's building. He notes that 2 people arrived in a military jeep, and his guards reported a loud crash from the car wall outside. The wall was broken by a jeep, he wonders. Puzzled, he speculates that they might be special forces, but an unknown voice interrupts, suggesting that one of them is Jui's younger brother. The man's face is revealed, ugly and intimidating. His companion, sounding hopeful, remarks that if one of them is Jui's brother, they might not be hostile, just in need of food and shelter. With control over the food supply, they could leverage Kim if necessary. But the ugly man's expression turns serious as he smirks and says, "Do you really think those 2 are stronger than you?" Just then, a towering 7-foot muscular figure steps forward from the shadows. His body is covered in veins and has a lifeless, vacant look, almost like a living corpse. The muscular man reassures his boss that it's unlikely anyone is stronger than him. The boss instructs him to greet Jui and her brother warmly, feigning kindness, while also making sure to fix the broken car wall. The muscular man nods, explaining that he has doubled the wall's height, ensuring it will be impossible to break through again. The scene shifts back to Kim and Jui, where Jui starts telling Kim about the department head, Jean. She reveals that Jean has an awakened ability, allowing him to control minds and poison people. Kim's expression turns serious as he listens intently. Jui continues, saying that Jean has somehow gained control over most of the awakened people in the area, and they are now guarding the food and monostone supplies. Because of this, the people in Jui's building are starving. She confesses that she's been secretly stealing monostones, trying to strengthen her own ability to potentially cure those who are poisoned or mind-controlled. She explains that she plans to stay behind to help these people while Kim goes to rescue their parents. But Kim firmly says no. Juri, frustrated, begins to explain that the people here have no food or water and will starve if something isn't done. Kim interrupts her with an annoyed tone, asking, "Did you even listen to my entire story?" Juri looks puzzled as Kim, arms crossed and eyes closed, coolly points out, "The main weapon Jean has is control over food, right?" Juri nods. With a sly grin, Kim says, "Then solving this problem is a piece of cake for me." He tells Jui to watch his incredible ability in action. Jui winces, muttering that it seems like Kim's middle school phase is back, but before she can finish her sentence, her jaw drops. From Kim's subspace, stacks of meat, vegetables, water and other food supplies come pouring down from above, filling the room to the brim, leaving Jui and the others in stunned silence. At this point, Kim has just uncovered the ultimate infinite food glitch. Jean Sung-hak received an urgent report about Jian's younger brother bringing in a supply of food, but he remained unimpressed. The messenger emphasized that the quantity was remarkably large, but the man stayed indifferent. With just 2 individuals in a single military vehicle, he doubted their capacity to transport such an amount. Sooner or later, people would steal their food, and once it was gone, they'd come back begging for rations like everyone else. Jean Sung-hak thought they should have hidden their provisions and used them sparingly instead of being overly generous. Yet, this generosity might eventually play to the villain's advantage, making things easier than anticipated. The messenger added that the newcomers had brought in more supplies than the entire hospital had managed to gather so far. This revelation sent a chill down Jin Sung-hak's spine. No matter how one looked at it, it was physically impossible for two people to collect such a large quantity of food for everyone. The hospital's current stash had been gathered by their scouting team, enough to fill an entire truck. Jin Sung-hak speculated that the newcomers possessed some sort of ability to duplicate items or manipulate object sizes. Whatever the case, they clearly relied on an ability to secure those provisions, and the hospital needed to recruit them. Jin Sung-hak prepared his signature drug and tasked his strongest subordinate, Song Hyun-gu, with the job of getting Ju-hyun's younger brother addicted to it. If the plan failed, they could simply kill the boy. There was also the driver to consider. Late at night, Jung-hyun distributed food among the hospital's residents, all while searching for someone in the crowd. He believed that finding this person would simplify matters significantly. A short while earlier, he had shared his strategy for neutralizing all of Jin Sung-hak's weapons. The plan involved dumping the poisoned food and replacing it with fresh supplies, subduing the addicted ability users, and dealing with Jin Sung-hak, who was no combat threat at all. Jung-hyun tried to gather as much information as Ju-hyun had. Most of the abilities possessed by the addicted users were trivial. One could reseal cans and another could automatically do laundry. In general, very few awakened abilities were combat relevant, with the exception of one individual in the hospital. That person was Song Hyun-gu, whose presence alone was intimidating. After the world descended into chaos, Hyun-gu traveled from Iljiro to Gangnam, concerned for his mother in the hospital. Ju-hyun didn't know much about Hyun-gu's ability other than that he was unnaturally strong. His massive frame was impossible to miss, and the car wall protecting everyone had been built by him with his bare hands. Now, that giant of a man had finally come face to face with Jung-hyun for a private conversation. Although Jung-hyun felt nervous, he had some business to settle with the muscle-bound man, making this encounter ideal. Hyun-gu couldn't fathom what kind of business the younger man had in mind, but it no longer mattered. The two stepped outside near the car wall that started it all. Calmly, Hyun-gu presented Jung-hyun with two options: either drink the medicine willingly or face a painful death. He strongly advised against trying to flee as it would be futile. It became clear why Hyun-gu had chosen such a secluded location for their meeting. Jung-hyun, however, never planned to run. He knew he'd be caught if he did. Instead, he opted for a secret third choice, trapping Song Hyun-gu on the spot. Provoked by the young man's defiance, Hyun-gu lunged to grab and crush him. Before he could, his fingers touched an immovable barrier. Jung-hyun had disappeared, leaving behind only a strange portal to the logistics center. At first, Hyun-gu couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. By the time he noticed the drone hovering before him, it was already too late. A professional-grade high-speed bowling ball struck him in the stomach, winding him. Jung-hyun wondered if a 90 km/h bowling ball was excessive but decided mercy wasn't an option. He followed up with another strike, this time targeting Hyun-gu's right leg. The attack left Hyun-gu groaning in pain, unable to move effectively. When the muscleman demanded to know what ability Jung-hyun was using, the young man responded by launching a barbell plate stack to the ground. Immobilized, Hyun-gu was warned to stay put. The plates, though slowed, were still heavy enough to shatter bones or end lives. Refusing to stay idle, Hyun-gu charged at one of the stacks and managed to grasp it firmly, surprising Jung-hyun. The brute began lifting the stack, disrupting Jung-hyun's plan. But while Hyun-gu focused on lifting the stack, he unknowingly triggered the metal trap. Jung-hyun apologized for the cramped conditions of the makeshift prison and promised to release Hyun-gu once the situation was resolved. For now, all Hyun-gu could do was endure the heaviest cell ever devised. Jung-hyun was extremely anxious, worried he might have seriously harmed the big guy. Thankfully, the man was incredibly resilient. Back inside, Nurse Ju-hyun hurriedly let her brother in. She had heard a loud noise outside and feared her little brother had encountered the muscle-bound man. Jung-hyun casually confirmed her suspicions as if it were nothing. He gestured outside, allowing his sister to see where he had left the biggest threat. Ju-hyun peeked out and was shocked by the bizarre metal structure she saw. Jung-hyun calmly explained that Song Hyun-gu was now his temporary prisoner. With the most dangerous obstacle neutralized, they only needed to wait for Yang-soo to arrive. Right on cue, the East's best driver made his appearance. However, as Yang-soo came into view, the siblings froze. Yang-soo was limping, holding his head in pain, drenched in sweat, and complaining of an intense pounding headache. The symptoms were eerily similar to those of poisoning. It seemed the enemy had gotten to him somehow. Yang-soo's last memory was handing out food to survivors and receiving some words of gratitude. Ju-hyun noticed a tiny puncture wound on his finger, a likely delivery method for the poison. The culprit must have pricked him while pretending to thank him. For now, Yang-soo needed rest and confinement in the subspace. He would have to be isolated for a while. Jung-hyun hadn't anticipated this turn of events. He felt responsible for failing to protect his friend. Without knowing how the poison worked, the situation could become even more complicated. Finding Jin Sung-hak quickly was now their top priority to secure a cure. They prepared the break room in Sector 1 as a confinement space, blocking all windows and doors just in case. However, before Yang-soo could step into the portal, the system detected and blocked an unidentified energy from entering. Since subspace was an independent domain, external energy connections were impossible. Yang-soo, confused, looked to Jung-hyun for answers. Miraculously, the pounding headache disappeared as soon as he placed a finger into the portal. To test this further, they decided to try the method on the most prominent poison victim, Song Hyun-gu. Jung-hyun opened a portal beneath the muscle man's feet, pulling him into the subspace against his will. Once inside, the poison in Hyun-gu's system was neutralized. Afterward, Jung-hyun removed his access, returning him to the real world. When Hyun-gu reappeared, his complexion was healthier, and his expression showed clarity as if he had awoken from a deep slumber. The poison had been completely eradicated. Jung-hyun realized that his subspace wasn't just impervious to physical attacks but also to mental and chemical ones. The first thing Hyun-gu did after recovering was visit his sick mother. He hugged her and apologized for neglecting her for so long. Encouraging her to rest more, he assured her he would return soon after settling some important matters. Jung-hyun asked if he'd be okay on his own, and Hyun-gu confidently replied that he would. With his abilities, ordinary attacks posed no threat to him. Still, the vivid memories of his actions under Jin Sung-hak's influence filled him with shame and regret. He resolved to settle things with the mastermind before moving forward with his life. Hyun-gu promised to deal with real cancer in the hospital swiftly. Meanwhile, Jin Sung-hak received notice of losing contact with one of his underlings. He was startled. He suspected the worst, and his fears were confirmed when the last person he wanted to see entered his office. Song Hyun-gu, muscles bulging, held himself back from immediately tearing Jin Sung-hak apart. Although Jin Sung-hak didn't understand how their connection was severed, he smiled smugly and begged for mercy. Hyun-gu responded by slamming his arm into the villain's head, silencing him for good. While Hyun-gu went to finish business upstairs, Jung-hyun and his team discussed how to cleanse the remaining survivors of their poison addiction. Since they couldn't identify everyone who was affected, the safest approach was to let everyone pass through the portal. Even those struggling to move could simply touch it with a finger to be cured. Though it would be exhausting, it was the only foolproof solution. However, as they prepared for a long night, something unexpected happened. Survivors all over the hospital suddenly began acting as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. One by one, those afflicted were inexplicably cured. They realized they had been out of their minds and regained their senses. The group was bewildered until Song Hyun-gu arrived, clearing up the mystery. His clothes and hands were smeared with blood, a clear indication of the method he used to resolve his unfinished business. He bowed his head, expressing gratitude to Jung-yum for saving everyone in the hospital. Jung-yum, in turn, thanked the big man for removing the root of their troubles. He also apologized for earlier throwing bowling balls with excessive force. Thankfully, Hyun-gu's resilience meant he only ended up with a few light bruises, his bones miraculously unharmed. Since the apocalypse began, Hyun-gu had encountered many monsters and strange occurrences, but seeing those plates descend from the sky to trap him was truly surreal. Even monsters paled in comparison to the sheer power of Jung-yum's abilities. When Hyun-gu asked if he planned to stay at the hospital, Jung-yum seemed surprised. The big man admitted it might be selfish to ask for more after all Jung-yum had done, but the hospital would undoubtedly be safer with him around. Jung-yum explained he was still on a mission to find the rest of his family and would have to leave soon. Understanding this, Hyun-gu didn't push further and wished him success in reuniting with his loved ones. This brought up the topic of family, and since Hyun-gu came from Iljiro, it was a good chance to ask about the situation in the city. Hyun-gu was startled to hear that the group planned to head there, warning that it was now impossible to reach. Several hours later, as dawn broke over the hospital, the survivors awoke to a brighter future. Not only had Jung-yum ensured they had enough food to last for a long time, but he had also supplied them with essential items like clothing and tools. Former enemies parted ways as allies, with Hyungu shaking Yoongyum's hand and promising to repay his kindness someday. With that, the group departed the hospital, heading toward Ilgyro. Mr. Yong-soo, now fully recovered, drove with his usual expertise. He brought up the wall around Ilgyro that Hyungu had mentioned, theorizing it might be a product of someone's ability. If so, Yoongyum hoped to establish communication with whoever created it. Otherwise, breaking through might be their only option. The previous night, Hyungu had explained what he saw while leaving Ilgyro. He described the wall growing out of the ground like a tooth emerging, eventually reaching the height of a typical skyscraper. This meant ground travel was nearly impossible. Hyungu also mentioned something peculiar about the monsters in Ilgyro. Unlike those in Gangnam, the city was infested with undead creatures, skeletons that reanimated even after being destroyed. Walking corpses were a common sight there. Despite Ilgyro's challenges, Yoongyum wasn't worried about his sister, Seol, who was trapped inside. He believed she could handle herself, even without awakening any special powers. While inside his subspace, Yoongyum received a call from Ju-yeon, who had finally agreed to join them after the hospital was freed of poison. When he lazily asked why she was calling, Big Sis immediately scolded him to adjust his tone. She informed him that the soldier they had rescued had regained consciousness. Yoongyum quickly entered the subspace, where the soldier sincerely thanked him for saving his life. The soldier introduced himself as Colonel Han Hyung-ho of the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Thanks to Ju-yeon's careful treatment, he had made a full recovery. Looking around, the colonel seemed confused. He could see the military command center outside but found the rest of the surroundings unfamiliar. There shouldn't have been any buildings in that area, let alone a logistics center. Yoongyum explained they were currently inside the staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center within his subspace. Outside, they were in Gangnam heading toward Hanam Bridge. The colonel struggled to process this information until Ju-yeon simplified it. They were inside the kid's ability, situated in Gangnam. Upon learning this, the colonel humbly requested to be dropped off on the road. Yoongyum assured him they meant no harm and only wished to help. The colonel acknowledged this as the group had saved him from near death, but he couldn't share the details of his mission, which was to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff as soon as possible. Recognizing the national importance of the mission, Yoongyum called PAX for assistance. Instead of simply letting the colonel go, he handed him banana milk and a sandwich, insisting he eat before explaining more about his mission. Despite his hunger, the colonel resisted at first. But when Yoongyum presented a feast of pizza, waffles, chicken, and other delicacies, the colonel couldn't hold back. As he ate, he began to reveal classified information. It all started when creatures from the other world appeared simultaneously across the globe. These entities included more than just monsters. There were insects, animals, plants, and even geographical features like mountains suddenly emerging. They attacked indiscriminately, targeting humans, animals, and even each other. They showed no mercy to anyone or anything. With the appearance of these monsters, the government began enlisting individuals known as the Awakened to form a specialized unit. These recruits, wielding their extraordinary abilities, were highly effective against the creatures. Colonel Han's unit was stationed near Gwacheon and Anyang, where they maintained a relatively stable situation. Everything was under control until that beast appeared. He witnessed his men being massacred and devoured by a massive wyvern. Their weapons, guns, grenades, and even heavy artillery were completely useless against the creature. They repeatedly called for reinforcements from nearby military units, but everyone else was overwhelmed by their own battles against other formidable monsters. Strangely, they were able to communicate with Gwacheon and Anyang during the battles, yet no reports or updates ever came from command. Ultimately, Colonel Han made the tough decision to retreat to avoid complete annihilation by the wyverns. Their destination became the National Communication Command. As the monsters relentlessly hunted the remaining members of his unit, more comrades fell. When they reached a city, they attempted to recruit additional awakened individuals to strengthen their numbers. After many days of exhausting travel, they finally arrived at the base camp, only to find it deserted as expected. The reason for the abandonment became evident soon after. While searching the command center, they discovered suspicious documents containing references to a coup. It appeared a rebellion was unfolding. Colonel Han made every effort to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but the relentless wyvern trapped them at the base. To make matters worse, the awakened recruits turned against them, killing the remaining soldiers and taking over. These rogue awakened individuals were the same ones eventually devoured by the wyverns. Colonel Han suspected the First Corps was deliberately sabotaging government attempts to regroup, with their commander likely siding with the rebellion. In the midst of the apocalypse, even a coup felt oddly unsurprising. Since Yoongyum's group was heading toward Yeoljiro, he assured the colonel they'd drop him off when they crossed the Han River Bridge. The colonel expressed his gratitude while continuing to savor the gourmet meal in front of him. Yoongyum instructed Yongsu to increase their speed slightly, though not to maximum, given the time-sensitive situation. As the colonel pondered, he realized the young man had likely encountered the wyvern at the military base as well. He was just beginning to wonder how Yoongyum managed to evade such a persistent monster when his eyes widened in shock. A terrifying ogre was furiously pounding on the portal's barrier, desperate to break through. Yet Yoongyum and Yongsu appeared completely unbothered. While the colonel was paralyzed with fear, the rest of the group acted as though it were just another mundane day. Suddenly, a stack of heavy barbell plates shot out of the portal, striking the ogre and sending it flying like a lifeless ragdoll. The colonel watched in disbelief as the barbell stacks splattered the ogre's blood across the streets. Meanwhile, Yoongyum and Yongsu remained utterly unfazed, accustomed to such scenes. The colonel, however, had stopped mid-bite, unable to process what he was witnessing. When Yoongyum summoned a military vehicle from thin air, the colonel nearly choked in shock. The duo exited the subspace, leaving the colonel with instructions to eat and rest. Yoongyum left the portal open so the colonel could monitor the situation on the road if he wished. Launching pillars of discs at incredible speeds and conjuring vehicles out of nowhere clearly highlighted the overwhelming power of Yoongyum's ability. What once were fearsome ogres now became trivial enemies, easily defeated in a single attack. Yoongyum's method was simple: hurl stacks of discs at the monsters, crushing them instantly. Colonel Han was so captivated by the ogre massacre that he leaned closer to observe. He saw magic stones from the slain ogres being effortlessly absorbed into the subspace. At first he doubted his eyes, but it was all happening before him. The portals were indeed propelling heavy objects at breakneck speeds, obliterating enemies at a rate of 4 per second. The trajectory of the discs could even shift mid-air, while magic stone collection had been streamlined through an automated system. Anyone could see that Yoongyum's subspace ability was nothing short of broken when used this efficiently. Eventually the group reached Banpo Bridge, only to find it completely destroyed by some unknown force. Yoongyum apologized to the colonel, explaining their travel time would increase slightly as they sought an alternative route. The colonel, however, remained grateful for their assistance and decided to rest in the subspace while they searched for a new path. Even with the detour and the constant monster attacks, it was remarkable that they had reached Banpo Bridge from Gangnam in just an hour. Although Yoongyum's ability played a significant role, most of the credit belonged to Yongsu, who was in the driver's seat. Jongsu might seem like a bit of a clown at times, but his driving skills were absolutely top-notch. Even from the passenger's seat, watching him navigate the roads was enough to make one's head spin. When the colonel experienced it for the first time, he was so startled that he almost threw up in the back seat. It didn't take him long to figure out that staying inside the comfort of the subspace was the only way to avoid serious motion sickness. The colonel's evaluation of Jongyum and Jongsu was nothing short of stellar. Both young men were incredibly skilled and resourceful. After more driving and monster slaying, the group reached another bridge. It looked worn and unstable, but at least it was still intact. Jongsu believed he could drive across the entire length, but Jongyum hesitated. He had noticed some suspicious figures in the distance and grew cautious. Upon closer observation, he saw what appeared to be a massive wall, likely the rumored barrier of Yeoljiro they'd heard about. With its immense size, there was no chance of getting through it by car. However, since they were still too far to confirm whether or not they could breach it, the best course of action was to get closer and assess. Crossing the bridge would also take them through Yongsan, allowing them to drop off Colonel Han along the way. After a few minutes of uneventful driving, they reached the colonel's stop. He expressed his gratitude for being safely escorted, even though it wasn't their responsibility. Jongyum wished him luck with his urgent mission and they parted ways. Meanwhile, Jongyum's focus returned to finding a way into Yeoljiro, where his little sister might be. The fortress wall, upon closer inspection, was even higher and sturdier than expected. He considered whether leveling up enough to absorb the entire wall into the subspace might be a viable solution if all else failed. Unfortunately, his current level was far from sufficient for such a feat. He estimated needing another 2 hours of grinding, collecting 400 magic stones per hour, to upgrade his subspace abilities. Han, meanwhile, suggested that Jongyum and Jongsu join him in the government's efforts. The government was offering mana stones and resources to aid the initial growth of awakened individuals. Han believed the duo's talent would ensure they received substantial support. Jang Yum, however, politely declined, explaining that his family was his top priority. As for the magic stones, he had no issue collecting them himself while hunting monsters. Han, though disappointed, understood Jang Yum's reasoning. However, he mentioned that if they went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, Jang Yum might reconsider since they likely had helicopters available. Han guessed correctly, they probably did. Meanwhile, the headquarters was abuzz with reports of Guachen and Anyang falling, along with the destruction of the 56th Division. It seemed that only the 1st Corps retained any semblance of operational strength. In such chaos, the existence of a governing body was uncertain. The military forces that survived were completely in the dark. The director, lost in pessimistic thoughts, was interrupted by a messenger announcing a visitor. Colonel Han, the commander of the 50th Battalion of the National Communications Agency, had arrived. He insisted on delivering a personal message to the director, detailing how his entire unit was wiped out and how he'd made it to HQ. Han gave a flawless salute before recounting the events in excruciating detail, omitting nothing. He concluded his report by handing over a document containing undeniable evidence of rebellion within the 1st Corps. The director's stomach dropped as he read through the papers. He had been oblivious to the treachery brewing beneath the surface during this crisis. Glancing outside, he saw the men who had helped Han deliver the critical intel. Both the director and the colonel hurried to thank Jang Yum and Jang Soo for their incredible service to the country. The director also mentioned Jang Yum's abilities and his request for a helicopter in exchange for supplies. Given the strategic importance of helicopters, the director agreed to provide one, on one condition. He formally invited Jang Yum to join the military as an awakened operative. The government was desperate to stabilize the situation, and Jang Yum's abilities could be a game-changer. However, Jang Yum respectfully declined, reiterating that his priority was rescuing his family. The military, unable to force him into service, had to withhold the helicopter. Jang Yum understood, acknowledging the director's position and wishing him success in restoring order. With a proper goodbye, Jang Yum returned to his vehicle. The director stood there, puzzled and frustrated, realizing he had mishandled the situation entirely. He assumed the young man would eventually give in. But these fools underestimated Jang Yum's determination. He wasn't out of options yet. If the helicopter plan to bypass the wall failed, he'd simply come up with another solution. Since he hadn't even fully assessed the fortress wall himself, he remained optimistic about finding a way through. With the first offer rejected, the director had to set his pride aside and tap on Jang Yum's car window to make another proposal. If the young man fulfilled this request, the military promised to provide the helicopter he sought. Jang Yum agreed, and soon an entire battalion was mobilized, military vehicles lining up in a single file. Sitting in the vanguard, Jang Yum nonchalantly sipped on a juice box, looking more bored than concerned, as though he weren't about to head into battle. Months earlier, the director had laid out the mission. Seoul Station, once a hub for gathering reserve awakened individuals, still maintained communication with survivors there. The problem was the road to the station, completely clogged by skeletons. These skeletons weren't particularly dangerous in combat but were an immense nuisance. They were numerous, tricky, and almost impossible to permanently destroy without targeting the core located at the base of their last right rib. Failing to crush this core meant they would regenerate endlessly. Jang Yum's task was to clear a path through the skeletal hordes and rescue the stranded awakened individuals. With his flying barbell discs, he made quick work of the mission. For him, it was a straightforward job, but for the soldiers watching his abilities for the first time, it was mind-blowing. The operation they had dreaded for weeks was effortlessly executed by a young man with an unusual power. When they finally reached Seoul Station, the awakened survivors erupted in cheers, overjoyed to see their rescuers. The military swiftly evacuated the survivors into armored vehicles. Once everyone was accounted for, the director gave Jang Yum and Yong Soo the signal to leave. Thanks to Jang Yum's skill, the skeletons posed no significant threat during the escape. For the soldiers, fighting skeletons was grueling, requiring near-perfect precision to hit the cores with their firearms. Jang Yum, however, dispatched them with ease. But there was something the young man hadn't yet encountered, a rare and formidable enemy among the skeletons, the Skeleton Knight. The military had a standing order to avoid the creature at all costs. Engaging it was considered futile as it was deemed indestructible. As usual, Jang Yum opened his portal and sent a barbell disc hurtling toward the enemy. This time, though, it wasn't an ordinary skeleton standing in the middle of the road, it was the Skeleton Knight. The menacing figure stared down the convoy, its piercing gaze fixed on them. To everyone's shock, the creature began speaking in an unfamiliar language. Though unintelligible, it was clear the knight was trying to communicate. Then, it plunged its sword into the ground and pulled out a magic stone, crushing it in its skeletal hand and sprinkling the resulting dust onto the ground. With that, the skeleton knight began speaking human language, introducing itself as Sir Gawain, one of the 12 knights serving the Night King. He greeted the humans, referring to them as otherworlders, but Jangyum seemed more intrigued by the magic stone trick than by Gawain himself. Sir Gawain admitted that being greeted with flying chunks of metal was unusual and asked if Jangyum was a mage. He also questioned the humans' presence in skeleton territory, noting the importance of maintaining proper etiquette in negotiations, even in this chaotic world. In response, Jangyum flung another barbell disc, which Gawain effortlessly slashed in two at blinding speed. The skeleton knight warned that such attacks were futile, as they couldn't even scratch his armor. But Jangyum wasn't listening. He sent another barrage of discs, prompting Gawain to roll and dodge with precision, stabbing his sword into the ground for leverage and launching a counterattack. Frustrated, the skeleton knight muttered about the human's preference for violence over diplomacy. Unfazed, Jangyum launched 4 more barbell stacks at the indignant knight, showcasing his resolve to handle the encounter his own way. Gawain masterfully deflected the first attack with his shield, gracefully dodged the next, and slashed the remaining discs out of the air, halting their momentum entirely. This chain of precise maneuvers brought the skeleton knight alarmingly close to the convoy. Yong-su, seeing the terrifying figure charging at full speed, began to panic. Meanwhile, Jangyum was more intrigued than scared, marveling at how easily the knight could slice through 500 kilograms of steel as if it were butter. However, he noticed that Gawain was cautious, clearly trying to avoid taking any direct hits. If I can land a solid blow, Jangyum thought, we might have a chance. Determined, he gritted his teeth and spent 50 magic stones to unlock tracking delivery for greater precision. As a test, he launched a single stack directly at the skeleton knight's chest. The massive steel disc shot out of the portal like a cannonball, aimed with pinpoint accuracy. Gawain scoffed, mocking Jangyum for using the same trick repeatedly and calling him a fool by a mage's standards. Confidently bragging that he could dodge any projectile thrown at him, Gawain was blindsided when the disc suddenly adjusted its trajectory midair. Instead of the usual straightforward attack, this one veered sharply, homing in on Gawain's chest just as Jangyum intended. Though the attack struck, the skeleton knight managed to absorb most of the impact with his armor, batting the disc away after the initial hit. "You're getting ahead of yourself, boy," Gawain growled. "I was merely caught off guard. It won't happen again." But before he could finish his sentence, a bowling ball came hurtling out of nowhere, slamming into his head and knocking him to the ground. Gawain recovered quickly, lifting his head with newfound wariness. Yet, before he could react, another bowling ball struck him square in the skull, eliciting the first hint of fear the skeleton knight had felt in ages. The fear froze him momentarily, giving Jangyum another opening to unleash a relentless barrage. Inside the car, Jangyum chanted commands like a gamer inputting cheat codes. Left head, back head, crown, front head, right head, left head. Each command sent a bowling ball flying in a pre-aimed direction, creating an automated assault. Though his jaw ached from issuing rapid orders, Jangyum didn't let up. The skeleton knight, struggling under the ceaseless rain of projectiles, found himself cracking, literally. Jangyum noticed fractures spreading across Gawain's skeletal frame and decided it was time to act decisively. He suggested the military convoy retreat while the enemy remained disoriented. But before they could leave, Gawain's curses turned to pleas. Fragments of his bones scattered in all directions as the relentless impacts took their toll. Seizing the opportunity, Jangyum ordered simultaneous disc attacks from all sides, left, right, front, and back. The coordinated strikes shattered the skeleton knight's form, marking the end of the formidable foe. Even in defeat, Gawain maintained his dignity, commending Jangyum as a remarkable mage. He issued a grave warning: "This is not the end. Skeleton knights do not die. Even in death we serve the Night King." As his body disintegrated, 3 magical shards fell, a pair of large blue mana stones and a small red reinforcement shard. Jangyum swiftly secured the loot through his portal. The soldiers trailing behind were dumbfounded. They had just witnessed a young man defeat a skeleton knight, a creature impervious to tank shells, with nothing but flying discs and bowling balls. At the rear, the survivors erupted into cheers, chanting Jangyum's name in celebration. The unkillable knight had been slain, and their victory deserved to be celebrated. Back at HQ, the director listened to the report with astonishment. He had explicitly instructed Jang Yum to avoid engaging the Skeleton Knight at all costs. Yet, the young man had not only ignored the order but triumphed spectacularly. Despite his initial disapproval, the director realized the importance of having Jang Yum and Yong-soo on their side. Swallowing his pride, he practically begged the duo to join the military's efforts. But Jang Yum, unwavering in his resolve, politely declined. His quest to reunite with his family remained his top priority, leaving the military forces to wonder how to move forward without him. Thankfully, the director was a pragmatic man and chose to step back. Still, the offer remained open. He hoped that once Jang Yum completed his mission to reunite with his family, the young man would reconsider the military's proposal. At present, the armed forces already regarded Jang Yum as an irreplaceable ally to the nation. For now, the director's priority was to honor his promise and provide Jang Yum with the helicopter he'd earned as a reward. Jang Yum wasn't exactly thrilled with the weight of expectations being placed on his shoulders. It was just another layer of pressure. Still, he could understand their perspective. After all, he had just taken down an unkillable skeleton knight that had been a nightmare to deal with. Truth be told, his victory was far from flawless. He barely scraped through. If there had been even one more adversary as skilled as Gawain, their mission would have been doomed. The harsh reality was that this rescue could have ended in disaster. What's more, there were at least 11 other skeleton knights like Gawain out there. After all, he'd called himself one of the 12 knights. And then there was Gawain's ominous warning. Skeleton knights don't truly die, even in death. Jang Yum couldn't ignore the implications. If the skeleton knights were that strong, their master, the Night King, had to be even more terrifying. It was time to rethink his arsenal. The pillar stacks, while powerful, had barely left a dent. On the other hand, the bowling balls, for reasons that defied logic, had managed to crack Gawain's near-impenetrable armor. But then again, logic had ceased to exist in this world long ago. As they ascended to the helipad, the director asked if Jang Yum was really planning to head to Yeoljiro. From the HQ, everyone could see the high walls encircling the area. The military had already dispatched a unit to investigate the nature of these mysterious walls, but contact with the team was lost. Since then, aerial reconnaissance missions had been conducted whenever feasible. These expeditions confirmed that people were still active inside the walls. The director believed his troops, and perhaps Jang Yum's family, were safe within. Jang Yum appreciated the director's optimism, though he felt a twinge of guilt. He had almost forgotten that his sister might be in danger. To be honest, he wasn't worried about her at all. That girl was more of a monster than anything he'd encountered since the apocalypse began. The director shared another peculiar observation. The top of the wall appeared to be growing and curving inward, as though it were forming a roof. While they couldn't estimate how long it would take for the structure to fully enclose, the director was relieved they could provide Jang Yum with a helicopter before it did. At last, after a long climb to the rooftop, they arrived at the helipad. Jang Yum's gaze landed on a battered, worn-out helicopter that looked like it had been plucked from a battlefield. Did I really go through all that trouble for this? He thought. Trying to convince himself it would suffice, he reasoned that as long as it could fly over the wall, it didn't matter how it looked. But the director quickly redirected his attention to the other side of the rooftop. There, parked at the far end, was a pristine cutting-edge helicopter, gleaming brilliantly under the fading sunlight. Jang Yum and Yong-soo were momentarily stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the director allowed himself a smug smile, finally able to prove his usefulness. Yong-soo burst into laughter, his excitement palpable. With his aviator sunglasses and Top Gun jacket, he now looked perfectly at home next to the sleek, powerful aircraft. Kim was equally taken aback. At the same time, the director began explaining something, but Young-soo interrupted with loud laughter. Turning to the director, Young-soo expressed how touched he was that the director was lending them a Black Hawk helicopter in such a desperate situation. He was already thrilled at the prospect of flying it. The director chuckled, remarking that he had been wondering who would pilot the Black Hawk, but it seemed Young-soo had prior experience with such aircraft. Before the director could finish, Young-soo interjected, "I've never flown a Black Hawk before." Young-soo then glanced at his system notification and explained that while he'd never flown a helicopter, he felt confident about piloting this one. As he inspected the Black Hawk, a notification appeared on his system. It stated that by using 50 magic stones, he could register the helicopter into his system, which would instantly transfer all the knowledge necessary to fly it directly into his mind. Excited, Young-soo enthusiastically shared this discovery with the group, explaining his unique ability, Best Driver. This skill allowed him to operate any vehicle effortlessly. Until now he had believed his ability only worked with vehicles he'd already driven, but this moment revealed something new. Instead of leveling up his skill traditionally, Young Soo realized he could register new vehicles to his system individually. This revelation exhilarated him. Kim was equally amazed and things began to fall into place. Reflecting on their countless battles together, Kim recalled how Young Soo's ability never seemed to evolve in a conventional sense. Now it was clear, Young Soo's skill wasn't about progression but about expanding his arsenal by registering new vehicles. The director then surprised them by retrieving a suitcase from the Black Hawk. Opening it, he revealed a collection of magic stones. Placing the suitcase before Kim, he explained that it contained 200 magic stones. Originally intended as a surprise for their journey, the director now offered the stones so Young Soo could register the Black Hawk immediately. Hearing this, both Kim and Young Soo expressed their deep gratitude. Without delay, Young Soo took 50 magic stones and began the registration process. As the process completed, a torrent of information flooded into Young Soo's mind about piloting the Black Hawk. His excitement surged, his grin growing wicked, almost as if he were possessed by some malevolent spirit. Kim, observing the transformation, felt a shiver run down his spine. With a devilish smirk, Young Soo declared, "I've got this bad boy all figured out." He urged Kim to board the helicopter quickly, claiming he couldn't wait to take off. Nervous about Young Soo's enthusiasm, Kim hesitated and cautiously asked if he could fly the helicopter at a slower pace. Maintaining his mischievous tone, Young Soo laughed. "Slow? I don't do slow." Moments later, Young Soo leapt into the pilot's seat, his excitement palpable. Kim, his eyes brimming with tears of apprehension, reluctantly strapped himself in, resigned to what he knew would be a chaotic ride. Like a mad scientist at work, Young Soo began pressing buttons and muttering to himself. Turning to Kim, he quipped that they still had a bit of time before departure, suggesting Kim mentally prepare. Finally accepting his fate, Kim shifted his focus to what lay ahead. He knew that once they entered the city, they would face more skeleton knights. With this in mind, Kim decided to check his inventory to assess how many magic stones he had. He needed to upgrade his subspace level. Kim thought upgrading his subspace might unlock a new skill. Opening his inventory, he used 2 large mana stones and 1 enhancement stone. The system notified him that the large mana stones had been converted, along with 200 regular mana stones, leaving Kim with a total of 1,393 mana stones. Shocked at the sheer quantity, Kim used 1,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 3. The system informed him the upgrade would take a few minutes. While waiting, Kim inspected the enhancement stone. The system explained that enhancement stones were unique, imbued with special properties. Unlike regular mana stones, they could be consumed via the awakening system to grant specific enhancements to an item. The enhancement stone in his possession carried the fire property. A spark of inspiration struck Kim. He now had an idea of how to use the enhancement stone. However, the critical question loomed: which item should he upgrade? More importantly, Kim had no way of knowing how much his ability would increase from enhancing an item with the stone. He considers his 2 primary weapons for offense, the bowling ball and the iron pillars. However, whenever Kim used the iron pillars, the skeleton warriors easily sliced through them. Only the bowling ball proved effective against them. This is why Kim decides to upgrade the bowling ball. Upon upgrading it, he receives a new item, the fire bowling ball, which is surrounded by lava-like flames and possesses 2 main abilities, penetration and ignite. Afterward, Pax asks Kim if he wants to register the fire bowling ball as a new item. Kim agrees, and as soon as the registration is complete, Pax informs him that it's time to depart. Kim begins to mentally prepare himself, but before he can steady his nerves, Young Soo starts the helicopter. As the Black Hawk lifts off, Kim grows anxious. The director salutes Kim, expressing his hopes that he will safely reunite with his family and eventually return to the team once his mission is complete. Kim gives a thumbs up, bidding the director farewell. At that exact moment, the system notifies Kim that his subspace has been upgraded. The upgrade reveals new unlockable items and enhancements, including the ability to temporarily increase the shipping size limit for individual items using magic stones. As Kim reviews his unlockable items one by one, he comes across his new skills. His jaw drops in astonishment as though he's seen a ghost. The director, observing Kim's stunned expression from the ground, begins to feel uneasy. Reflecting on the 200 mana stones and the Black Hawk helicopter he provided to Kim, the director feels he has been more than generous. He even imagines reminding Kim of his help once he returns to the military base. However, he can't help but worry if something might be wrong to cause Kim's concerned reaction. Meanwhile, Kim is still reeling from his newly unlocked skill, the SUBSPACE laboratory. This feature grants a transportation function with a minor healing effect, allowing him to recover naturally within the lab. More importantly, it enables Kim to register external objects into his subspace. The system explains that a registration fee will be determined by the object's size, weight, and value. This revelation is a game-changer for Kim. Previously, his subspace ability was limited to pre-registered items, such as those from the Logitech Center or military base. But now, the ability to register external objects offers massive potential. However, the system clarifies that new items must still fit within the two existing categories, Logitech Center or military base. Kim's gaze falls on the Black Hawk helicopter. He wonders if it qualifies as a military base item. Testing his theory, Kim attempts to register the helicopter into his subspace. The system confirms that the registration will require 107 magic stones. Kim agrees and completes the process. The scene shifts back to the director, who is heading back toward the military base. Suddenly, the sound of the helicopter fills the air again. Turning around, he sees Kim and Young-soo flying back. The director grows anxious, fearing something might be wrong with the Black Hawk. Before he can react further, a large portal opens in front of him. Out of it falls a Black Hawk helicopter. Moments later, a second portal opens and another Black Hawk helicopter emerges. As the two helicopters land before the stunned director, Kim waves at him with a smirk before flying off again. The director stands there speechless. He doesn't understand what just happened. He gave Kim a battered old Black Hawk, only for Kim to somehow gift him two brand new ones in return. As the director contemplates the situation, his confusion quickly turns into mounting worry. The scene transitions to Kim, who has now entered the city. A massive fortress looms ahead, its upper sections gradually closing in to form a roof. The fortress is on the verge of sealing itself entirely. The focus shifts again, revealing a foreboding castle. Its dark and sinister interior radiates an evil aura. Sitting on an enormous throne is the Skeleton King, whose skeletal visage is illuminated ominously. In a chilling, clicking voice, the Skeleton King speaks. He admits that no matter how much he contemplates, he cannot comprehend one thing. The entry permit level for the Earth dimension is only tier 8 at most. For higher tier beings like himself to enter, they must lower their tier just as he did. It's surprising to think that a wizard, infamous for his arrogance, would come here, even agreeing to a tier reduction. Even more shocking is that he dared to invade the Skeleton King's domain and kill Guan. The Skeleton King is referring to Kim. We learn that the Skeleton King comes from another dimension, while Earth is classified as an 8-tier dimension. To enter Earth, the Skeleton King had to significantly lower his power, with the ultimate goal of conquering the planet. Now, the Skeleton King believes that Kim, who killed Guan, is also from another dimension. A wizard who reduced his tier to come to Earth with the same objective, to take control. To the Skeleton King's right, a purple flame begins to morph into the shape of a skull. It addresses the Skeleton King, explaining that before Guan's death, he had attempted to communicate with the wizard, but the wizard killed him before he could utter a word. This indicates that the wizard is incredibly dangerous. The flame advises the Skeleton King to kill the wizard on sight during their next encounter, without attempting any conversation. The Skeleton King considers this carefully. He deduces that the wizard is here for one purpose, to take over the territory just like himself. But there can't be two tigers in the same jungle. If the Skeleton King wants to claim this land, he must eliminate the wizard. He mentions that the harvest is nearly complete, and once it is finished they will launch an assault on the wizard. The flame introduces itself as Lancelot, revealing that it is the spirit of a knight whose physical body exists elsewhere. Lancelot communicates with the Skeleton King through this magical flame. Lancelot then informs the Skeleton King of an intruder approaching the castle. Assuming it to be more of those bothersome minions, the Skeleton King dismisses the threat, claiming they will inevitably perish soon. The scene shifts to Kim and Young-soo entering the city. A bat-like monster appears but is instantly obliterated by Kim's Ignite bowling ball in a single, powerful attack. Kim marvels at how much stronger the bowling ball is compared to the iron pillars. While Kim ponders this, Young-soo interrupts, pointing out that it will be difficult to land because a skeleton knight is fighting a monster below. Kim looks down and spots another skeleton knight, similar to the one he killed before, but this one wields a lance instead of a sword, like the kind knights used in ancient justs. The skeleton knight enhances his lance with powerful magic and unleashes a devastating attack on his opponent. As the camera focuses, we glimpse the figure of a human, a female silhouette. When Kim notices her, he reacts with a mixture of irritation and disbelief. The human channels magic into her fist and, with a single overwhelming punch, sends the skeleton knight flying. The scene fully reveals the figure, a muscular and striking woman with an imposing presence. As the skeleton knight crashes from a great height, Young-soo nervously suggests they might have to deal with both of these figures if they land now. Startled, Kim exclaims that one of them is his older sister. Shocked, Young-soo asks which one. Kim clarifies that the one who just sent the skeleton knight flying is his sister. The fog clears, fully revealing Kim's sister, Sol. She stands confidently, her toned muscles and impressive physique drawing attention. Viewers might even call her a muscle queen. Clearly annoyed, Sol remarks that while she felt the full impact of her punch on the skeleton knight, the creature refuses to die no matter how many times she beats it senseless. Kim begins narrating Sol's backstory, referring to her as Sister Number 2. He explains that, as a child, Sol discovered mixed martial arts by chance on TV and was immediately captivated. Luckily, she had a supportive younger brother. Whenever she watched martial arts matches, she would practice the techniques on Kim. But Sol's victories over weaker opponents left her unsatisfied. Her desire for greater challenges drove her to find tougher opponents at the local playground. There, she defeated anyone who dared to face her, boys, girls, even kids 3 years older. Recognizing her extraordinary talent, their father enrolled Sol in a mixed martial arts academy. Thus began her journey toward becoming a powerhouse of martial arts. This was the moment Sol encountered her first defeat. Her teacher bested her. But rather than feeling disheartened, Sol found the pain of losing exhilarating. At last, she had found a challenge worth her effort. Her new goal became defeating her teacher. Along the way, she achieved victory in multiple jiu-jitsu competitions. By the time she reached 7th grade, she had no equal in the junior division. Her intense passion for training and obsession with fitness drove her to constantly strive for perfection. However, this fixation soon spiraled into a dangerous addiction. Eventually, Sol sustained a serious injury, tearing the cruciate ligaments in both legs. Impatient with the recovery process, she resumed training prematurely, leading to further injuries. The cycle continued, injury, recovery, and relapse, until she finally made her professional fighting debut at the age of 24. Her skill level could have allowed her to debut much earlier, but her stubbornness and repeated setbacks delayed her entry. Despite the late start, Sol became so formidable that she easily ranked among Korea's top 10 fighters. Young-soo, hearing this, is dumbfounded. But Kim reassures him there's no need to be intimidated by Sol, suggesting they land the helicopter slowly. However, Young-soo, still observing Sol from afar, mutters that she looks more like a monster than a human. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight approaches Sol, his sword in hand, and with a rattling voice, questions why his attacks are failing to connect. Sol replies nonchalantly, "Isn't it obvious? Your movements are too slow." The skeleton knight counters, claiming his speed is no less than hers and accusing her of using some incomprehensible trick. Sol chuckles and explains it's not a trick but simply martial arts. She delivers the explanation so casually that it leaves the skeleton knight bewildered. Hearing this, the skeleton knight compliments Sol, remarking that people like her are rare. He suggests that if Sol were to raise her rank, she could become the greatest knight. Sol, however, is unimpressed and confused, muttering about how all this talk of skeletons, knights, and rankings makes no sense. The skeleton knight continues, confessing that he's developed a deep admiration for her. He promises to speak to the skeleton king to ensure she's the only one spared in the city. But before he can finish, a flaming bowling ball comes hurtling out of nowhere, smashing into him with a deafening crash and shattering his body into fragments. His remains scatter around Sol. Moments later, the fiery bowling ball rolls to a stop at her feet. Sol, puzzled, wonders how this strange bowling ball managed to obliterate the skeleton knight when her martial arts couldn't. As she contemplates this, 2 large mana stones and an enhancement stone emerge from the knight's remains. The stones are swiftly drawn into a mysterious portal, which appears to be controlled by a device resembling a piece of corn. At the same time, a helicopter hovers overhead and slowly descends. Kim steps out with a smirk, greeting Sol with a playful, well, long time no see." He teases her, saying, "As expected, you're still kicking asses, Sister Number 2. Sol stands frozen, mouth agape, stunned to see Kim after all this time. The scene shifts to a table laden with delicious food, fried rice, pizza, burgers, and an assortment of mouth-watering dishes. Joo-hee and Kim sit silently, watching in amazement as Sol devours the food with feral intensity. Unable to contain her curiosity, Juhi asks if Sol uses some special ability to enhance her strength. Between enormous bites of chicken and pizza, Sol casually responds saying Juhi is partly right and partly wrong. Her physical prowess, she explains, is natural and unrelated to the barrier. The barrier's sole purpose, she says, is to shield her from external attacks. She delivers this explanation as if it's no big deal. As Sol continues eating voraciously, Juhi's patience finally snaps. Eat slower, she scolds, warning Sol that she'll choke or get indigestion if she doesn't. Kim, observing the exchange, chuckles and tells Juhi it's futile to argue. She's been eating like this since we were kids, he says with a resigned smile. Amid their playful banter, a warm, heartfelt conversation unfolds. Kim, smiling genuinely, tells his sisters how relieved he is that all three of them awakened survival-related abilities and managed to endure this long. Kim now had just one more task, to find their older brother. As Sol ate, she glanced at Kim with skepticism and asked, "Everything's fine, but seriously, Kim, your ability feels like a cheat code. How are you even capable of all this?" Kim chuckled softly, replying, "It's a long story. I'll explain everything to you later, but for now, just eat and get some rest." He showed Sol how to use the packs to order anything she needed and mentioned that Youngsu's family was safe in the subspace. He suggested Sol take a moment to say hello to them. Sol agreed with a nod but then asked, "Are we leaving this city right now? Are we really going?" Kim rose from his chair and answered, "Yes, we need to leave immediately. The city's ceiling is closing at an alarming rate, and I'm not sure if this fortress can shield the entire city." His tone was grave as he emphasized the urgency, adding that he had to gather as many mana stones as possible before the ceiling fully closed. Looking up at the sky, Kim felt a pang of dread. The ceiling had already sealed shut, plunging the entire area into darkness. Wasting no time, he boarded his Black Hawk, ascended into the sky, and launched 5 blazing fireballs at the fortress walls with all his strength. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the fortress remained unscathed. There wasn't even a scratch. A sinking feeling washed over Kim. Not even a dent, he thought. He contemplated his options. Should he take the entire city into his subspace? The thought seemed tempting but reckless. He reminded himself that moving such a massive structure into his subspace could have unpredictable consequences. Kim had already exhausted his remaining mana stones, expanding his portal's radius to 19.76 meters, just large enough to fit the Black Hawk. Now he had no resources left. He considered hunting skeletons and monsters in the city to collect more mana stones, but he wasn't sure what would happen to the city's inhabitants if he took the entire structure into his subspace. As Kim wrestled with these dilemmas, Sol's voice interrupted his thoughts. "This seems like a lot of trouble," she said from behind. She then recounted her encounter with the skeleton knight, explaining how he had promised to spare her life because he liked her. Before his demise, the knight had mentioned that if Sol stayed in the city, her death would only be delayed. Curious, Kim asked for more details. Sol shrugged and replied, "I couldn't get anything else out of him because you smashed him into pieces." She admitted she still didn't know how her death would have been delayed if she remained in the city. The skeleton knight had only mentioned speaking to the skeleton king on her behalf. Kim realized then that if they wanted to escape, he would have to confront the skeleton king directly. The challenge was figuring out where to find him in such a sprawling city. Before Kim could devise a plan, the demon king within Youngsu awakened. With a wicked grin, Youngsu announced, "I only need 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I'll locate the Skeleton King's castle." Kim immediately sensed the impending chaos. "Stop yelling, Youngsu," he shouted, but it was too late. Youngsu had already transformed into his demon form. Cackling wildly, Youngsu did something reckless. He flipped the helicopter into a full 360-degree spin and declared, "I'll scour every corner of this city." The helicopter twisted and dove like a snake, zigzagging through the air as it covered every inch of the city. Inside the cockpit, Kim clung to his seat, nauseated and dizzy, while Sol remained calm watching the chaos outside. The scene shifted to the Skeleton King's castle. Lancelot informed the Skeleton King that Lionheart had been destroyed by Kim's fireball. He reported that the knight was obliterated in a single strike, suggesting their opponent was exceptionally powerful. Enraged, the Skeleton King bellowed, "The harvest is so close, and now this intruder is meddling in my plans again." His anger boiled over as he vowed to personally kill the intruder. He demanded to know the enemy's location, but Lancelot calmly replied, "There's no need to search. The intruder is coming here." At this, the Skeleton King let out a deep, ominous laugh. From his vantage point within the castle, he watched Kim's helicopter approaching. Initially he assumed it was a wizard's trick, but after studying Kim more closely the Skeleton King murmured, "This doesn't look like a wizard. It seems undead." For a moment the irony hung in the air. When even the undead think you're undead, things have clearly gone awry. Yet the Skeleton King dismissed his confusion. His focus remained on annihilating the intruder no matter what. Wizard or undead, whoever dared to ruin his plans would not leave alive. The scene shifts again to reveal a massive door leading into the Skeleton King's chamber. Inside the castle, bat-like monsters cling to the walls, poised to ambush any intruder. The huge door creaks open and Kim stumbles into the room, looking barely alive, almost ghostly. In a faint voice he mutters, "I'm never getting on a helicopter again." The motion sickness was on another level. Suddenly Sol notices something behind Kim. She bolts forward, calling his name, but before Kim can react, he sees a massive, muscular bat monster with razor-sharp teeth lunging at his neck. Just in time Sol leaps into action. With a devastating punch she obliterates the bat monster, tearing it apart in one blow. The attack jolts Kim out of his dizziness. He quickly thanks Sol, but she rolls her eyes and tells him to stop being so formal. However, her attention soon shifts elsewhere. Something feels off. Sol scans the dimly lit chamber with a serious expression. "There's more," she mutters. Kim looks around, confused. To him, the hallway ahead seems empty. But then, out of the shadows, countless glowing red eyes emerge, glaring menacingly at them. Kim's heart pounds as he realizes the danger. He turns to Young Soo and urgently says, "Retreat to the subspace." Kim knows he can't handle this alone, but then remembers he doesn't have to. Sol, the martial arts enthusiast, is with him. A wicked grin spreads across Sol's face as she watches the flood of monsters advancing. "Now this is more like it," she says, her excitement growing. One monster wasn't enough for her, it would have been too dull. With a wild smile, Sol dashes into the dark hallway at incredible speed. Before Kim can react, she leaps into the air and lands with a thunderous crash, crushing a bat monster's head beneath her foot. Her movements are graceful yet ferocious, each attack filled with precision and power. One by one, Sol annihilates the monsters, slashing, punching, and smashing with almost playful fury. When a bat monster sneaks up from behind and sinks its teeth into her neck, she doesn't even flinch. Instead, she grabs it by the head and slams it into the ground with enough force to shatter it completely. The blood-soaked ground becomes a testament to Sol's relentless rampage. Her laughter echoes through the chamber, unhinged and chaotic. The remaining monsters tremble, their resolve crumbling in the face of her ferocity. Kim watches from the sidelines, torn between awe and concern. He knows Sol is in her element, but he's also aware of the risks. He retreats to his portal, an idea forming in his mind. Inside the subspace, Kim begins constructing a strange device, a high-powered electric pest repellent designed to lure and eliminate the bat monsters. As the machine powers up, it emits a strong current that draws the monsters in. One by one they are electrocuted, falling lifeless to the ground. Sol notices the device and glares at Kim, irritated. "Is this your idea of fighting? It's boring," she yells. Kim responds calmly, "I'm just trying to help you." Sol, clearly annoyed, retorts, "Stop interfering. I can handle this myself." Their argument intensifies, even as chaos rages around them. Kim shouts back, "Fine. But be careful and stop taking stupid risks." Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Lancelot reports to the Skeleton King. The wizard is struggling, Lancelot begins, but he's not alone. "There's another warrior with him, someone as strong as I am." Lancelot adds that the wizard is using unconventional tools and seemingly limitless resources. Hearing this, the Skeleton King's irritation grows. He growls in frustration, realizing the fight is far more complicated than anticipated. Defeating a wizard was one thing, but now he had to deal with another formidable opponent, and that was no small challenge. The Skeleton King, deep in contemplation, mutters that he has no alternative. Lancelot warns him, however, that summoning additional power might provoke the wrath of the Chamber of Commerce. Ignoring the warning, the Skeleton King insists he has no choice. After all, the wizard is at least an 8th-tier rank, the same as himself. While the Skeleton King might stand a chance against the wizard alone, the presence of another 8th-tier warrior drastically shifts the odds. He knows he cannot triumph by himself and resolves to summon Lancelot. Extending his hands forward, the Skeleton King begins chanting an ancient incantation. The holographic image of Lancelot's skull vanishes, replaced by 3 reinforced stones instead of the usual one. He rotates the stones around the projection of Lancelot's skull as a surge of mana gathers, signaling the powerful summoning ritual. Meanwhile, in the team subspace, electric appliances and tangled copper wires are scattered everywhere. The group is hard at work constructing a new weapon. Wrapping thick copper wire around an aluminum rod, they create the electric repellent bat, a semi-rare grade weapon crafted specifically for Soul. Holding the new weapon, Soul's face lights up with excitement. The bat, infused with an electrified ability, delivers double damage to enemies. Soul twirls the bat skillfully, testing its weight and power, clearly thrilled by its potential. As they exit the subspace, she thanks Kim, teasingly calling his crafting skills a scammer's ability for how effortlessly he can produce items. She remarks that the electric bat will be perfect for dealing with the monsters but warns Kim not to interfere in her battle this time. She wants to face the bat monsters alone. As Soul steps out, she begins scratching her neck. Concerned, Kim asks if she's injured. Soul explains that since the bat monster bit her, she hasn't felt any pain, but now there's an itch. She adds that she received a system notification earlier, stating that all impure energy had been expelled from her body. This revelation makes Kim uneasy, wondering if Soul might transform into a vampire. Soul, noticing his worry, jokingly tells him that if she does turn into a vampire, he has to kill her. She wouldn't want to live as a vampire lady. The siblings share a brief, light-hearted moment. The scene shifts back to the Skeleton King, who turns his attention to Kim, his voice laced with sarcasm. He sneers, mocking that the name Arcane must be ashamed of Kim's reckless behavior. The Skeleton King accuses Kim of ruining his plans and causing chaos in his domain. He declares that, regardless of Kim's origins in the arcane dimension, he has no right to meddle in his affairs. With a chilling roar, the Skeleton King vows to fight and kill Kim. Kim and Soul exchange glances, baffled by the king's rant. "This idiot makes no sense," Kim mutters under his breath. The word idiot only enrages the Skeleton King further. Furious, he calls for Lancelot to attack, commanding him to eliminate Kim and Soul immediately. Lancelot finally emerges from the summoning. His presence is nothing short of terrifying. His 4 glowing eyes gleam menacingly, and his massive silver armor radiates power. In his hand, he wields an enormous sword capable of cutting through anything. Soul, seeing Lancelot, grins with excitement. She had grown tired of weak monsters and was ready for a real challenge. She turns to Kim, warning him again, "Don't interfere in this fight. If you do, it won't end well," before charging straight at Lancelot. Before Soul can make her move, Lancelot lunges forward, hurling his sword with lethal precision, aiming to cleave her in half. Reacting quickly, Soul dodges the attack and counters with her electrified bat. The clash sends shockwaves through the room, the force so strong that even Kim feels it from a distance. As the battle intensifies, Soul notices that Lancelot's strikes are slowly slicing through her weapon. Realizing the danger, she retreats just as Lancelot delivers a devastating blow, splitting the electric bat in two. Soul looks back at Kim and jokes, "My bat wasn't weak, it's just that Lancelot is ridiculously strong." Despite losing her weapon, Soul remains undeterred. Lancelot, now fully revealed, stands as a fearsome and nearly invincible knight. Watching from afar, the Skeleton King boasts about summoning Lancelot, his most powerful knight. Meanwhile, Kim reflects on Soul's words. It's rare for her to acknowledge an opponent's strength, and that fact alone tells him how formidable Lancelot truly is. If Soul acknowledges Lancelot's strength, then he is indeed a formidable and dangerous opponent. Watching Soul, Kim proposes a deal. If she manages to kill Lancelot, would she give him Lancelot's magic stone? Kim argues that he used up all his own magic stones to craft weapons for her, and since Lancelot destroyed those weapons, it's only fair to repay him with the stone. Soul, however, flatly refuses, declaring that whoever lands the killing blow will claim the magic stone. With a confident smirk, she adds that Lancelot won't be able to stop her. Determined to contribute, Kim activates his Ignite bowling ball and hurls 5 fiery high-speed projectiles toward Lancelot. Yet Lancelot remains unfazed, standing casually as if unbothered. Drawing his sword, Lancelot effortlessly slices through all the bowling balls with a single slash. The shattered projectiles ooze a molten, lava-like liquid, but even this does not affect Lancelot. Refusing to give up, Kim launches more bowling balls from different angles, hoping to overwhelm him, but Lancelot cuts through every single one with the ease of slicing tofu. Kim's jaw drops in shock as he watches. He can't believe how effortlessly Lancelot counters his high-speed, magic-infused attacks. While Lancelot focuses on cutting the projectiles, Sol sees an opening. She charges forward and punches Lancelot in the face with all her strength, but to her dismay, it doesn't even cause 1% damage. In retaliation, Lancelot swings his massive sword, narrowly missing Sol's neck as she dodges. She counters with punches to his face and chest, but the strikes are completely ineffective. Kim seizes the moment and launches another Ignite bowling ball, this time aimed directly at Lancelot's head. The impact sends Lancelot flying, but when he rises he remains unscathed, glaring at Kim with glowing, menacing eyes. A growing sense of unease washes over Kim. Something feels terribly wrong. He recalls a similar ominous feeling from his battle with the Black Wyvern. Trusting his instincts, Kim quickly activates his subspace and pulls Sol into it. Furious, Sol demands an explanation for Kim's interference. Kim explains the overwhelming sense of danger he felt. Even after using his most powerful attack, Lancelot emerged unscathed. He compares the situation to previous battles, where his strongest move could split the Skeleton King in half, yet it did nothing against Lancelot. Begrudgingly, Sol admits she cannot defeat Lancelot alone. Outside the subspace, Lancelot wastes no time. In a flash of insane speed, he vanishes from his position and reappears in front of Kim's barrier, slamming his massive sword against it. Kim is genuinely terrified by Lancelot's speed and strength, while even Sol admits the knight is extremely dangerous. If the fight continues, both of them will die. Despite Lancelot's relentless assaults, the barrier holds firm. Kim notices something crucial. Lancelot is standing dangerously close to the barrier. An idea forms in his mind. If he launches his Ignite fireballs at such close range, Lancelot won't have enough time to dodge. Acting quickly, Kim unleashes 5 fireballs at point-blank range. To his horror, Lancelot effortlessly slices through every fireball, even at such proximity. The situation grows more dire. Lancelot isn't just strong, he's unstoppable. Kim is baffled. None of their attacks are effective. He watches in disbelief as Lancelot cuts through every projectile with precision, as if the heavy metal were nothing more than butter. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King observes the battle from afar, finding it dull. With a smug grin, he taunts Kim, mocking how long he plans to cower behind his barrier. He declares that Lancelot is a 7th-tier warrior, immune to all of Kim's abilities. According to the Skeleton King, no matter what Kim tries, he cannot defeat Lancelot. Seated arrogantly on his throne, the Skeleton King begins reminiscing. He reveals that he poured all his resources and wealth into coming to Earth and believed summoning Lancelot was the only way to survive against Kim and Sol. Now, watching their futile efforts, he expresses disappointment. Had he known how weak they truly were, he wouldn't have taken the risk of summoning Lancelot. As the Skeleton King observes, something unusual catches his attention. Kim is no longer using magic. Instead, he's pulling strange, unconventional items from his portal in an endless stream. Realizing this, the Skeleton King's eyes gleam with inspiration as an idea begins to take shape. Meanwhile, Kim is at a complete loss. He checks all of his abilities: Subspace Laboratory, Replicate, Extra-Large Subspace Life Support, but none seem useful in defeating either the Skeleton King or Lancelot. Desperate, Kim resorts to repeatedly throwing Ignite bowling balls at Lancelot, but Lancelot slices through them with ease, leaving Kim genuinely stuck. Suddenly, the Skeleton King bursts into loud laughter. He commands Lancelot to stop attacking, announcing that the 2 individuals in the portal are not wizards, but rather potential allies for his future plans. Obeying the command, Lancelot ceases his assault and steps back toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King rises from his throne and approaches Kim's portal. Initially, he had assumed Kim and Sol were wizards, but as he observes Kim more closely, he realizes they are ordinary humans. Even more intriguing, Kim possesses a unique ability. Confused, Kim wonders what the Skeleton King is referring to. With a cunning grin, the Skeleton King begins to explain. He mentions that Kim must have encountered and killed 2 skeleton knights to acquire reinforced stones. These stones, the Skeleton King reveals, can only be produced within Camelot Castle by sacrificing living beings. The Skeleton King elaborates on his original plan: to sacrifice the inhabitants of the nearby city to mass-produce reinforced stones, which he would then use to summon an army of skeleton knights. However, he proposes an alternative: a business partnership with Kim. The Skeleton King suggests that Kim, with his unlimited replication ability, could duplicate the reinforced stones, allowing them to dominate not just Earth, but the entire universe. Kim stands silently processing the offer. As the Skeleton King laughs sinisterly, envisioning his grand scheme, Kim suddenly begins laughing and crying simultaneously, leaving the Skeleton King perplexed. Kim thanks him, explaining that the Skeleton King has unknowingly solved all of Kim's problems. Before the Skeleton King can react, Kim utters 4 decisive words. Pax, put Camelot in subspace. Instantly, the entire Camelot castle vanishes before the Skeleton King's eyes. The Grand Fortress, once the source of his power, shrinks and disappears into Kim's subspace. The Skeleton King and his skeleton knights are left standing outside, bewildered and enraged. Looking around in disbelief, the Skeleton King tries to comprehend what just happened. Meanwhile, the castle reappears in Kim's hands, now reduced to the size of a toy. Sol, observing the shrunken structure, casually remarks how small and insignificant it looks. Overcome with fury, the Skeleton King roars, "How dare you 9th-tier slaves!" He accuses Kim and Sol of destroying his life's work and vows to annihilate them. Enraged, he summons a dark purple orb of energy, brimming with the souls of the dead. The green, ghostly spirits surge toward Kim's portal, attempting to shatter it. Yet as the smoke clears, Kim and Sol remain unharmed. Now calm, Kim begins to think strategically. He recalls the name of the skeleton knight summoned by the Skeleton King, Lancelot. Deciding to take a bold risk, Kim calls out Lancelot's name, attempting to summon him. To everyone's astonishment, Lancelot materializes before Kim. However, this time his appearance is different. Gone is the dark aura that usually surrounds him. Instead, he radiates a golden light, warm and majestic. Lancelot turns to Kim and acknowledges him as his new master. Without hesitation, Kim commands Lancelot to kill the Skeleton King. Obeying immediately, Lancelot draws his sword and, with a single, precise slash, cleaves the Skeleton King cleanly in two. The Skeleton King, unable to react or defend himself, is defeated in an instant. With grace and overwhelming power, Lancelot ends the battle in one swift motion. As soon as Lancelot struck the Skeleton King, the violet core within the Skeleton King was destroyed. It shattered into fragments with a faint explosion. Lancelot then drove his blade into the back of the Skeleton King like a royal decree. We see the Skeleton King's body sprawled before Lancelot, his jagged crown lying discarded at Lancelot's feet, and his dismembered parts scattered across the ground. As the Skeleton King's form faded, a golden mana crystal began to glow. The system alerted Kim that he had defeated the Skeleton King. When Lancelot transferred ownership of the Night King's dimensional account, it became Kim's property. Upon opening the system notification, a new feature appeared, the dimensional account. When Kim accessed it, he discovered 3,086 mana stones within. Staring at such a vast number of mana stones, Kim felt both bewildered and astonished. This meant that by defeating the Skeleton King, Kim had acquired thousands of mana crystals in one go. Despite his happiness, Kim couldn't help but wonder, what would he do with so many mana stones? As Kim stood lost in thought, Sol placed her hand on his shoulder. She told Kim that if he had any sense of morality, he should gift his sweet little sister 1,000 mana stones. After all, she reminded him, she had saved his life when they entered the Skeleton King's castle. Did he forget that? Kim sighed and told Sol that 1,000 mana stones was too much. He accused her of acting like a mob boss and exaggerating her role in saving his life. Kim pointed out that he had also given her a weapon, which allowed her to fight Lancelot on equal terms for a brief time. Shouldn't she repay him for that? Sol looked at Kim and retorted that they had both helped and saved each other, so it would only be fair to settle on 500 mana stones instead. Kim smirked and said that if she wanted to assign a price to everything, then she should also start paying rent for living in his subspace free of charge. Did she think she could live and sleep safely without contributing anything? Taken aback, Sol called Kim a miser. She asked if he was so stingy that he couldn't even spare 500 mana stones. Frustrated, Kim finally handed over 500 mana stones to his sister, not wanting to argue further. Sol smirked, thanked Kim and declared the argument over. But with a serious tone, Sol asked Kim what he planned to do next. Both Kim and Sol turned to their left. From Kim's subspace, Lancelot emerged. Towering at 10 feet tall with eyes glowing red, Lancelot approached them with heavy, deliberate steps. Sol glanced at Kim and asked what he intended to do with Lancelot. Meanwhile, Lancelot reached Kim and in a deep, resonant voice, called him his lord. Lancelot informed Kim that he had carried out his command and cleaved the Skeleton King in two. Now he awaited Kim's next order. Kim stood silently, pondering what to do with Lancelot. The scene shifted, and Kim narrated that no one could have foreseen what happened next. We saw Lancelot standing still. Sitting atop his helmet was Young-Soo's daughter, clutching tightly to one of its feathers. Lancelot gently moved to keep her entertained while, from behind, Kim, Joo-hee, and Sol watched in astonishment. Kim thought to himself how unimaginable it was that one of the most fearsome knights could end up in such a situation. Meanwhile, Young-Soo and his wife stood in front of Lancelot. Young-Soo's wife was beaming with joy as she watched her daughter play happily with Lancelot. She apologized to Lancelot, explaining that her daughter was usually shy and didn't enjoy playing with strangers. But this was the first time she had played so freely with someone she had just met. To her, this meant her daughter genuinely liked Lancelot. While Young-Soo's wife was overjoyed, the same couldn't be said for Young-Soo. He stood there, stunned, his mouth agape as though his entire world had crumbled. His face reflected despair, like someone who had just received a dire sentence. Lancelot, meanwhile, continued playing with Young-Soo's daughter. He calmly assured Young-Soo's wife that aiding the Lord's companions was equivalent to serving the Lord himself. She apologized repeatedly, worried that her daughter would keep bothering Lancelot to play. But Lancelot, in his commanding voice, reassured her that it was no bother at all. He said he loved children and saw her as if she were his own. From afar, Kim, Joo-hee, and Young-Soo watched this touching moment. Joo-hee, with a warm smile, turned to Kim and remarked that it was impossible not to admire someone so considerate. She commented that Lancelot wasn't just strong but also kind and compassionate, someone anyone would look up to. But Kim didn't share her sentiment. With a side eye, he muttered that calling Lancelot a person felt strange. After all, Lancelot was a skeletal knight, and no one really knew what lay beneath his armor. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Kim admitted that Lancelot was never truly evil. He realized that Lancelot had simply been following the Skeleton King's orders. The true villain had been the Skeleton King all along. Now, with Lancelot under Kim's command, away from his former master's dark influence, Kim saw that Lancelot displayed qualities of goodness and loyalty. This made Kim reconsider his initial judgment, allowing him to trust Lancelot at least for now. Joo-hee, noticing Kim's thoughtful expression, turns to him with a serious tone and asks, "Are you planning to go to Dabangu City right now?" Kim glances at Joo-hee and replies that he intends to head to Dabangu City immediately since their older brother's new home is located there. Hearing this, Joo-hee looks visibly concerned. She tells Kim that she has observed from the start how tirelessly he's been working, without taking proper rest for days. With a worried expression, Joo-hee warns Kim that, while she understands his urgency, what if he collapses or falls ill? She pleads with him to prioritize his health, cautioning that overworking himself could lead to severe problems. If that happens, she asks who will look after him. Joo-hee insists that it's already too late to leave tonight. She advises Kim to rest and wait until sunrise to set out and rescue their brother. Kim listens to her advice and nods in agreement. He then turns to look at his wife and daughter. His daughter is still perched atop Lancelot's head, while Young-Soo is trying all sorts of ways to coax her down. With a mix of exasperation and humor, Young-Soo tells his daughter to climb down from Lancelot and sit on his shoulders instead. He even volunteers to play the role of a brave knight. However, Young-Soo's daughter begins playfully hitting Lancelot's head and declares that her father is boring. She loudly proclaims she wants to play with a real knight, not a pretend one. Hearing this, Young-Soo feels a bit hurt, though he hides it behind a strained smile. Meanwhile, Young-Soo's wife teases her husband, joking that even she wouldn't want to play with a fake knight like him. Instead, she quips she'd rather choose Lancelot, the real deal. And yet, despite the humor, Kim finds himself momentarily distracted by a ridiculous thought. Why, of all things, is he imagining Lancelot playing with Young-Soo's wife? Kim shakes his head, silently cursing his own wandering mind. Watching this heartwarming scene, Kim pauses for a moment, his face softening into a warm smile. He announces that they will take the night to rest, enjoy the moment, and set out in the morning to rescue their brother. The scene shifts to Young-Soo carrying his now sleeping daughter on his shoulders, her face peaceful after hours of play with Lancelot. Young-Soo wears a contented smile, as if this moment alone fulfills him completely. Kim suggests that Young-Soo take his wife and daughter to a private room to rest for the night. Young-Soo agrees, nodding appreciatively before leaving with his family. As time passes and the room empties, Saul smirks mischievously. Slowly, he removes his shirt and walks toward Kim, suggesting with a sly grin that now, with everyone asleep, they can begin their real work. Kim responds with a knowing smile and turns to Lancelot, asking if he needs a place to rest. Kim summons the Camelot Castle, and a miniature version of the castle materializes in his hand. The system notifies Kim that this artifact is a unique grade item known as the Palace of the Cursed Knight. It explains that the castle's size depends on the number of mana stones invested. The system further details its 3 powerful abilities. Blood Sacrifice. By sacrificing livestock, Kim can create reinforcement stones. Summon a Ghost. Using mana crystals, Kim can call forth ghosts from the castle. Knight Investment. By combining ghosts with reinforcement stones, Kim can forge knights as powerful as Lancelot. Kim marvels at the artifact's capabilities, deeming them both overpowered and fascinating. However, he notes that the castle's size scales directly with his investment. For example, 500 mana stones would result in a 500 square foot castle, while 1,000 stones would yield a 1,000 square foot one. After some deliberation, Kim decides on a size sufficient for housing 12 knights, opting for a 300 square foot castle. He invests 300 mana stones, and the Camelot castle grows and expands to its new dimensions. The now enlarged castle stands before Kim, Lancelot, and Saul. As Kim observes the structure, a slight unease creeps in due to its eerie appearance. He turns to Lancelot and asks if the castle's size is adequate for 12 knights like him. Lancelot, with a calm demeanor, responds that he doesn't care about the size as he can adapt to any space. Then, with a wry sense of humor, Lancelot jokes that the castle is as tiny as the Skeleton King's little PP, adding that, compared to Kim's vast subspace, this castle is nothing. Lancelot explains that when Kim summons more skeleton knights in the future, they will reside in his subspace, while Camelot Castle will primarily serve as a summoning hub. Saul meanwhile looks stunned. She realizes how large the Skeleton King's castle must have been, at least 30 times the size of Kim's. This revelation leaves her wondering just how many mana stones the Skeleton King had used to build his massive fortress. Lancelot, overhearing the conversation, confirms that while he doesn't know the precise number, he remembers the Skeleton King using tens of thousands of mana stones to construct Camelot Castle. Hearing this, Saul is even more astonished, realizing the immense effort and resources the Skeleton King devoted to building his massive fortress. Meanwhile, Kim begins to reflect. Even though he stored such a large structure in his subspace, there were no side effects. Kim wonders if it's because the castle is initially small, but this thought leaves him uneasy. Camelot Castle is practically a city in itself, yet storing it caused no disruptions in his subspace. Deciding to set aside his concerns for now, Kim turns to Saul and asks why she hasn't gone to rest yet, mentioning that the night is long and she should take a break. Saul, however, explains that she has something personal to ask Lancelot and has been waiting for the right moment to do so. That moment, she declares, has finally arrived. With an eager gleam in her eyes, Saul turns to Lancelot and, striking a confident pose with her hands on her hips, announces her request. She wants to learn his swordsmanship. Saul boldly asks Lancelot to teach her his techniques. Kim, overhearing this, is taken aback. He thinks to himself that if Lancelot agrees to teach Saul, her skills will improve significantly, which would greatly benefit their team in the future. On the other hand, Lancelot looks thrilled. In his deep voice, he responds that he would be delighted to teach her his swordsmanship, but under one condition. Lancelot explains that when Saul used her martial arts against him previously, he found it fascinating. If she wants to learn his swordsmanship, then she must teach him her martial arts in return. It would be an exchange of skills, her martial arts for his swordsmanship. Hearing this, Saul smirks, her expression shifting into one of playful mischief, almost bordering on manic. With a teasing tone, she praises Lancelot for being clever, admitting that her martial arts are indeed impressive. She calls him a little kid and playfully questions whether he could even handle her intense training regimen. Kim, watching this from the sidelines, notes how Saul's excitement peaks whenever the topic of martial arts comes up. She's undeniably a martial arts enthusiast, if not an outright fanatic. Meanwhile, Saul continues to taunt Lancelot, her mischievous smile intact. She suggests they start with a simple sparring session before beginning formal training. The scene shifts to Kim, who, feeling drowsy, starts heading toward his room in Camelot Castle for some rest. Meanwhile, Lancelot and Saul engage in their sparring session. Saul enjoys the match immensely, pushing Lancelot to his limits. By the end, Lancelot earns his place as a true member of their group, fully integrated into their family dynamic. The scene shifts again, this time to Kim and Young-soo observing from Kim's subspace. Both are surprised to see numerous military officers in the vicinity, communicating through walkie-talkies and appearing to scout the area. Confused, Young-soo asks, "Are there other people besides us planning to travel in the morning?" Kim, however, finds the situation suspicious. Just as he is about to voice his concerns, the sound of a helicopter echoes in the sky. Looking up, they spot the aircraft flying toward Kim's subspace. Young Soo, recognizing the helicopter, exclaims, "That helicopter looks very familiar." Kim realizes it too. It's the same helicopter he had stored in his subspace and later handed over to the general. The helicopter lands and the general steps out with an elated expression. Hurrying toward Kim, he greets him warmly, saying, "Hello, Kim." Kim returns the greeting and asks if the general is alright. The general replies that he's fine but shares that he's been searching for Kim for a long time and has finally found him. He explains that when the wall of Yeoljoro City vanished, he suspected it was Kim's doing. Kim, now irritated, cuts to the chase, asking if the general is here to convince him to join the military. With a firm tone, Kim makes it clear that if that's the case, his answer is no. His priority is finding his family. The general quickly reassures him, saying, "Kim, you've misunderstood." He explains that he hasn't come to recruit Kim but rather to deliver critical news. In a serious tone, the general warns Kim that traveling by helicopter is not safe. He explains that a faction that betrayed the military has seized a base and now controls air defense systems. If Kim and Young Soo were to travel by helicopter, especially a military one and a general's at that, they would be targeted and shot down. Both Kim and Young Soo are stunned by this revelation. The general provides detailed information, elaborating on how the rebel faction captured the military base and now commands a significant portion of air defense forces. He also shares that he had sent a scouting team in the same helicopter Kim had given him. That helicopter was destroyed mid-air, leaving the general without any information on those individuals. Growing increasingly concerned, the general reminds Kim that he mentioned traveling through the city to rescue his family. The general warns that if Kim had chosen to travel by helicopter, it could have placed him in extreme danger. Upon hearing this, Kim realizes that if they had used the helicopter, their deaths would have been almost inevitable. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, Kim thanks the general for providing such vital information. At this point, the general shifts the conversation. He brings up how the wall surrounding the city vanished last night, suggesting that Kim must have defeated the Skeleton Knight. However, Kim's focus drifts away from the general's words. Instead, he contemplates the mention of the next city being under military control. Kim understands that if the military has already taken over the next city, it's only a matter of time before they dominate other cities as well. Even if he travels through the entire city to save his family, the looming military presence will remain a significant threat. Adding to the peril is the Black Wyvern, a formidable force capable of annihilating helicopters, intensifying the danger. Kim resolves that to save his brother, he must head to Donggu City, a city now under military control. This means he must obliterate the enemy camp to secure his brother's safety. With a resolute and determined expression, Kim takes immediate action. He summons the Lord. From the subspace, a dark shadow emerges, causing the general to grow visibly uneasy. Kim, maintaining a calm yet intense demeanor, addresses the general. In response to the earlier question about whether he defeated the Skeleton Knight, Kim affirms, "Yes, I defeated the Skeleton Knight and took him captive." As Kim speaks, the Skeleton Knight appears. Towering 10 feet tall, the figure has glowing red eyes, wields a massive sword and carries a formidable iron shield. The knight stands ominously behind Kim. The general stares in pure horror and disbelief. He realizes that this knight is far stronger, at least 10 times more powerful, than the previous Skeleton Knight. And now, this terrifying entity is under Kim's command, ready to follow his every order. The general struggles to process the sheer weight of what he is witnessing. Kim, undeterred, confidently declares that his older brother's new residence is in Donggu City, the very city housing the military camp. This leaves Kim with no alternative, he must go there. With a sly, confident smile, Kim turns to the general and asks, "So, how about we take down all those military forces?" Overcome with joy and relief, the general feels tears welling up in his eyes. We are now introduced to another location, seemingly destroyed, which appears to be some kind of base. In this base, goblin soldiers, clad in military uniforms, are seen wielding rifles and equipped with heavy artillery. Behind one of the goblins, a human hand becomes visible, revealing humans imprisoned in cages under the watchful eyes of the goblin soldiers. As the goblin squints to focus, it notices something unusual ahead, though it cannot determine what it is. From a distance, we see Lancelot's ghostly head infiltrating the goblin base, investigating how it operates. Noticing that the goblin is approaching, Lancelot decides to retreat to avoid alerting the enemy. While flying to gather more information, he overhears a conversation between two goblins but cannot understand their language. However, upon observing their movements more closely, he notices that even within the goblin army, there is a ranking system that dictates the level of importance and influence each goblin holds over the others. Still concealed behind a tree, the ghostly head concludes it has gathered enough information and decides to return to the command center to report his findings. As he departs, the system screen reveals how the summoning ability for this ghostly form works, named Phantom Summon. This ability allows the summoning of Camelot's ghosts, with specific costs associated with each invocation. It is also shown that while knights are in their ghostly forms, they cannot physically interact with the environment, but they are also immune to physical interference. Moreover, this ability enables them to pass through walls and even fly freely. Summoning a ghost consumes 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones, the same cost as summoning a knight. Although not explicitly stated in the description, once summoned as a ghost or knight, they can switch forms without incurring additional costs. In other words, phantomization can be considered an optimal means of reconnaissance behind enemy lines. A few hours earlier, the general had been outlining the strategy they would use, showing on a map the cities involved and relying on Lancelot to patrol the enemy lines, determining the strength of their forces, the location of anti-aircraft weapons, and other characteristics of the enemy troops. Based on the information gathered, the plan was to devise a strategy to outmaneuver the enemies. However, due to the ghost's limited range, everyone needed to move closer to the enemy lines and pinpoint where government forces were stationed before reconnaissance could begin. Lancelot returned to the Allied base after taking 2 hours and 30 minutes to complete his reconnaissance. While reporting his findings, Kim was shocked to learn that the soldiers had mutated into goblins and had imprisoned over 200 people, referring to them as sacrifices. Additionally, Lancelot shared further details he had overheard. First, the enemy had a total of 9 anti-aircraft weapons. Second, they planned to recruit additional manpower from Bangkok Dong. Third, the brigade commander, a high-ranking officer, was stationed in the eastern wing. Lastly, they mentioned that the world would change when a certain someone arrived. Lancelot confirmed the accuracy of this information, leaving the 4 members listening utterly astonished. The commander remarked that security had indeed been tighter than usual and suspected they were plotting something but hadn't anticipated the capture of civilians. Kim mentioned rumors that some had voluntarily joined the rebel forces but expressed confusion about their motives and the reason for imprisoning civilians. He also questioned who this person capable of changing the world might be. Lancelot's ghost replied that he didn't know who this individual was but speculated that the reason for capturing people was likely to gain repulsive force. He explained that all beings across dimensions have a classification system known as hierarchy. Repulsive force is the power granted by this hierarchy, essentially the right to be protected from lower-ranked beings. The lower the hierarchy number, the stronger the repulsive force, preventing attacks from lower ranks, e.g., a 9th rank attack cannot affect an 8th rank being. However, this is not an absolute rule. At this point, Kim recalled the attack by the skeletal knight. The sister asks if they are sacrificing people to achieve this hierarchy. Lancelot, based on prior information, confirms it, stating that this method is instinctively used by beings with lower intelligence as a shortcut. With a serious expression, he explains that when this method is used in a lower dimensional hierarchy, it signifies that contact has been made, and possibly an agreement, with a higher-ranked being. Intrigued, Kim asks what kind of agreement this could be, but Lancelot admits he doesn't know the specifics. Sol, now furious, says that since they are sacrificing people, they're undoubtedly up to no good and suggests going to the base to eliminate them all. Kim responds that if it were that simple they would have already done it. The colonel adds that these enemies seem extremely dangerous. The colonel also notes that the information provided by Lancelot has been excellent. They now know the positions of the brigade commander and the anti-aircraft cannons, which increases their chances of success. However, he emphasizes that the enemy's defensive line is much stronger than expected. Once the operation begins, the enemy will likely call reinforcements from the 1st Legion, potentially escalating this into a large-scale war. Given that they don't know the full strength of the 1st Legion, it's crucial to capture the enemy before reinforcements arrive. This will require requesting support from nearby units to handle such a large-scale target with sufficient weaponry and troops. Deep in thought, Kim realizes they don't have time to wait for reinforcements. Moreover, Bangkok Dong, where his brother lives, is at risk, making it imperative to finish the mission before the enemy moves there. He also remarks that since Lancelot is of the 7th hierarchy, he could theoretically eliminate the enemy on his own, but the area is too vast for him to cover alone, giving the First Legion's reinforcements enough time to arrive and turn this into a full-scale war. Lancelot suggests that if the anti-aircraft cannons are a problem, Kim could simply summon another knight, and points out that summoning requires both enhancement stones and magic stones. While they have enough magic stones, they are short on enhancement stones. Kim also mentions that while he could unsummon Lancelot and summon another knight, it wouldn't increase their overall strength, making it an unwise move. More importantly, he feels it wouldn't be right to dismiss Lancelot just to summon someone else. Frustrated, Kim says it would be ideal if they could duplicate the enhancement stones and magic stones in their subspace. Lancelot then recalls that after defeating the Skeleton King, they acquired another enhancement stone. Surprised, Kim admits he doesn't remember this, but upon reflection, he recalls that Lancelot did indeed retrieve a stone. Now, with everyone staring at Kim in judgment, he apologizes, saying anyone can have a lapse in memory. He then asks which knight should be summoned. Lancelot explains that all 12 knights of Camelot are exceptional, possessing both skill and loyalty. He assures Kim that regardless of who is summoned, it will be a good choice. However, there is one knight in particular who would be the most logical choice: Bedivere. He describes Bedivere as a genius archer unparalleled in skill, specializing in long-range attacks. Enthralled, Kim exclaims that he can't resist and wants to summon him right away. Back at the goblin base, the captives appear gravely debilitated. A girl wearing an orange sweater is called out by one of the goblins. Frightened, she asks if he's really speaking to her. The goblin points out that everyone else in the cage looks weak except for her. He then asks if she wants to escape. Confused, she hesitates, but the goblin quickly reveals he's only testing her. He declares that if she offers him something of value, he'll let her go. From the expression on the goblin's face, she understands exactly what he means. Before he can finish his proposition, his head is swiftly severed. The girl is stunned, her eyes lighting up as she realizes what Lancelot has just done right in front of her. Lancelot opens the prisoner's cage and, without wasting any time, continues moving swiftly. The girl steps out of the cage, still trying to process what just happened before her eyes. In the sky, something resembling a flaming bowling ball appears. From a distance, the goblins notice the strange object in the sky but cannot identify it. Upon closer inspection, one of them realizes it is indeed a bowling ball, but it makes no sense to him. Before he can react, the ball suddenly hurtles in his direction, catching him off guard, and moments later, it strikes one of the anti-aircraft weapons. A goblin further away hears the explosion and wonders about its origin. The only thing he knows for sure is that something has blown up somewhere. From a distant viewpoint, we see the explosion and, coincidentally, also a hand gripping another flaming bowling ball. Yes, the summoned knight is hurling bowling balls at the enemies, already contemplating his next target. Moments earlier, Lancelot reveals something he hadn't mentioned before: Bedivere has only one arm. Kim is taken aback and confused, as Lancelot had described Bedivere as an archer. He questions how Bedivere could possibly be an archer with just one arm. Lancelot confirms that Bedivere was indeed an archer, but that is a story from the past. He explains that long ago, Bedivere served as a knight under the Duke's command but lost his arm to a commander jealous of his exceptional talent. From that point on, Bedivere adapted, mastering throwing techniques using a leather strap. Thus, he earned his place among the 12 Knights of Camelot. Still skeptical, Kim asks if Bedivere can truly destroy anti-aircraft cannons from such distances. Lancelot reassures him, stating that he fought alongside Bedivere for a long time and knows the full extent of his abilities. Additionally, Lancelot confirms that after scouting the enemy lines, only he and Bedivere will be needed for this mission. Back in the present, we see Bedivere launching more flaming bowling balls at the enemies from afar. The ball soars through the sky and strikes another anti-aircraft cannon. As the goblin base is a large area, a goblin from a distance notices the explosion and wonders what is happening. Turning around, he sees another goblin soldier being attacked and flung away by someone. Alarmed, he asks his officer what's going on, but then hears the distinct sound of a sword. When he looks closely, he spots Lancelot calmly walking in his direction. The goblin, trembling with fear, stammers that this is a restricted area where unauthorized individuals are not allowed. Lancelot remains silent, continuing his steady approach toward him with an air of calm authority. Meanwhile, we see Kim's system sending him notifications. The first shows he acquired 4 magic stones, bringing his total to 2,686. Shortly after, another notification appears, adding 12 more magic stones, increasing the total to 2,698. Kim, staring at the system screen in surprise, reflects that owning a dimensional account eliminates the need to collect magic stones manually, as they are gathered automatically. Still, he finds it hard to believe how quickly the stones are being accumulated and wonders if this is really correct. Moments later, 3 more notifications pop up, one with 5 more magic stones, another with 8, and yet another with 5, bringing the total to 2,788 magic stones. Young, Sol, and Kim stand idly waiting for a signal to act, and Kim continues to question whether this situation is as it seems. Young reassures him, suggesting he look up at the sky, stating that it is likely the source of the multiple notifications. Above, 2 flaming bowling balls launched by Bedivere collide mid-air, creating a massive explosion that draws everyone's attention to the sky. Amazed by Bedivere's precision, Kim remarks that the knights had mentioned they would signal when all major anti-aircraft artillery had been destroyed. Young adds that it's now clear why Sir Lancelot takes so much pride in the Knights of Camelot. As the group stands in awe, the Colonel comments on the extraordinary combination of Lancelot's tactics and Bedivere's abilities. He notes that if all the knights possess this level of skill, there's absolutely no need for special forces to intervene. Young simply nods in agreement. Kim, still astonished, declares it's time to make their move and execute their part of the plan. He also contemplates the immense power he now wields with all 12 knights, most of whom he hasn't even met yet. As the explosion in the sky subsides, smoke begins to fill the air. The scene shifts to the source of the explosions, Bedivere. He is examining a map and muttering to himself that there's a problem. He notes that he destroyed all the necessary targets and even sent the signal in the sky, but now he can't make sense of the map. The map indicates the locations of the anti-aircraft artillery he had to eliminate, a goblin circled in red, and an arrow pointing somewhere else. However, he cannot figure out where Lancelot told him to go next. Bedivere continues staring at the map, trying to recall the route Lancelot had given him earlier, but he has no idea which direction to take now. He mutters that if there were written instructions, it would be much easier to understand. Shrugging off his frustration, he decides to trust his instincts and proceed. Back to Lancelot, he punches a goblin in the face, causing the creature to cry out in pain. Without hesitation, Lancelot follows up with a more forceful blow that sends the goblin flying. Unapologetic, he steps on the goblin with enough force to make it scream in agony. Still pinning the goblin underfoot, Lancelot states that controlling his strength is exhausting and warns the goblin to speak the truth before he accidentally kills it. He demands to know who informed them about using this shortcut, sacrificing humans to climb the hierarchy. He also presses for their plans and the strength of the First Legion's forces. The goblin chuckles, commenting on how much Lancelot seems to know about their operations. Eventually, the goblin gives in, revealing that the one destined to change the world is named Tonediu. He calls Tonediu a bastard of the 8th class, a giant compared to himself. Lancelot, unfazed, replies that he has never heard of this being and asks what Tonediu wants with the goblins and what exactly his plan entails. Reluctantly, the goblin admits he doesn't know and is promptly kicked by Lancelot, spinning him through the air. Now farther away, the goblin uses the last of his strength to flee. He leaps from a nearby window in a desperate attempt to escape. Upon landing, he finds himself near a group of goblin soldiers patrolling the area. Unfortunately, he lands awkwardly, injuring his foot. The goblin soldiers rush to him, asking if their commander is all right. Wincing in pain, the commander urgently orders them to fetch his bicycle. One goblin obeys and runs to retrieve it while the commander hobbles away slowly on his injured foot. Suddenly, he hears a sound behind him. When he turns to look, he sees Lancelot leaping from the building in pursuit. Calm and determined, Lancelot declares that attempting to flee is futile. Unaware of the level of the threat in front of them, the soldiers surround their commander, vowing to protect him. One goblin, holding a rifle, declares that they'll take care of him, while another assists the commander in walking, offering support. Lancelot changes his tone and remarks on how remarkable it is that they're so willing to sacrifice themselves so easily, adding that their judgment is indeed at a goblin's level. The goblin retorts, saying it's better to be a goblin than an empty-headed fool like Lancelot. Now aiming his rifle, the goblin advises Lancelot to drop his arrogance, noting that there are also 8th-ranked individuals in their main force. He boasts that if he had only consumed 10 more, he too would have been in 8th rank. Disbelieving the audacity of their actions, Lancelot questions whether all those who became goblins are doing the same thing. The goblin, with a sly grin, affirms this. He adds that he is one of the intelligent ones, adapting to a changing world. Before he can finish his sentence, Lancelot swiftly lunges forward and drives his sword through the goblin's neck. Lancelot coldly remarks that knowing this will make it easier to decide whose lives to take. The fleeing commander glances back to see what is happening, only to witness blood spurting into the air. Lancelot's sword is now soaked in blood, and his gaze shifts toward his next target. The goblin commander, once again in danger, has no choice but to run. But as he glances up at the sky, he freezes in shock. There he sees a helicopter, unaware that the anti-aircraft artillery has been destroyed. Inside the helicopter are Kim and Young. Young announces his intention to land the helicopter, but Kim, feeling nauseous, warns that landing there is too dangerous and suggests entering the subspace. The goblin commander realizes that government forces are also attacking them. However, with a newfound dark aura, the commander mercilessly strikes down one of his own soldiers. From a distance, Lancelot observes this gruesome act, disgusted by the goblin's depravity. Kim descends from the helicopter and runs toward Lancelot, but upon looking to his side, he is horrified by the goblin commander's actions. With the magic stones of the fallen goblin in hand, the commander consumes them. Lancelot curses him, calling him a bastard and accusing him of becoming an 8th rank because of the stones. From behind, we see the goblin commander now transformed into a monstrous figure with long hair. As he turns, his glowing red eyes burn with rage. Kim asks Lancelot if the commander truly abandoned his humanity to become an 8th rank. Lancelot replies that the commander tried to ascend ranks too quickly and dismisses it as nothing more than a cheap trick. Now consumed by fury, the mutated goblin roars and charges forward to attack. Calmly, Kim asks Lancelot about his rank. Lancelot replies that he is 7th ranked but assures Kim there's no need to intervene since Bedivere can handle it with ease. On the rooftop, Bedivere readies his weapon to launch another flaming bowling ball. He comments that he's glad he trusted his instincts and found the correct location. The mutated goblin's blood sprays far and wide. The system notification flashes, showing that Kim has acquired 322 magic stones, bringing the total to 3,542. Moments later, government reinforcements arrive. The head of operations acknowledges that thanks to the knights, the removal of enemies and the rescue of civilians is progressing much faster. Kim feels a wave of relief hearing this. A soldier asks where the commander is, and Kim directs him to look to the side, where the lifeless body of the goblin commander lies. The head of operations is stunned. Kim asks Lancelot if he has uncovered more information about their plans. Lancelot apologizes, stating that the only piece of information he managed to extract was the name of a high-ranking being, Tonatiuh. He adds that it's the first time he has ever heard that name. Kim remarks that everything remains a mystery. The head of operations suggests searching the building's documents for clues. Lancelot points to the shattered windows on the 4th floor, explaining that the commander was staying in that room. He notes that there are numerous documents to sort through in that area. The chief of operations thanks them for their service, but Kim quickly interjects, asking if the PX system is capable of storing all the military documents from the building. Pax confirms and immediately begins calculating the number of documents and the cost to process them. The system reveals there are 5,086 documents, with a cost of 120 magic stones. Kim gives the order to proceed. The chief of operations remarks that such measures weren't necessary, but Kim explains that PX will handle it efficiently, and he needs to locate the family as quickly as possible. Soon after, the system alerts him that an unsuitable document has been detected among the military files, labeling it as an incompatible item. Confused, Kim tries to understand what an incompatible item might be. Now holding the document, he attempts to read it. It turns out to be a registration form for dimensional beings. Lancelot clarifies that it's a document capable of increasing someone's rank. Examining the two documents in hand, Kim notes that one is in poor condition. Lancelot explains that the pristine document is the official form, while the damaged one is a shortcut. He further elaborates that the soldiers likely turned into goblins because they failed to register properly using the official method. To add to this, Sir Lancelot explains that registering a dimensional being requires magic stones and a dimensional account. He states that Earth's dimension is still in its early stages of exploration, and no one currently meets these conditions, except for Master Kim, who defeated an 8th rank being possessing a dimensional account. Kim and the Colonel fail to grasp much of what he says, but Lancelot continues, emphasizing that despite the oddity of the document's existence, Kim should register since he meets the requirements. This suggestion catches Kim off guard. However, Lancelot assures him that by completing the official form, Kim will avoid becoming a goblin. He also explains that dimensional being registration is automatically adjusted for each dimension, and the reason Kim can read it in a standard language is that it's the official document. Holding the document, Kim scans the fine print and notes that the process would consume only 1,000 magic stones. Without hesitation, he signs his name on the form. The system announces that the dimensional being registration is complete, leaving Kim with 2,422 magic stones. After signing, the document begins to glow and disintegrates into dust. Jokingly, Kim remarks that he's curious to know where the system wants him to submit the documents. Outside, someone arrives on a motorcycle, calling out to the commander and apologizing for the delay. The individual explains that the holdup was due to something being incredibly heavy to carry. However, upon taking a closer look around, they are baffled by what happened to the goblins in the area. From atop the building, Bedivere watches the scene with curiosity, wondering aloud if the vehicle the goblin is riding might be a horse. Meanwhile, back in the document room after the PX scan, they manage to retrieve not only the contract but also approximately 40,728 pages of military documents. Kim informs the colonel that he remains worried about his family and won't be able to review the documents himself since he's heading out to search for them. He adds that the director of operations will handle the verification and assures the colonel that once he finds his family, he will return to assist the government forces. The colonel thanks him and wishes him good luck. As they leave, Kim tells Lancelot that the plan is to enter without the rebels mistaking them for government troops. However, they learn that Dobongu has been occupied by the rebels, making it too dangerous for Yong-Soo to drive. Kim decides to take the wheel instead. He considers that, for now, it's safer for him and the two knights to travel in unassuming vehicles to avoid drawing attention and being identified as enemies. However, a significant problem arises. Upon inspecting the subspace inventory, they discover that only military vehicles are available, which completely disrupts the plan. Kim wonders how they will resolve this issue, convinced there must be a non-military vehicle somewhere. Determined, he decides to search thoroughly to find something usable. Descending the stairs, he acknowledges that the task will be slow and dangerous but accepts that there is no other option. He also expresses hope that they will locate a drivable vehicle. As they step outside, they are startled by the sound of a roaring engine. Looking ahead, they see Bedivere perched atop the motorcycle previously owned by the goblin. Suffice it to say, he looks incredibly stylish. Stunned, Kim, still processing what he's seen, asks why Bedivere is on a motorcycle. The newly self-proclaimed rider explains that he thought it was a horse. Pointing to the goblin's corpse on the ground, Bedivere says the goblin had been riding this modern horse, and he found it amusing, so he decided to learn how to use it. It wasn't even that difficult, he adds. Kim, still surprised, recognizes the vehicle as the brigade commander's motorcycle and hatches an idea. Opening the system, he learns it will cost only 22 mana stones to store the motorcycle under the military unit category. With 2,400 stones remaining, he approves the storage. A while later, goblin soldiers armed with rifles notice something unusual approaching them. One goblin, puffing on a cigarette, asks what the hell that thing is. As it gets closer, the goblins realize it's a motorcycle, but they don't feel alarmed. Another goblin asks if they're expecting any visitors, to which the first responds he hasn't heard about any. They decide to point their rifles and shout at the approaching figure, demanding to know who they are and where they came from, warning them to stop immediately. One goblin adds that, regardless of who they are, no one can enter without proper authorization. Seconds later, before the goblins can react, one of them is struck by a bowling ball, leaving only the cigarette burning in his hand. Here's a lesson: if you're a goblin, don't smoke. The other goblin, bewildered by the sudden demise of his comrade, turns around to investigate what just happened. Still astride the motorcycle, Lancelot unsheathes his sword, turning those few seconds into the goblin's last. Without hesitation, he eliminates the goblin with a precise strike to the neck. The group continues forward, now riding two motorcycles, Kim and Lancelot on one with Bedivere piloting the other, steadily distancing themselves from the scene. A goblin watching from afar notices the suspicious movement and remarks that he's never seen anyone ride motorcycles like that before. Eventually, they seem to reach their final destination and decide to stop. All signs suggest this is Kim's brother's apartment. Inside, on the 14th floor, Kim knocks on the door of apartment 1405, calling out for his brother, Hyung, and asking if anyone is inside. He keeps calling, but the silence hanging in the air suggests no one is there. Worried, Kim decides to open the door using the handle, and to everyone's surprise, it's unlocked. Inside, amidst the destruction, They see wedding photos of Kim's brother and his new wife hanging on the walls, alongside apparent bullet marks on the TV. Kim freezes at the doorway, calling out to his brother and sister-in-law once more, but still there's no response. Concerned for Kim's safety, Lancelot, ever the loyal servant, asks for permission and declares that he will take the lead. They decide to enter, and as Kim looks around he notices something odd. It doesn't seem like they were attacked. Instead, it feels as if they abandoned the house and evacuated somewhere else. While searching for clues, he spots a letter on the bed and decides to read it. The paper contains a message from his brother addressed to Kim or their sisters. It explains that the phones weren't working, so he left the letter in case one of them came looking for him. In the letter, his brother writes that they decided to head to UINGBU but admits he's uncertain about their safety given the current situation. He mentions that his wife's family is also nearby. He adds that he doesn't know when they might read the letter but assures them there's no need to risk facing danger to look for him. He explains that outside, soldiers have been forcefully removing people from their homes and abducting them. As Kim reads, Bedivere and Lancelot finish their sweep of the house and confirm there's nothing unusual inside. The letter continues, describing how people are being taken indiscriminately, adults and children, regardless of gender. It warns that the situation is perilous but expresses hope that they'll survive somehow and urges Kim to do the same. Finishing the letter, Kim feels a sense of relief, thinking it's likely his brother and family managed to escape before the First Legion occupied the area. Kim calls Bedivere over, hands him the letter, and orders him to show it to his sisters in the subspace. He wonders when his brother, Hyung, wrote the letter and fears that if the Legion occupied this area, they might soon target where his brother is now. Turning to Lancelot, Kim declares they'll leave immediately, urging haste and stating he'll take the lead this time. Lancelot complies but asks if Kim is alright. Lancelot expresses concern that Kim may have developed a phobia, suggesting he let Lancelot drive. Before they can act, a helicopter suddenly appears outside the window, its turret aimed directly at them. The goblin piloting it reports via radio that he's identified an unknown individual and a skeleton at the location and is preparing to open fire. The turret roars, unleashing a barrage toward the two until its ammunition is depleted. For a moment, it seems like Kim and Lancelot have vanished. As the smoke clears, Kim reappears, grimacing and commenting that the attack hurt more than he expected. With a touch of humor, he confirms the phobia. Somehow, Kim commands Pax to store the Black Hawk helicopter in the warehouse, noting that its maintenance hadn't been completed and its weapons were for demonstration purposes only. The system confirms the operation will consume 141 mana stones. The goblin, utterly shocked, demands to know who they are, bewildered that they survived being hit by the turret. When the goblin asks if they are rank 8, the helicopter suddenly vanishes into subspace, leaving the pilot panicked as he realizes he's about to fall from a considerable height. Kim turns to Lancelot, emphasizing that they can't waste any more time. Meanwhile, they hear the goblin scream until it abruptly ends with a splat. Kim reflects on how many rebels they've eliminated along the way but hadn't expected them to have a Black Hawk in their possession. He silently hopes his brother and family are safe. The scene shifts to a group of goblins having a conversation. They discuss how the high priest promised to distribute rewards based on the number of offerings they've collected. It's been several days since then. One goblin mentions there's only one building they haven't managed to destroy and questions if it's really necessary to interfere like this. He adds that another lieutenant's team has already captured 300 offerings. Another goblin scratches his head, admitting it's not easy to take down that building unless you're rank 8. The goblin lieutenant chastises him, saying they should have asked for reinforcements or figured out another way. He criticizes the others for risking their lives to collect more offerings while they lag behind. Declaring he'll handle things personally from now on, the lieutenant tells the goblin to work harder to make up for the delay. The subordinate obeys. Turning to the side, the lieutenant asks another goblin if he heard the instructions and orders him to destroy the building. The monstrous goblin growls furiously but doesn't reply. The mutant goblin charges toward the building, but abruptly halts as he notices strange movement coming his way. Alongside the mutant, all the other goblins in the area stop in their tracks, watching as the figures draw closer. The goblin lieutenant hears shouting but can't make sense of it, bewildered by the approaching shapes. As they get closer, Kim bellows furiously, commanding the filthy goblins to leave immediately, declaring that this is his home. Lancelot, right behind him, unsheathes his sword and prepares to do what he does best. In mere moments, striking a dramatic pose, he wipes out all the goblins before they can even react. Wasting no time, Bedivere hurls a single flaming bowling ball at the mutant goblin, striking its head and defeating it instantly. With the goblins swiftly dealt with, the building in the background comes into full view. The structure bears the name Zhongyang Tool Shop, a clear indication it belongs to Kim's family. Inside, peeking through a hole in the wall, a few people anxiously observe the scene outside. Someone asks if things are truly as bad as they appear. Another voice questions the father, wondering what's going on and why he's hesitating. The father, seated in a chair and spying on the commotion, reassures them not to worry. He explains that Kim has arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by skeletons, leaving everyone utterly confused. Then we are shown a flashback of his father reminiscing about when he was young. His mother used to say that good and bad things only happen because of people, and this idea had fascinated him. Having survived many challenges, he realized that not a single word his mother had said was wrong. Even when his business failed, the reason he was able to get back on his feet was because of the people who stood by him, and love. He reflects that this is why he raised his children with the values of love and compassion. Watching them grow up from small children into capable adults, he felt like a dream had come true. A scene follows of Kim losing to his sister in a video game. The father continues, sharing his dream of building a large, spacious home where he could live with his family. To pursue this, he began studying civil construction, something he had never done before and found immensely difficult and complex. The financial burden made the dream seem unattainable. In the end, his children all grew up well. His eldest son recently married, his eldest daughter became a nurse, the youngest daughter became an athlete, and his youngest son had just completed his military service. Their futures seemed so bright, until the monsters appeared. He recounts how, luckily, as the manager of a tool shop, he survived the monster attack using hammers and other tools. However, even with that resourcefulness, the situation was dire. They had to constantly worry about food and water. He often pretended not to be hungry to give his wife the little food they had. On top of that, there were neighbors who raided for food and monsters roaming about, forcing them to hide as silently as mice. Amid this catastrophic situation, the first to arrive at their refuge were his eldest son's in-laws. Shortly after, his eldest son and his daughter-in-law made it there as well. Looking at his eldest son's face, stained with tears and blood, he could guess what they had been through to get there. He simply embraced him and silently wept. Another blessing came when his daughter-in-law awakened a new ability to generate water, eliminating one major concern in this apocalypse. He recalls how, over time, soldiers mutated into goblins and began wandering around. These goblin soldiers started abducting civilians regardless of age or gender, isolating their family even further. It was utter chaos. The very soldiers who were meant to protect them were now capturing people. He wished deeply for the safety of his children amidst such disorder. At one point, a system screen appeared before him, and he awakened an ability of his own. The ability was named Architect, and the system indicated that he now possessed exceptional skills in architecture and could build freely. He doesn't fully understand how his long-dormant dream suddenly became a reality, but he feels grateful that it did. With this newfound power, he immediately got to work reinforcing the tool shop. Thanks to his daughter-in-law's water ability and his own architectural skills, they managed to survive. Even for the goblins armed with weapons, breaking into their fortified location was no easy task. Peering through a hole in the wall, he noticed that a group of soldiers had been stationed outside their home since the day before, and they had brought a monster with them. It was clear now that they were determined to destroy their refuge this time. But he had prepared for this possibility and retreated to plan. Seated in his chair, he called for his eldest son and instructed him to gather the family and escape through the tunnel. His son hesitated, asking what would happen to him. The father explained that the tunnel was an emergency passage meant for situations like this, though he couldn't guarantee that the other end was safe. At the very least, it's better than staying here and dying, he said. His wife, looking concerned, asked if he intended to stay behind. With a confident smile, he assures them he will leave as soon as everyone is safely out, telling them not to worry. In the meantime, a strange noise from outside catches his attention, sparking his curiosity. Before inspecting, he urges everyone to hurry, warning that the goblins are already moving and time is running out. Peeking through the hole, he goes silent for a few seconds. Those around him grow concerned, whispering questions about whether the situation outside is dire or if something is wrong, causing him to hesitate. Still in shock, he turns to them and says it's not what they think. It's just Kim. He's out there. He explains that Kim has arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by a skeleton. Outside, Kim, Lancelot, and Bedivere approach the tool shop. Kim points to the building, now fortified with metal spikes and barricades, and declares, "This is my house." Then sighing he adds, "But that doesn't matter now. What matters is my family, are they okay?" Suddenly the door handle turns in front of him, catching him off guard. Looking more closely at who's in front of him, he freezes in shock. The father steps forward and asks in disbelief, "Is it really you, Kim?" At that moment, Kim realizes the rest of his family, the ones he'd been desperately searching for, are standing right in front of him. Without hesitation, he bursts into tears, running toward them like a child, wrapping his father in a tight embrace he'd been longing for. But the father and brother interrupt the emotional moment, startled by what was standing behind Kim. He glances back to confirm. "Don't worry," Kim says reassuringly, "despite how they look, they're friends, they're on our side." Kim then reveals, "And that's not the only surprise I've got." Using his powers, he opens a subspace portal. Inside, his two sisters are safe and enjoying a hearty meal. Seeing them eating brings tears of relief and joy. His sisters, realizing what's happening, break down, sobbing uncontrollably. Inside Kim's subspace, the reunited family sits down for a meal they haven't had in ages. For the parents especially, it's a heartwarming moment. Tasting the food, the mother is taken aback. She thinks to herself, "No matter where I go, I always trust my cooking. But this grilled mackerel is on a whole other level." She turns to Youngso's wife and asks if she's a professional chef. The wife thanks her for the compliment, smiling. The mother declares, "Now that you've set the bar with such a delicious meal, I can't back down." She takes it upon herself to make a dessert worthy of matching it. The dessert consists of thinly sliced green grapes placed delicately atop whipped cream on a cheesecake, arranged with care. When it's ready, she presents it as a token of gratitude, naming it Mom's Green Grape Tiramisu with whipped cream. Youngso's wife tries it and is overwhelmed by the burst of flavor, reminiscent of something out of Shokyuji no Soma. She asks how the mother managed to make something so divine, and the others eagerly agree as they taste it. Elsewhere in Kim's subspace, someone is hammering iron. It's an elderly man, the father of the eldest son's wife, tinkering with Lancelot's armor. The old man asks Lancelot for his name. "I'm Lancelot," he answers. The man abruptly cuts him off, asking, "Do you know how to play Jengi?" Lancelot pauses, confused. "Are you sure you mean Jengi?" Clearly misunderstanding, Lancelot begins explaining how, in his hometown, they were famous for dismantling monster corpses, so he's dealt with organs before. The man interrupts again, asking what nonsense he's talking about. In the foreground, a reinforcement stone comes into view as the old man remarks, "Seems like you don't know how to play. Grab a chair, I'll teach you." The reinforcement stone, held by the eldest brother, is handed over to Kim. Kim asks his brother why he has such a stone. The system identifies it as a Tier D reinforcement stone, with attributes of penetration and explosion. The brother explains that he found it after witnessing a battle between a rhino-like monster and a griffin. The griffin one tore off a chunk of the rhino's flesh and flew away. He found the stone in the rhino's remains. Still offering the stone, he says, "You'll probably need this more than I do." Kim gratefully accepts, promising to put it to good use. Completing his thought, Kim mentioned he should express his gratitude and reminded them that, as he had said before, if anyone needed anything, whether it was furniture or something else, they should just let him know. He also added that his sister-in-law's family should feel at home here too. His brother was touched by how Kim was looking after his in-laws as well. Reflecting, he remarked how much Kim had grown since being discharged, recalling that when they were younger, Kim used to cry every time Sol hit him. Laughing, Kim admitted he would probably still cry if Sol hit him now. His brother joked that the best thing about being born before Sol was avoiding her wrath. He thanked Kim sincerely before excusing himself, saying he was going to check in with his in-laws. As Kim noticed the scar on his brother's face, he commented on how they had managed to survive so far with the help of their father's and sister-in-law's abilities. He couldn't imagine how hard it must have been. Suddenly, someone approached Kim from behind. Turning, he realized it was his father. The father spoke, saying how happy he was, not only because the family was safe but also because of Kim's abilities, which gave everyone the chance to eat in a secure place. Then his father asked if Kim knew that good and bad things, but Kim interrupted, completing the saying, "Can only happen when there are people." Kim nodded, saying he understood. He added that no matter how powerful his abilities were, he wouldn't have made it this far alone. He shared that this realization hit him when he started helping people cross a tunnel filled with wyverns. Yongsoo had told him that even with awakened abilities, the challenges were the same for everyone. That was when Kim understood the real reason people help each other. It's because everyone wants their family to be safe. People help with the hope that someone else might assist them in return, especially in an apocalypse where empathy is essential. Smiling, Kim concluded, after all, we're all human. Everyone feels pain when they're hurt and everyone fears death. We help each other because we're in the same situation. Otherwise, it would be unbearably cruel. Looking at his father, Kim asked, "Am I right?" His father, now smiling with pride, replied, "I couldn't be prouder to have you as my son." Kim smiled back, saying he was grateful to have him as a father. Kim then suggested that his father rest as he must be tired, and mentioned that he would have to leave soon. His father cautioned him to be careful, and Kim reassured him, joking, "I can't even get hurt now, even if I wanted to." Meanwhile, back at the headquarters, the commander was sorting through documents that had piled up, finally feeling some relief that half of them had been taken care of. Thanking the soldiers for their efforts, he told them to take a short break. One of the soldiers joked, saying his eyes felt like they were about to fall out from all the reading. At that moment, another soldier entered, reporting that a short while ago, a skeletal knight riding a motorcycle, who introduced himself as Bedivere, delivered a message. Kim had already departed for Payu. The colonel, puzzled, asked why Kim would go to Payu. The commander thought for a moment before realizing with growing alarm that the First Corps was stationed there. After a brief pause, panic overtook him as he realized Kim intended to confront the First Corps alone. The scene shifted to a sunset, showing Kim and his team heading into battle. Riding his motorcycle, Kim commented on how pleasant the weather felt at that moment. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Seoul, wearing boxing gloves, was counting aloud to 19. Her eyes glinted with determination as she trained tirelessly. She lunged forward with speed, unleashing a flurry of punches on a punching bag while vividly imagining an opponent before her. Like a skilled fighter, she rotated her torso flawlessly, channeling all her strength into a powerful kick that landed squarely on the bag. Wasting no time, she followed up with a devastating punch that shredded the punching bag, sending its remains flying several meters away. The count of 19, as it turned out, referred to the number of punching bags she had already destroyed. Frustrated, she called out to Pax, demanding he bring another bag and chastising him for being too slow. Nearby, her eldest brother, joystick in hand, observed the scene while Pax muttered that the speed of requests was set by Kim. The older brothers were engrossed in a video game and one of them asked why Seoul was so angry. She replied that it was because Kim refused to let her leave the subspace and risk her life. She added that while Kim acknowledged her awakened abilities, he reminded her that facing weapons, electric vehicles and similar dangers was still too risky. Seoul had insisted on at least being allowed to set up punching bags to train, and ever since she had been relentlessly hitting them. As they continued playing Overcooked, her older brother noted that Seoul had mentioned her awakened abilities. He agreed it was dangerous outside and questioned her eagerness to leave, adding, "But then again, we're talking about Seoul." Joyeon chimed in, agreeing, and mentioned that she'd overheard Kim talking about a scar on their brother's face. Touching his face, the brother dismissed it as nothing to worry about. Suddenly he heard a faint buzzing sound. As he touched the scar, he noticed something unusual. Alarmed, he realized the scar was gone, as if he had woken from a dream. Joyeon teased him, remarking that the scar wasn't that bad but that the bruise was a bit over the top. Still shocked, he insisted that the wound had been significant, pointing out that the scar had still been there yesterday. Smirking, Joyeon mockingly told him he shouldn't act injured, recounting how scared she had been when she was in the hospital. She also recalled a certain chief of internal medicine named Jin Songhak who had used his powers to manipulate and brainwash the hospital staff. Angrily recalling the ordeal, Joyeon admitted that it made her tread carefully with every action out of fear of being controlled too. At that moment, Youngso's wife appeared in the doorway, announcing that it was time to eat. Without hesitation, Joyeon dropped the joystick and bolted toward the dining area, leaving her brother to play alone. As their mother called everyone to the table, she overheard playful voices in the background. Someone declared themselves the devil of the underworld, while another announced, "I'm Yu Jong, the magical girl who's going to defeat you." The voices belonged to their father, Youngso, and his young daughter, who paused their game and acknowledged they were on their way. The mother announced that today's menu was kimchi stew and mentioned she had already served the black rice, urging them to eat while she joined them shortly. She turned to ask where Grandpa was, and the father replied that he likely wouldn't be eating just yet. Noticing the old man sitting with his back to her, she inquired why he wasn't joining them. He was focused on the board game he was playing with Lancelot, visibly intrigued. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a game. He marveled at how Lancelot, despite never having played before, could be so skilled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a single weakness in Lancelot's strategy. He resolved to ask Lancelot to explain his methods when he returned, impressed by the brilliance of his gameplay. Back on the battlefield, the scene shifted to war tanks rolling steadily toward an unknown destination. Suddenly they stopped and opened fire, their shots striking a target ahead. Another volley followed, resulting in a massive explosion at the impact site. From the devastation, a radiant blue light emerged, illuminating the entire area where the tank's shells had landed. As we approached, we noticed that the blue light was actually Kim's subspace, which had been struck by the attacks. In retaliation, Kim launched several missiles. The system screen displayed the status of the missiles, noting that they were ranked rare and had the ability to penetrate and explode. The missiles struck the war tanks, destroying them in the blink of an eye with small explosions. One by one, all the tanks that had previously been attacking Kim were now obliterated. Observing the situation, Kim remarked that he had avoided using high-explosive weapons to prevent any harm to civilians who might be nearby. However, according to Lancelot's information, the First Legion had divided its forces between the locations where civilians were detained and the stronghold of the main rebel force. In line with Lancelot's plan, he himself would handle the rescue of the hostages, while Kim was tasked with attacking the primary rebel force. Given this, Kim no longer needed to hold back, as there were no civilian hostages at the rebel base he was currently targeting. Fortunately, he had stored a Black Hawk helicopter equipped with missiles. Using the subspace lab and the enhancement stone his older brother, Hyung, had given him, Kim was able to upgrade individual features. Additionally, he improved the basic functionality of Pax's deployment system, which he had been procrastinating on for some time. The upgrades extended the range to 100 meters, and the maximum deployment speed increased to 300 kilometers per hour. What was already powerful now packed even more destructive force. Inside the subspace, as he studied the system screen, Kim realized that while the missiles were already powerful on their own, they could be upgraded to become far stronger. With this level of power, he could gather numerous magic stones in the blink of an eye. Looking again at the system display, he saw that 10,000 magic stones were required to upgrade the subspace to level 4. By now, he calculated he should have collected 2,000 magic stones. But when the system displayed the actual count, it showed only 1,890 stones. Puzzled, Kim questioned why the number was so low, insisting he should have more. The system then displayed a message stating that, according to the platform's terms and conditions, 45% of the revenue was deducted as a fee paid to Tonatiuh from the Mexica dimension. Additionally, the regulations required that 25% of the magic stones acquired be allocated to Priest Bongsu. Confused, Kim remarked that the names Tonatiuh from the Mexica division and Priest Bongsu sounded familiar. At that moment, he recalled a conversation with Lancelot in which Lancelot had revealed that the goblins had made contact with a high-ranking entity known as Tonatiuh. This memory startled Kim as he began piecing together the facts they had uncovered earlier. Suddenly, something appeared before him. It was Lancelot, addressing Kim as "my lord" and reporting that he and Bedivere had destroyed all the fields. Lancelot mentioned that Bedivere was helping people escape and that he had come alone for now. He asked if Kim was injured. Kim thanked Lancelot for his excellent work and assured him he was uninjured. Turning to Lancelot, Kim brought up the earlier conversation where Lancelot had mentioned a high-ranking entity named Tonatiuh that had contacted the rebels. Lancelot confirmed this and asked why Kim brought it up. Kim explained that both Tonatiuh and Priest Bongsu were taking his magic stones. He added that Tonatiuh was from the Mexica division and asked Lancelot what the Mexica division was. Lancelot explained that Mexica likely referred to the name of the planet or civilization from which Tonatiuh originated, using the example that their own location was referred to as the Earth dimension. He further stated that Priest Bongsu was sacrificing people to other planets and noted that a traitor was worse than someone betrayed. The scene then shifted to show a mutant goblin from behind, with a system screen open in front of it, displaying the same message Kim had just seen. The goblin tinkered with the system, questioning what he was doing to sound so crazy, remarking that this behavior was unusual. As he continued to look at the system, he wondered how the magic stones could be deposited into the dimensional account so quickly. He also mentioned that there had been massive explosions some time ago. The scene shifted to reveal where the goblin was, a setting resembling a sacrificial altar. He muttered that he hadn't heard the sound of helicopters or jets, much less any gunfire, which made him question where such powerful weaponry had come from. As a light approached him, He commented that, despite everything, none of his soldiers had come to report anything amiss. That light turned out to be a missile launched by Kim, which pierced the goblin's body like a donut. Due to the upgraded missile speed, the goblin had no time to react. After being struck, the goblin was hurled backward, landing hard on the ground. Moments later, Kim arrived, calling the goblin by his name, Priest Bangsu. Lancelot and Kim climbed to the altar, with Kim exhausted and joking that the stairs had nearly killed him. Kim also remarked that he had long wondered who Bangsu was, then asked if he was the commander of the legion. The goblin lay on the ground, pierced like a donut, with smoke rising from the hole left by the missile. While writhing in pain, the smoke seemed to have a regenerative effect, beginning to heal the goblin's wounded body. Kim, astonished by the sight, asked what was happening. Lancelot explained that the goblin was recovering from his injuries. As the goblin rose to his feet, Lancelot remarked that he had been curious about the blackish red smoke that had been rising throughout the camp. Kim, still stunned, asked if such a thing was possible. Now fully healed, the goblin smiled and revealed his sharp claws. He yelled at the two, saying this was more surprising than he had imagined. In front of him stood a human and a skeletal knight, with the latter being loyal to the former. Kim, equally surprised, remarked that he didn't know goblins could talk. The mutant goblin responded, saying that they must have already encountered his goblin soldiers. He explained that the goblins had recklessly consumed magic stones, transforming themselves into goblins. This transformation was a side effect of trying to gain power too quickly before their bodies could adapt. He added that he had given them guidelines, but their greed had led them astray. The goblin then speculated that since Kim had a dimensional account, he must be an 8th level hierarchy user. He questioned where Kim had obtained all the investment for it and proposed a deal. The deal was simple. Kim and his allies should cease their destruction and leave the area, and in return the goblin would refrain from harming them. Brimming with arrogance, the goblin declared that, as they had seen, they couldn't kill him. If he wanted, he could kill both Kim and Lancelot right now. However, the only reason he hadn't done so yet was that it would cost him some damage. Priest Bangsu concluded by saying that fighting at a time like this was nothing but a waste of time. Lancelot retorted that the goblin couldn't kill them either, let alone leave a scratch, and invited him to try if he wanted. Meanwhile, Kim was deep in thought, pondering the sudden offer of peace. He questioned whether he could truly kill the goblin or not. If he couldn't, it was likely due to the mysterious smoke. Staring at the goblin, Kim wondered about the true nature of the smoke, suspecting it might be a remnant of human sacrifices. He recalled that Lancelot had mentioned seeing the smoke at the camp, though he hadn't seen it himself. If he had, perhaps he could have deduced its principles. Looking beyond the goblin, Kim noticed a strange hum and a dark red smoke gathering in the sky. He glanced upward, questioning why the smoke was also in the sky. The heavens glowed a deep scarlet, resembling a scene that signified the end of the world. As Kim stared upward, he was caught off guard by something that made his eyes widen and his body tremble with fear. In the sky, a massive sphere appeared, resembling a glowing, terrifying red eye, unlike anything he had ever seen before. The smoke enveloped the sky, particularly around the enormous eye. Kim stood frozen, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do as he gazed upon such a colossal and awe-inspiring sight. Looking up at the sky, Kim wonders what exactly he is seeing. Still in shock, chills run down his spine as he questions whether the entity before him is truly a high-ranking being. Priest Bangsu smirks, clearly amused by Kim's reaction. The goblin remarks that it must be Kim's first time encountering such a creature, as they usually never appear due to classification restrictions. However, he explains that Lord Tonediu is different from other beings. Unlike them, Tonediu will descend in person. Placing a hand on his chest, Bangsu claims that he alone has the power to make this happen. Still grinning mockingly, he taunts Kim, pointing out how foolish he has been. Despite that, he decides to grant Kim a chance, but only because of his abilities, which he finds too intriguing to waste. But there is a condition. Kim must kneel, beg for forgiveness and plead for his life. Only then will he be granted the honor of becoming Bangsu's right-hand man. Before he can finish speaking, Lancelot dashes forward, delivering a powerful strike that slices through Bangsu's neck in an instant. Lancelot is enraged that a mere goblin dared to place himself above his master. The goblin's severed head flies several meters away, yet even as his body collapses, he erupts into laughter, knowing his regeneration ability will soon restore him. Seconds later, the goblin's head begins floating back toward his fallen body. Smirking, he tells them to stop wasting their time, as they should already realize how pointless these games are. With Tonedyu watching from above and Bongsu rapidly recovering, the goblin declares that no matter how many times they kill him, he will simply return to life. His expression darkens as he mocks Lancelot, questioning if his brain is so empty that he still cannot grasp such a simple concept. He also adds that Lancelot has no idea how useful he could be. As a true knight, Lancelot replies that he indeed does not understand, but then corrects himself, saying that honestly he doesn't care to. With unwavering conviction, he states that the only thing that matters to him is Master Kim. He will cut down anyone who threatens his master's safety, no matter how many times it takes. The goblin sharpens his claws and sneers, remarking that the knight truly has an empty head. Without hesitation, the goblin lunges forward, inviting Lancelot to attack him as many times as he wants. Watching Bongsu's reckless charge, Lancelot reconsiders his approach. Instead of drawing his sword, he clenches his fists and decides that if cutting won't kill him, he will simply pummel him into dust instead. With lightning-fast speed, Lancelot lands a devastating punch to the goblin's face. Bongsu has no time to react. With a single blow, his nose is shattered, several teeth are broken, and blood spews from his mouth. The goblin recovers quickly and, grinning, remarks that Lancelot's fists are not bad. However, even with that strength, they are still useless. Boasting about the blessing of immortality, the goblin fails to notice Lancelot moving. Wasting no time, Lancelot seizes him by the hair with his right hand. Focusing all his strength into his left fist, Lancelot states that if something doesn't work, then he will simply make it work. Bongsu's expression instantly shifts to fear as he stammers, pleading for Lancelot to wait a moment. Without mercy, Lancelot begins his onslaught. With the first punch, even more teeth shatter and blood splatters everywhere. But he does not stop there. He continues throwing blow after blow, a relentless flurry of strikes so brutal that the scene is censored, as there may be children watching this absolute manhwa. While Lancelot buries his fists into the goblin's disfigured face, Kim silently observes. He recognizes that Lancelot is doing his best, but if he cannot defeat Tonedyu, Bongsu's regeneration will continue endlessly. Looking up at the gigantic eye in the sky, Kim realizes that it must be dealt with. However, removing it might be impossible without a proper plan. Still gazing upward, Kim forces himself to think. After a few moments, he wonders whether there is at least a way to stop Bongsu's regeneration. Then, a memory surfaces. He recalls how he disrupted the mind control of that muscular man. He had used SUBSPACE. While Lancelot continues pounding Bongsu's face beyond recognition, Kim finally calls out to him. Lancelot halts his fun momentarily. Bongsu, still suffering in Lancelot's grip, keeps insisting that none of this matters. It is pointless. Ignoring him, Kim activates his power and gives a command: throw the goblin into SUBSPACE. Without hesitation, Lancelot swiftly hurls Bongsu toward the portal. The moment the goblin makes contact with it, the system issues a notification. Warning: Entity Bongsu is attempting to enter SUBSPACE. Do you wish to allow access? Then, Kim grants permission, and the system confirms that entry has been allowed. Inside SUBSPACE, while Joyan is carrying supplies, she notices the portal opening. Instinctively, she assumes that Kim, her third brother, has returned faster than usual this time. However, before she can finish her thought, the system issues an alert. An unidentified energy attempting to enter from the outside has been blocked. Her eyes widen in shock as she sees what is now before her. A scream escapes her lips as a malnourished goblin comes flying into SUBSPACE, hurtling directly toward her. Before the goblin can crash into her, potentially causing harm, someone catches him midair. It is Sol who, with a sharp glare reflecting her frustration at being trapped in SUBSPACE, declares that this is not number 3 and demands to know what exactly it is. Lifting the goblin by the head, she catches sight of something beyond the portal that immediately grabs her attention. She spots Kim and, still holding the goblin up, asks if this creature is one of his friends. With a demonic grin, Sol surges forward, dragging the miserable Bongsu toward Kim. Kim, eyes wide with panic, shouts for her to stop. Terrified and drenched in sweat, he quickly defends himself and orders the system to shut the SUBSPACE portal immediately. Only then does he issue the command to remove Bongsu's registration from SUBSPACE. The system notifies that it is canceling Bongsu's registration. A moment later, the malnourished goblin is forcefully ejected, thrown out of SUBSPACE, losing one of his teeth in the process. In the background, Sol watches the scene unfold, her expression filled with hatred and amusement. As the portal closes, she speaks again, asking if Kim sees what just happened. because that will be his future. Bong-soo, now sprawled out on the ground, remains motionless. Meanwhile, Kim is still shaken, not by the goblin but by what Seoul might do to him. With a shudder, he mutters that, for a brief moment, Seoul was more terrifying than Tonetiyu has ever been. The system then sends another notification. The ownership of a dimensional account has been transferred. Since Kim already possesses a dimensional account, the mana stones will automatically merge. The new total, 14,823 mana stones. Reading the notification, Kim is stunned. The suddenness of it all leaves him struggling to process what just happened. Staring at the system display, he realizes that Bong-soo must have acquired a massive amount of mana stones through taxation. Then, something else catches his attention. The Tonetiyu tax notification is missing. That means, Kim abruptly halts his train of thought and looks up toward the sky. Only then does he realize, the enormous threat and the ominous red-black smoke are gone. The sky is now clear, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. Kim turns to Lancelot, stating that Tonetiyu is gone. Lancelot recalls that Bong-soo had claimed he was the only one capable of summoning Tonetiyu, which means that, in some way, Kim must have severed the connection between them. Lancelot then speculates that now that Tonetiyu has failed once, he might never attempt to return. Hearing this, Kim finally relaxes, dropping down to the ground in exhaustion. Seated, he admits to Lancelot that he genuinely thought his heart was going to stop. Despite barely having fought, he feels more drained than ever before. Just as Kim begins to rest, a familiar voice calls out his name. Turning around, he sees soldiers ascending the stairs, shouting for him and asking if he is all right. The colonel arrives, stating that aside from essential personnel, he has brought every awakened and unit available for mobilization. He then asks if they arrived too late. Kim shakes his head, assuring them that they arrived just in time. However, deep down, he knows that these soldiers must have endured immense hardship climbing all those stairs under such extreme conditions. As the colonel approaches, he inquires about the Legion commander's whereabouts. Only then does he notice the malnourished goblin's body lying motionless on the ground. Examining the goblin closely, the colonel questions what could have possibly reduced him to this state. Realizing that the fight is truly over, the colonel holsters his weapon, recognizing that it will no longer be needed. Kim watches him and remarks that it's been a while since he's seen someone carry their weapon on their back like that. Just then, the colonel receives a radio transmission. It is from Captain Deok Yong, the commander of the second company, reporting on the reconnaissance of the first area. He states that all the rebels have been found in a condition resembling mummified corpses. After thorough confirmation, they are all dead. The first area has been neutralized. Over. The colonel acknowledges the transmission and orders his forces to remain on high alert, prioritize civilian rescues, and begin clearing the area. Turning back to Kim, he sighs and admits that he has no idea how Kim pulled this off. But in the end, Kim was the one who resolved the situation once again. Long live the power of protagonism. Kim states that he was the one who put an end to the situation, but he lacks sufficient knowledge about the mummified transformation the rebels underwent. The colonel bows and expresses his gratitude to Kim for everything he has done so far, acknowledging that his contributions have been immeasurable since the very beginning. Kim, caught off guard by the sudden gesture, widens his eyes in surprise. Turning toward the colonel, Kim gestures and tells him that such formalities weren't necessary out of nowhere. The colonel responds that he should have said something much earlier. Continuing, the colonel admits that when he initially asked Kim to join the military, he now realizes how foolish that request was. At the time, they believed they were offering Kim something beneficial, but in reality the so-called benefits meant nothing to him. They had underestimated his power and influence, viewing him merely within the framework of military service. As Kim decides to stand up, the colonel continues, stating that the military should not have been this incompetent. Even if it is shameful to admit, he remains bowed and asks if Kim is still willing to help the people, even though requesting such aid now is undeniably disgraceful. Many people are still in dire situations. Some have lost loved ones, others are gravely injured, and many remain anxious due to their inability to awaken their abilities. Kim extends his hand, and the colonel firmly affirms that the damage was worsened by the government's incompetence, which is precisely why he seeks Kim's help. With the composure of a gentleman, Kim clarifies that this is not a deal, but a voluntary act of assistance. He insists on doing it from the front lines without any intention of joining the military. Moreover, whether he chooses to help or not is his own decision. He adds that he only says this to make everything clear, all while keeping his hand extended toward the colonel. Upon hearing this, the colonel smiles, realizing the depth of Kim's kindness. his willingness to help without expecting anything in return. Only then do the two shake hands, signifying mutual agreement. The colonel reassures Kim that he doesn't need to worry. Reaching for his radio, the colonel pauses before activating it and asks Kim to wait for a moment, promising to ensure that he will always have military support whenever needed. Activating the radio, the colonel makes an official announcement to the troops. In recognition of Kim's significant contributions to strengthening the armed forces and neutralizing the rebel army, he declares through this broadcast that Kim Jong-jaem is now granted the title of honorary colonel. As Kim listens, he becomes increasingly uncertain about everything being said over the radio. The colonel continues, stating that from this moment forward, all military personnel without exception must show full respect to the newly appointed honorary colonel, Kim Jong-jaem, and cooperate with him whenever necessary. He adds that a response is not required, but whenever possible, everyone who hears this message should pass it along to others. Over. Still in shock, Kim mutters that there was no need to take things this far. Then, the colonel salutes Kim and, with a cheerful tone, states that the soldiers will handle the cleanup and resolve the rest of the situation. He then orders Kim to rest, noting that it is getting late. Hearing this, Kim's face flushes red, and he protests, saying that he is not a soldier, so there is no need for such formalities. The colonel responds that if it makes him uncomfortable, he should simply ignore it, but reiterates once again that Kim has done an outstanding job. As the colonel steps back to rejoin the rest of the military personnel, Kim, still slightly flushed, comments on how exhausting everything is. He then tells Lancelot to rest as well, acknowledging that he too has worked hard. Lancelot responds by saying that Kim also did a great job and, by the way, asks if there is any news about Bedivere. Kim agrees, realizing that in his exhaustion he hadn't even thought about it. However, he suddenly smiles upon remembering that the SUBSPACE has a recovery function for lost items. He immediately gives the command for the system to retrieve the items. The system then notifies him that the recovery function does not work for items that have been moved beyond a certain distance, instructing him to stay close to the item and use the ability again. Disappointed, Kim realizes the limitations of the ability upon reading the system message. Thinking back, he recalls that when he used it with Sol, she was practically right next to him. Since he cannot use the ability at the moment, they need to move. Calling out to Lancelot, Kim asks him to come along, suggesting that on the way they can also upgrade Pax's level. Lancelot nods in agreement, saying he understands. The system then confirms that 10,000 mana stones have been used to level up the SUBSPACE, noting that abilities can still be used during the upgrade. The remaining mana stone count is now 4,823. Meanwhile, in another area, soldiers begin mobilizing to assist the survivors, instructing them to form slow and orderly lines. They reassure the survivors that if they need anything else, they should speak up, as the military can provide food and water as necessary. At the same time, Kim turns to Lancelot, mentioning that he just thought of something. Since the soldiers are focused on helping the survivors, he wonders what Bedivere might be doing at this moment. The scene shifts to Bedivere, who is holding a document in his hands. While examining it, he mutters that he has found it, admitting that it was a good idea to change routes. After all, who would have guessed that entering a random building out of boredom would lead to the discovery of documents like these? Now crouching as he reads through the papers, Bedivere remarks that Kim will definitely be pleased when he brings these findings back. However, he can't help but wonder what kind of place this is, given the sheer number of documents. This is already the third one he has come across. Some time had passed, and in the meantime the system continued displaying the progress of the SUBSPACE upgrade, now at 45%. The documents that Bedivere had found all turned out to be dimensional being registration requests. Now holding the documents in his hands, Kim asks Bedivere if he was the one who found all of them, to which Bedivere confirms. Kim thanks him, thinking that these might have a good use after all. He spends some time considering what exactly he can do with them. Then he opens a portal to the SUBSPACE and sees Sol waiting for him inside. However, just like the last time, she still has a terrifying expression and immediately tells Kim that she has been waiting for him, asking if he is ready. Joyen, noticing Sol's intent, urges her to hit Kim, saying that he left everyone worried. Sol smiles and agrees to do just that. Kim quickly tries to calm them down, presenting the dimensional being registration document to Sol, who at first does not understand what it means. Kim explains that he prevented her from leaving and kept her confined because he feared she might get hurt. However, with this document, she can now fight alongside him without any worries. He also adds that he wants to see her kicking the monster's asses, making it clear that he didn't keep her locked up just to provoke her. As Sol listens and reads the document, Kim feels relieved, thinking that saying this to her might have just saved his life. After reading it, Sol points out a problem. For her to obtain the registration, she needs a dimensional account. Kim immediately acknowledges that she is right. As Kim admits that he had forgotten this detail, a fist slams into his chin before he can even finish his thought. Sol punches him with full force, sending him flying and spinning through the air. But it doesn't stop there. Before Kim can even hit the ground, Sol charges after him. Kim catches himself with one hand on the ground, preparing to run. As Sol chases him down with an intimidating aura, Kim feels a sense of relief, because despite the sheer impact of the punch, it didn't hurt at all. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the subspace level up is complete. New items and additional upgrade options have been unlocked, along with a new ability, Subspace Life Support System. This ability enhances healing effects within the subspace. As Sol continues chasing Kim, in the background, Lancelot, Bedivere, and Joyen are watching the scene unfold. Joyen bursts into laughter, saying that Kim deserves this. She then tells the knights that they should not interfere, as this is simply a demonstration of love between the sisters and their younger brother. Joyen also notes that Kim is now at level 8, meaning no matter how much Sol hits him, it won't hurt. Lancelot agrees, but Joyen notices something is off about him. Looking back at the two knights, she realizes that they are trembling. Concerned, she asks if they are okay. As Sol puts Kim in a rear naked choke, he starts thinking about how heavy the hold feels, even if it doesn't hurt. However, Joyen suddenly interrupts their scuffle, shouting that something is wrong with the knights and calling for help. Kim immediately tells Sol to let go and rushes over, asking about their condition. The knights are so weakened that they can't even stand. Lancelot places his hand on the ground, and soon after, both he and Bedivere are overwhelmed with pain. Seeing Lancelot and Bedivere collapsing, Kim and Sol rush over, asking if they are okay and what happened so suddenly. Lancelot struggles to respond, saying that he has no idea what is happening. He also mentions that suddenly, his entire body started itching uncontrollably and burning. Joyen immediately asks what kind of itching he is feeling. Bringing his hand to his head, Lancelot admits that he has actually been feeling this itch for a while, but now it has become much worse. Joyen wonders what it could be, noting that such intense itching and stinging are not normal. She suspects that something might be poisoning them. Sol then recalls that when she was bitten on the neck during the fight against the Skull King, her neck also itched. But now, it has completely healed. As Sol describes how unbearable the itch was back then, Kim starts thinking hard, trying to figure out what could have caused the poison. Kim recalls the system messages, where it indicates that there is a slight healing effect applied within the subspace. It also states that external objects that fit into the subspace category can be registered. However, a separate registration fee is charged based on the value, size, or weight of the object. Another message regarding the completed subspace level up appears, stating that new, previously unknown items and additional upgrade options are now available. Additionally, it confirms the activation of a new subspace support ability, which slightly enhances healing effects within the subspace. Upon remembering this last part, Kim is shocked, realizing that the healing effect might be restoring the knights. Looking at them on the ground, he begins to wonder if this form they are in is not their original state and questions what he should do, since leaving them outside the subspace may not be the right choice. As he contemplates, Lancelot suddenly mentions the name Camelot, leaving Kim confused. Lancelot then says that he feels a little better whenever he is in Camelot. The system then displays a skill called Blood Ritual, which allows him to generate random enhancement stones by either aging or extracting the vitality contained within them. Now in Camelot, the red ceiling emits a strong glow. A stone falls from above, hitting Lancelot on the head before dropping to the ground. The knights immediately kneel in reverence before Master Kim, and Kim kneels as well to pick up the white stone that had just fallen. Now holding two stones, Kim observes that the white stone appears to have just been created, whereas a blue stone, already lying on the ground, seems to have been there for some time. The system displays the statuses of both stones. The white stone has a resistance option, while the blue stone possesses electric attributes along with penetration and shock effects. The two knights speculate that the blue stone must have been there for a while. Now holding both stones, Kim realizes that the Camelot ability, Blood Ritual, does not only activate manually but also functions automatically. He also thinks that it was a good decision to keep sisters number 1 and number 2 away from here. Still deep in thought, he notices that he does not feel any itching or stinging sensation, leading him to believe that the blood ritual effect does not apply to the owner of the item. Still kneeling, Lancelot apologizes to Master Kim, expressing shame for showing such a weak side as a knight. As Kim stands up, he reassures them that there is no need to worry, acknowledging that they must have been in great pain. He also states that he should be the one apologizing for being careless. Kim then asks if they feel better when inside Camelot, to which Lancelot firmly confirms that it is definitely much better. Hearing this, Kim smiles and declares that from now on, whenever they enter the subspace, they should remain in Camelot for their own well-being, and for his as well. Lancelot, realizing that simply resting there allows them to be of help, expresses his happiness, while Bedivere also gives his gratitude. Seeing both knights kneeling before him, Kim asks them to stop with the formalities, stating that he is the one who is truly grateful for everything. Looking at the stones in his hands, Kim reflects on how the subspace life support system and Camelot's vitality extraction, two systems with completely opposite properties, somehow create a fantastic harmony of perpetual motion. Closing his hands around the stones, he comes to an exciting realization. He now has the ability to produce enhancement stones infinitely, increasing his abilities as he strengthens these superpowered capabilities and expands their applications. He then remembers Tonediu in the sky with that enormous red eye, and acknowledges that he is still not strong enough to deal with it. Kim understands that he must become stronger to defeat higher-level enemies. Furthermore, he needs to fully understand his abilities and learn to use them effectively. Determined, he sets off, thinking that now that the subspace level has increased, he should check what new functions were added in this upgrade. Meanwhile, outside the subspace, in the real world, two military officers are having a conversation. The colonel asks if it is really true that the rebels disguised themselves as the national army, raised the national flag, and used it to lure people in for sacrifices. The other soldier confirms that it is indeed true, adding that they even had a reward system, offering magic stones to those who brought in more sacrifices. The colonel remarks that it is fortunate Colonel Kim handled the situation, as it was on the verge of a coup, and only now does he realize it. The colonel also states that he will inform Kim about the additional supplies as listed and that the essential troops should be selected while the rest are sent back. The other man agrees, salutes and leaves. After that, something catches the colonel's attention. Looking toward the horizon, he sees a bright light descending from the sky. It is only then that he realizes morning has arrived, and there is still much work to be done. At that moment, the system screen appears before him, prompting him to read it. The system displays a notification from the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, announcing that recent activities have included free exploration, internal and external projections within Earth's dimension. Additionally, Earth has generated 13,117 new cases of internal projection blessings, and the same message appears on Soul's screen, continuing with the information that, through 17 cases of induced negative growth targeting free merchants, Earth's dimension has demonstrated sufficient growth and profit potential for the multidimensional realm. Soul wonders aloud what this message means by multidimensional. The system continues, stating that, as a result, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce has evaluated Earth's growth as grade BB-. Based on this assessment, the second exploration proposal has garnered significant attention. Another message reveals that, according to the detailed opening strategy of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, an official bidding competition for all regions of Earth will be held in 7 days. Soul turns to Joy and asks what this means. The messages continue, explaining that residents from other dimensions and from Earth who participate in the proposal will select representatives for each region, who will then compete for potential profits according to the rules established in the bidding competition. It seems this system message has appeared for everyone, as even a mother cooking in the kitchen has received it. The system further states that if other dimensions win, they will install portals in the corresponding regions to facilitate future exploration. However, if Earth's residents win, they will receive separate rewards. Additionally, it is revealed that more detailed information about the bidding competition will be announced 24 hours before the event begins in each respective region. Finally, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce awaits Earth's support and participation. Upon reading this, Kim tells everyone that, in other words, they are planning to come in full force. It is all pointing in that direction. The two sisters question whether this is some kind of joke, to which Kim replies that it is not, pointing out that the document that elevated him to an 8th-level entity was also issued by the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The mother, now visibly frustrated, asks if all the monsters sent so far could be the work of this Chamber of Commerce. She grows even more irritated, demanding to know who they are to send monsters like this and questioning if they are aliens. She continues, expressing her indignation at how they dare to talk about rights to exploration, bidding, and competition over Earth. Both Kim and Joy smile, and Kim admits that he does not know much about it either, but what he does know is that the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce does not take anything seriously, treating everything like project proposals, bidding contests, and so on. Realizing this, it becomes clear that the bidding competition, structured with these rules, is essentially a kind of game that will take place across the entire Earth. At that moment, the system reappears, but this time only for Kim, announcing that he has been identified as the entity with the highest profit in the Seoul region during the free exploration period. It further states that if he accepts the position of regional representative, he will gain access to more detailed information about the competition. However, if he refuses, the selection authority will be transferred to the second highest profit-generating entity. Reading this message, both Kim and Joy are taken aback, and Joy questions what it means, pointing out that she did not receive the same message. Kim's older brother then explains that if Kim accepts the role of Seoul's representative, he will be participating in the bidding competition. The mother asks what exactly this competition entails, to which the older brother admits he does not fully understand, but judging by the context and system messages, it is likely that they will be competing against alien life forms from other dimensions. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room falls silent, their expressions shifting as their eyes widen in shock, creating a tense yet electrifying atmosphere in the room. The system reappears before Kim, stating that if he accepts the position of representative, he will be able to select up to 100 members, including himself, to participate in the bidding competition. It then asks if he accepts the role of representative. Standing alongside his sisters and looking at the message, he ponders whether he should truly accept and take on this responsibility. Then, with a determined look, it seems that Kim has made his decision. Sometime later, the Colonel questions whether this is really true. He is speaking with Kim, who confirms that it is indeed true. He has accepted the role of Seoul's representative. He explains that they have tasked him with recruiting up to 100 team members to face the alien forces invading Seoul. Kim also mentions that for now he has included the 2 knights in Seoul to participate in the first battle, but as a precaution he has also registered his family members in the SUBSPACE. However, they still need to recruit approximately 80 more people. The Colonel, now excited, shakes Kim's hand, exclaiming that this is a stroke of luck. With a relieved smile, he admits that he was deeply concerned about who would become the representative upon hearing about the bidding competition, but now that it is Colonel Kim, he feels much more at ease. Taking out a notebook from the pocket of his uniform, he asks Kim to take a look at it. Kim, surprised, asks what it is before reaching for it. Handing over the notebook, the Colonel explains that it is a simple list of awakened individuals and their abilities, compiled by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Since Kim mentioned needing to find 80 more fighters for the competition, this list should prove useful. Kim expresses his gratitude, but comments that perhaps special-class snipers would be better suited. The Colonel, caught off guard, asks if he heard that correctly. Kim confirms, stating that it is exactly as he said, regardless of whether they are awakened or not. The Colonel hesitates, pointing out that they still do not know whom they will be fighting. However, Kim disagrees, stating that when he accepted the position of representative, he gained access to detailed information about the bidding competition. As he navigates through the system, Kim explains that the enemies worship the goddess Eames, and their specialty lies in construction and the production of weapons infused with divine power. Instead of explaining further, he suggests that it might be better for the Colonel to see it for himself. The system then displays a saved message, containing the advance warning from the Eames dimension. It states that the goddess Eames is so revered by her followers that they carry her image as a blessing upon their helmets. In their devotion to the goddess Eames, the enemies proclaim that she shines with compassion, and that the inhabitants of Earth are nothing more than barbaric and primitive beings, destined to receive the holy mace filled with the goddess's light. After Kim shows the video to the Colonel, he opens another system screen to display the list of participants from the Eames dimension. The list includes 4 8th-rank knights, which means that the participants from Eames are not weak. Kim tells the Colonel that the alien lifeforms they will be facing are sacred knights clad in shining armor and wielding radiant weapons. The Colonel then asks how they are supposed to fight against these alien lifeforms. Kim begins explaining the details of the bidding competition, which he confirmed when accepting the position of representative while reviewing the information alongside his sisters. He starts summarizing what he saw, stating that 1 hour before the bidding competition begins, both sides will take their positions and enter a combat readiness phase. During this period, a barrier will be formed, making it impossible for either side to attack. This combat readiness phase serves as a preparation period before the battle. The Eames dimension will bring in a gate core, and once the competition starts, the gate core will automatically hatch after 12 hours. Destroying this gate core before it hatches is the victory condition for Earth's dimension, whereas the Eames dimension wins if they successfully protect it. Kim turns to the Colonel and states that, in other words, for Earth to win, they must simply destroy the gate core. He also adds that the Eames forces will not merely focus on defending the core. Kim explains that just as they can see the participant list from Eames, the enemies will certainly be able to view Earth's participant list as well. Since most of Earth's participants are 9th rank, the Eames forces will likely assume that Earth's main advantage lies in speed and attack power. The Colonel understands and states that, in reality, both Kim's team and the military must reinforce their offensive strategy to try to destroy the core simultaneously. Kim states that the attack strategy can involve his team, Lancelot, and Sol, meaning the offensive side will not be an issue. However, the real challenge lies in defense as they need to block the assaults of 8th rank enemies. The Colonel then states that long-range weapons will be effective in holding back enemy attacks, and only then does he realize why Kim specifically requested expert snipers. However, he warns that standard military weaponry may not be effective against 8th rank alien forces. Kim gives a smile and tells the Colonel not to worry about that, explaining that he increased his ability the night before. The scene then shifts to Kim thinking the previous night about the need to become stronger, but in order to achieve that, he must first gain a deeper understanding of his ability to utilize it effectively. He opens the system and reviews possible enhancements that can be made. Options include the ability to send up to 8 products simultaneously, access information about improvement results or combinations in advance, run simulations for upgrades or product combinations, and even create new categories to be included in the logistics center, with a limit of up to 2. After examining the abilities, Kim states that no entirely new functions have been added, but there are supplementary features to enhance existing abilities, such as the 2 available options in the SUBSPACE laboratory. With this function, he is able to manipulate objects to briefly assess their performance and view the completed form of a product through a simulation before actually creating it in the SUBSPACE laboratory. He then grabs a mug and starts sketching ideas to determine what kind of weapon he should create using this function. While writing down that he has electric enhancement stones and durability enhancement stones, he considers that the weapon needs to be easy to use, even for those without special abilities, and, moreover, must be capable of killing 8th rank beings. After much thought, deliberation, and research, the weapon he creates is an enhanced rifle with upgraded ammunition. Initially, he tries enhancing only the ammunition, but as soon as he fires, the weapon is completely destroyed. Then, using enhancement stones, he attempts to modify the rifle to withstand the powerful shots. However, in the end he manages to improve the weapon just enough to barely endure 3 shots. Now, holding one of the rifles he created, Kim states that regardless, the strategy is to stack these 3-shot weapons to defend against enemy advances and destroy the core to secure victory. After hearing all of this, the Colonel, practically drooling with excitement, exclaims that he understands and that he expected nothing less from Kim. He then adds that he will send over a list of the best expert snipers and begin preparations immediately. And so, the 1-week preparation period began with the specialist snipers training their shooting skills, weapon switching, and tactical maneuvers for the competition. Meanwhile, Kim's father began discussing technical terms related to construction, quickly boring Kim. Without delay, his father used his architect skill to construct a fortress. Sol, along with the attack team, strengthened their abilities using magic stones obtained from exterminating monsters. As a result, Sol became capable of extending her barrier beyond her body to a certain distance, leaving Kim astonished. Additionally, Joy mentioned that she had also managed to level up her ability to level 2 and could now use healing with an area of effect impact. Seeing everyone's dedication and progress, Kim felt reassured, realizing that his team was now incredibly strong and that everyone could utilize their awakened powers. Time passed quickly, and now only 1 hour remained before the competition was set to begin. At the National Assembly building, a portal opened, and soldiers began emerging from it. Numerous warriors from the Eames dimension clad in the shining armor Kim had described earlier. However, among them, one soldier held the gate core, the key element that would determine the winning side in this battle. Observing from a distance through binoculars, Kim carefully analyzed the scene and concluded that the glowing orb was indeed the core. His father asked what he was seeing, and Kim responded that it was exactly as shown in the video he had displayed earlier, except for one odd detail. His father asked what seemed strange, and Kim pointed out that the Eames Dimension forces were constructing structures beside the National Assembly building, likely to protect the gate core. Hearing this, his father asked if their constructions were superior to his own. Kim, however, simply considered the fact that the competition would begin in just an hour and questioned whether it made any sense to build something now, as there was no way they could complete it in such a short time. Setting the binoculars aside, Kim glanced downward and noticed something that took him by surprise. 5 knights from the Eames dimension stood motionless before the protective barrier. The leader among them began speaking, stating that he had reviewed Earth's participants and found that while there were a few at the 7th and 8th ranks, the majority were at the 9th rank. From above, Kim wondered if they were already preparing to attack and reach the defensive line. The knight then declared that the goddess Eames had spoken of mercy and salvation for the weak and that, in her name, they would grant such mercy and salvation to Earth. Suddenly, the knight's expression twisted into one of hatred as he proclaimed that their mercy would come in the form of tearing out the tongues of Earth's people while they were still alive, ensuring that no one could ever speak ill of them again. Their salvation would be granted by allowing them to repent for their sins through hard labor. From his vantage point above, Kim observed the scene and noted that it was quite the impressive speech, fitting for holy knights, but, glancing at the system screen, he commented that they were underestimating them simply because they were ranked 9th. The system screen then displayed a notification indicating that the bidding competition was about to begin. Down below, the leader of the Eames Knights gave the order to advance. Like primitive warriors, they charged forward, shouting that their actions were in the name of the goddess Eames. The colonel, seeing the enemies advance, immediately commanded all soldiers to open fire. The troops, armed with the rifles Kim had developed, took their positions and began shooting. A barrage of gunfire struck the approaching Eames Knights, the bullets carrying electric attributes. The shots pierced through their armor, leaving the knights stunned and confused as they struggled to understand what was happening. One of the soldiers, bewildered, questioned how it was possible for 9th-rank fighters to accomplish such a feat. Another knight shouted an order to use their shields for protection and continue advancing. One among them activated a barrier skill to block the gunfire and called for everyone to deploy their Eames barrier abilities. Their leader bellowed that, although they had no idea what kind of weapons they were up against, their shields were undoubtedly stronger. He ordered them to hold their ground and maintain their defenses. Believing himself to be insightful and strategic, one of the knights remarked that since their enemies were relying on long-range weapons, they would eventually run out of ammunition. If they could endure long enough, victory would belong to the Eames dimension. Meanwhile, up above, countless rifles were lined up, ready for use as the soldiers assisted each other in switching weapons after each rifle broke from firing its 3 allotted shots. The pile of discarded weapons had grown massive, prompting the military to inform Kim via radio that approximately 20% of the total weapon stock had already been used. Hearing this, Kim put away the radio and remarked that things were going much better than expected. He instructed them to keep up the momentum, as the attack team would soon begin their advance. The attack team, consisting of Lancelot, Sol, and Kim, set out on 2 motorcycles to carry out their mission. The bikes moved at such incredible speed that they passed through the knights before they even had a chance to react or block their advance. One of the knights mentioned having seen 3 individuals heading toward the gate core, but another dismissed the concern, stating that it didn't matter and should be ignored since the core wouldn't be destroyed anyway. While defending with his shield, he shouted that their current priority was to hold the line and maintain their position. He acknowledged that the enemy appeared to have far more weapons than expected but reassured everyone that, once reinforcements arrived, they would be able to advance little by little. As a way to encourage his fellow knights, he urged them to endure just a little longer, assuring them that reinforcements would be there soon. Ignoring the knights entirely, Bedivere began hurling his infamous flaming bowling balls toward the battlefield. His absurd precision allowed the balls to curve perfectly through the air before striking their targets. His targets were none other than the Eames reinforcements advancing through the center of the battlefield. One of the knights, casually walking forward, noticed something unusual approaching but couldn't quite make out what it was. Then the flaming bowling ball struck, triggering a massive explosion that sent the Eames Knights flying in all directions. Upon hearing the explosion, Kim hit the brakes on his motorcycle. He already knew exactly what had happened. It was Bedivere's handiwork, expertly carrying out his task of intercepting the enemy in the middle of the battlefield. Refocusing on the attack line, the final objective remained. There they stood, Lancelot, Sol, and Kim, stationed in front of the massive statue of the goddess Eames, awaiting the signal to launch their assault and destroy the core. Gazing up at the colossal statue before him, Kim recalled his initial thoughts when he saw them constructing something earlier. At the time, he had dismissed it as nothing important. Now, however, he couldn't help but wonder, How the hell had they managed to build such a massive structure at such an absurd speed? Still baffled by the sheer impossibility of it, he launched several missiles toward the statue. The missiles struck their target, resulting in a powerful explosion. However, as the smoke slowly cleared, the statue remained completely unscathed, not even a single scratch. Kim was taken aback. Even after being hit by enhanced missiles, the only visible effect was a radiant glow. Then he chuckled and came up with an idea. He remarked that, in moments like these, it would be rather interesting to store such an object inside the subspace. The system immediately prompted a question. Would you like to store the unfinished statue of the goddess Eames in subspace? At that moment, a soldier from the Eames army bellowed that Earth would be nothing more than pastureland for the Eames and that Kim and his people were nothing more than two-legged cattle. An elder, his voice hoarse from shouting, declared that they should be grateful and should bow to the sacred feet of Eames. He then questioned the foolishness of launching missiles at the statue. The soldiers accompanying the elder urgently warned him that it was too dangerous and urged him to retreat inside. However, the elder refused, insisting that he had to spread the words of the goddess Eames and cleanse the evils of Earth's dimension. As the elder spoke, something else caught Kim's attention. One of the knights advised the elder that, if he truly wanted to continue his speech, he should do so from inside. The elder, offended, demanded to know if he had committed some kind of sin to warrant such treatment, questioning why he wasn't allowed to speak outside. However, Kim was no longer listening. His focus had shifted to something else entirely. In the distance, Kim had spotted something interesting. While the elder argued with the knights, Kim's gaze locked onto a warehouse stocked with construction materials. A wide grin spread across his face as an idea took shape in his mind, an exceptionally good one. With a menacing aura and practically drooling with excitement, he ordered packs to store the warehouse. The system immediately responded, storing the temporary construction material warehouse of the Eames dimension in subspace. After that, the elder noticed something unusual in the surroundings. Looking back, he and the two knights realized that the warehouse filled with construction materials had vanished. Only then did he finally grasp who was responsible for this. Kim entered subspace and approached Young, who was lounging comfortably, asking if he was interested in piloting a helicopter again after so long. Young questioned the sudden request. He responded that he would love to fly and asked how he could help. Kim clarified that it wouldn't involve much flying, he just needed to ascend as high as possible. Excited, Young expressed his eagerness to give it a try. Meanwhile, Lancelot and Sol sensed something off and immediately went on alert. Within moments, they noticed several spears descending from the sky, hurtling toward them. Sol attempted to use her newly developed barrier ability to halt the incoming spears. However, the materials used to create objects in this dimension were far too strong, and the barrier could not withstand the impact. The spears shattered through the barrier, perfectly aligned to strike Sol, who was momentarily frozen in place. Reacting swiftly, Lancelot stepped forward, using his sword to deflect the spear that was about to hit Sol. She turned to Lancelot, questioning whether these were no ordinary spears. She explained that her ability had evolved to the point of stopping even Kim's enhanced bullets, yet she had failed to block these. Lancelot confirmed that these were far from ordinary spears, though it wasn't a matter of enhancement. Hearing this, Sol became puzzled and asked what made them so special. Lancelot explained that he had heard of something like this before. A certain dimension had developed a technique that produced an effect similar to item enhancement. The knights then realized that Kim's group had been the ones who looted the warehouse. Enraged, they shouted the order to attack and continued hurling spears. Preparing to defend, Lancelot explained that this technique was referred to as a blessing, and that the construction materials likely carried such a blessing, which was why they had resisted Kim's attacks. With his sword, Lancelot skillfully deflected another spear aimed at them. The deflected spear soared toward Sol, who caught it midair. Now holding the spear in her hands, Sol grinned and remarked that, regardless of the origin, this spear was incredibly powerful. Inside the helicopter, Kim observed everything happening below. Young noted that the number of incoming spears had decreased and announced that he was about to take off. Kim acknowledged the update and instructed him to ascend as high as possible. Still watching from the window, Kim set his sights on the enormous statue. It was undoubtedly the source of the enemy's increasing strength. As the helicopter approached the statue, he declared that he would bestow a blessing in the form of a gift to the Eames dimension. At that moment, he released the stolen construction materials from the highest altitude, naming the attack god's staff. The materials plummeted, striking the statue and obliterating it with the very essence of its own dimension. From a distance, Lancelot and Sol observed in awe as the sheer power of these materials reduced the statue to rubble. As the dust slowly settled, something crushed beneath the debris became visible. Then the system broadcasted a message. The Earth dimension has won the bidding competition in the Sol region by destroying the core of the Eames dimension's gate. Rewards will be distributed to all inhabitants of the dimension who participated in the competition. The rewards included dimensional accounts for all participants, 5,000 destroyed magic stones based on individual contributions, and additional items from the Eames dimension, which would be transferred and allocated accordingly. Without hesitation, the very first thing Kim did was register his entire family as 8th rank. As soon as the registration process was complete, the documents began dissolving in the hands of those receiving them. Just then, a paper descended from the sky, landing near Kim. He picked it up, puzzled by its contents and its sudden appearance. The system then issued another announcement. The commercial rights of the Lettal dimension, previously held by the Eames dimension, have now been transferred and allocated to the representatives of Sol. With this, Kim had essentially obtained exclusive commercial rights to the Tertius region. As soon as they finished reading, a new portal, this time glowing red, appeared before them. Both his father and Sol questioned what the portal was. Kim admitted that he wasn't sure, as he hadn't been the one to create it this time. He speculated that it might be related to the commercial rights mentioned in the document. Determined to uncover the truth, he gathered his courage and stepped forward, reaching out to touch the portal. However, a system message immediately popped up, stating, "Not a registered company. Please verify authority." Looking at the document, Kim was taken aback. Even with the rights granted to him, he still needed to register as a business entity. Opening the system, he was presented with an option. Would you like to sell the commercial rights to the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce? If sold, a total of 10,000 magic stones will be paid as the purchase price. Looking at the system message, Kim felt even more confused. He wondered what these commercial rights for the Lettal dimension really were, granted as a reward yet unusable without being registered as a company. And despite not being able to use them at the moment, the system was already offering to buy them for 10,000 magic stones. Kim pressed the option to decline the sale and grew increasingly frustrated as he read the message. To him, they were nothing but a bunch of thieves. They had given him a reward that he couldn't even use. Thinking about it further, he realized that the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce had been unfair from the very beginning. They had been forced to participate in a competition organized by the chamber itself, where every single opponent was of the 8th rank. Even while facing overwhelming disadvantages and unfavorable conditions, they had won. Yet the chamber was now pretending to offer a reward. Kim's anger only intensified. Crumpling the document in his hand, he refused to let the chamber profit from this. He wouldn't throw the document away, but unless they increased the number of magic stones, he wouldn't sell it either. After all, without his intervention, many more lives would have been lost. Observing Kim's irritation from afar, his father asked what was wrong. Kim, trying to keep himself composed, responded that it was nothing significant, just that they had won a useless portal that they couldn't even use. Joy then asked if the only urgent task now was to fill out the paperwork, as she still needed to finish treating the wounded. Kim apologized for gathering everyone right after the competition ended, realizing they were all exhausted. His father reassured him that it was fine, especially since filling out the documents would only make him stronger. Kim acknowledged that everything was settled and stated that he would open the portal to go rest. Meanwhile, Sol mentioned that she would play around for a bit to test her new spear and told him to call her if he needed anything. Kim simply nodded in understanding. Young said he planned to finish some games he hadn't completed on his console, while his father decided to rest as well, complaining that his body ached from all the effort put into building the base. Just then, his father's eyes widened as he noticed the newly acquired construction materials. There were now several high-quality options available. Still in awe, he began listing them: bricks, drywall, beams, and even rebar. At that moment, Kim realized he had forgotten to mention them. But the real shock came when Kim casually revealed that all these construction materials were infinite. Kim had anticipated that this revelation would leave his father speechless. As he entered the portal, another thought crossed his mind. He wondered about the results of the competition in other regions. Given the 12-hour time limit, the results might be available by nightfall. When night finally arrived, the competition results were displayed, confirming that the event had concluded. The system then announced the final rankings for the Earth region's bidding competition. The results for South Korea showed that out of 5 competitions, there were 4 victories and only 1 defeat. Then, another system message revealed the global outcome. Out of 761 competitions, there had been only 113 victories and a staggering 648 defeats. Based on these results, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce decided to downgrade Earth's growth potential from BB to CCC. This message was broadcast to everyone. Kim immediately recognized how disastrous this was, while Young admitted he hadn't expected the competition's overall results to be so terrible. Kim analyzed the data and noticed that some areas had an equal ratio of wins and losses, but the majority had suffered significantly more defeats. As a result, the global situation was dire. Even though he had anticipated this, he hadn't expected it to be this severe. The colonel pointed out that, fortunately, South Korea's situation wasn't as bad. If it came down to Incheon, they could quickly resolve the issue by concentrating their forces. He also mentioned that Incheon was nearby, so they could deploy as soon as they were ready. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, apologizing for interrupting the meeting. He handed a report to the colonel, informing him that they had just received an urgent radio transmission from the 17th Division in Incheon and that the colonel needed to read the report immediately. Scanning the document, the colonel asked why Incheon had contacted them. The report stated that they had been defeated and were transmitting urgent engagement information. The enemy force was identified as the Lizard Men from the Sabros dimension, and their portal was currently located in Chinatown. These Lizard Men appeared to be a highly trained military force, engaging in both ground and aerial combat simultaneously, demonstrating superior mobility, and completely annihilating Incheon's team. The battle had ceased approximately 2 hours before the end of the competition, and after the fighting had stopped, the Lizard Men began organizing their forces, with even more troops emerging from the portal. Additionally, they had deployed a team for reconnaissance and securing access routes, which suggested a large-scale troop mobilization was underway. The reason for the urgent transmission was that, based on their movements, their next target was Seoul, which was exactly what the colonel confirmed in the report. Kim was surprised that they were heading directly for Seoul. Hearing this, Young found it highly unusual, reasoning that it was unlikely they were targeting Kim, as no one knew his exact location. Seoul remained deep in thought, while Young pointed out that furthermore, there was no bounty on Kim's head. Looking at the map, Lancelot noted that, given the proximity of the two cities, the Lizard Men were already close. Kim turned back to the system interface, where a new message appeared. From this moment onward, the names of the regional representatives who had emerged victorious in the Earth Dimensions competition would be displayed above their heads. Seoul also read the message and questioned what it meant, commenting on how random this was. If this actually happened, then Kim's name would appear above his head, and she wondered if there was any kind of badge instead. Kim instinctively looked up, trying to see if a name was displayed above him, but found nothing. He then questioned whether he was truly the regional representative. However, Lancelot countered, stating that if Kim wasn't the representative, then the entire competition made no sense. Kim, still confused, asked why it wasn't visible if that were the case. Seoul reread the system message and another announcement appeared. Starting now, 7th rank beings were partially allowed to travel through all installed portals on Earth. Furious, Seoul clenched her fists. She had just reached the 8th rank, yet this rule was exclusively for those of the 7th rank, meaning she would be trapped inside the subspace again. The system message continued, stating that dimensions that had acquired commercial rights by winning the competition could now establish portals in the corresponding regions to eliminate the Earth Dimension's regional representative. Everyone read the new rule and immediately felt outraged. This was incredibly unfair. The colonel then spoke, stating that from now on, they would have to face 7th rank beings and that the regional representatives would likely be the primary targets of these attacks. He compared the situation to a game of territorial conquest, but what stood out was that Kim did not have a name displayed above his head. At that moment, Lancelot had an idea of what might be happening. He asked for a moment to confirm something. Lancelot walked toward the window while Kim, confused, asked what was going on. Stepping outside the building, Lancelot held onto the window frame and looked up. What he saw left him stunned. The words "Seoul Representative" were massive, displayed not above Kim's head, but hovering above the entire building for all to see. Lancelot calls Kim over to take a look, and upon stepping outside, Kim is left speechless, not expecting something this conspicuous. Realizing what had happened, Kim remarks that the tag wasn't missing. It was just so high up that no one had noticed it. Seoul points out that something this massive makes it the perfect target for the Lizard Men, with Kim himself being the obvious objective. A strange feeling washes over Kim, a bad premonition settling in. The Lizard Men were organizing their forces to attack Seoul, even though there had been no bidding competition. Turning to Sol, he connects the dots, pointing out that a wonderfully convenient new rule had just been added, and questions whether it feels like they had prepared in advance, knowing these rules would come into effect. Sol hesitates but admits that it is strange. Lancelot, however, is certain they knew these rules were coming. However, instead of targeting the representative from the beginning, they had been preparing for battle. Lancelot further suggests that perhaps they have experience in these bidding wars, meaning they had likely anticipated this rule and were familiar with it beforehand. Regardless, the situation is dire as there is little time left to prepare for their attack. Kim, running a hand through his hair, admits that he had a bad feeling about all of this, but he never expected them to be this experienced. Sol, concerned, asks if there's anything they can do to prepare and whether everyone could just stay inside Kim's subspace for safety. Lancelot, in his usual wisdom, quickly dismisses the idea. It won't be that simple. While defeating Master Kim would be impossible for them, they could take hostages and force them out of subspace, or worse, they could divide their forces and overrun other regions first. Kim murmurs in frustration, acknowledging that he's right. This wouldn't be defending, it would be hiding, and they wouldn't even be able to attack from within the subspace. No matter how they looked at it, the lizard men would have to be defeated in the end. Then a thought occurs to him. If he himself were the target and his location were exposed, it would undoubtedly draw them in. In that case, he could lure them into a place where they would be at a disadvantage. A heavy silence falls over the group as they contemplate possible strategies. The colonel finally speaks up. If they could anticipate the enemy's movements, mobilize their troops faster than the lizard men, set up weapons and defensive lines before the attack, then this would be the best course of action. He adds that speed will be the key. Young reassures them that there's no need to worry about movement, as he can cut down travel time significantly, then asks if they should move now and where they should go. Kim admits that this is the problem. He hasn't chosen a location yet. The five of them exchange thoughtful glances, trying to determine a battlefield that would give them an advantage. Then an idea strikes Kim. A place he had been to before, where he had defeated several hellhounds using refrigerators. He recalls that the terrain there could minimize damage to them while causing significant harm to the enemy. In other words, Gyeong Bridge was an ideal battleground, no civilians would be involved and its straight, narrow layout would work against the lizard men. Additionally, due to its limited space, their mobility would be restricted, and the surrounding area was an ecological park, free of residential buildings, meaning they could launch attacks at full power without concern for collateral damage. Kim further points out that even if the lizard men attempted to cross from another bridge, Bedivere could scout ahead, as there were no tall buildings nearby to obstruct visibility. Moreover, with the materials obtained from the Eames dimension combined with his father's construction skills, fortifying the area using Pax's features would be easy. On top of that, the sacred lances from Eames had arrived along with the material warehouse, and Kim's father had the idea of using them as barricades. Sol mentions that she has already learned how to wield the lances. Looking at the sacred lances in front of him, Kim suddenly recalls that Lancelot had mentioned Bedivere's proficiency with dart throwing, which means these lances could certainly be put to good use. At another moment, Sol grips a lance while Bedivere is already scanning the surroundings, keeping an eye out for enemy movements. The two of them stand atop the newly built defense tower, which Kim's father had constructed using the new materials. Meanwhile, his father remains hard at work, building at full speed. Given the urgency of the situation, the structure itself had been prioritized, with guards deployed first, and beams were reinforced to create defensive walls. Additionally, barricades made of the sacred lances had been erected around the tower, serving as an additional barrier to slow the enemy's advance as much as possible. Observing the preparations, Kim recalls the enemy report, which stated that the lizard men were fast both on the ground and in the air, which meant that blocking their ground approach was an absolute necessity. At this point, a total of 4 hours had passed. Kim acknowledges that his father had exceeded expectations, as these 4 hours had been nothing short of miraculous, thanks to his architectural skills and Pax's assistance. It is only then that Kim realizes they had overlooked two critical details. The first, reptiles are excellent swimmers, meaning the lizard men could approach unnoticed via the water. And the second thing is that the surrounding bushes had grown faster and were lusher than he had expected. And yes, the lizard men were doing exactly that, taking advantage of the gaps. One of the lizard men then remarks that he cannot understand how the warriors of the Eames dimension lost to these people from Earth. Even though they seem weak, their defense is something to be considered, and with this construction they wasted a lot of valuable materials. The lizard man pauses and says that, for now, he will not be able to hold his head high in the multidimensional battlefield, but perhaps he can extract something more. This lizard man is a general named Lakis. He states that last time he took a spear and this time he will take armor. The lizard man soldier informs him that the other general, Yatu, is also ready. Back at the bridge, Bedivere is closely observing everything, trying to detect any suspicious movement. Then he notices a strange noise and Soul also senses that something is wrong. Looking carefully, Soul is taken aback. The lizard men, armed with spears and mounted on giant lizards, are advancing to attack the tower. From afar, Kim and Lancelot hear a shout, warning that the enemies have appeared. Turning their heads, they see a battalion of lizards charging toward them, both on land and in the air. As they advance, the lizard men cry out that this is revenge for the people of the Eames dimension. Kim is startled, wondering how they managed to get so close so quickly. Wasting no time, the soldiers atop the defense tower begin opening fire. The shots manage to take down some of the mounts, slowing the lizardmen's advance. Additionally, objects are being launched by the packs at relatively high speeds. One of the lizardmen soldiers warns his comrades to be careful, noting that they are using materials from the Eames dimension. One of the lizardmen generals, wielding a spear, skillfully deflects and counters all incoming attacks. A soldier calls out to General Lakis, stating that the enemies are throwing materials from their brother dimension, Eames, and that it will be difficult for the Awakened to use them effectively. He urges them not to fear and to keep pressing forward. Enduring the attacks, the lizard men declare that now is the time to persist, not to retreat. Then one of the generals, Yatu, proclaims that he only knows how to attack and will never fall. Charging forward with his mouth wide open, he challenges anyone to stop him. As he advances toward the tower, a bright light streaks toward him. A spear strikes near his snout. He simply grabs the spear, yanks it out, and scoffs that it is not enough to stop him. He continues his assault. Watching the scene unfold, Kim is alarmed that the attack did not work, while Lancelot readies himself for battle, drawing his sword. Lancelot quickly assesses that they are facing two enemies of the 7th rank, but notes that this large one fights with no particular technique, just sheer brutality. Looking toward the barricades, he realizes that the real threat is coming from that direction. Still gripping his sword, he turns to Kim and warns that this will be a tough battle. However, he adds that the previous attacks were effective against the bulky lizard. Lancelot states that he will take care of the other enemy and warns that if the large one reaches the defense tower, the battle will be lost. He instructs Kim to keep him at bay, even if it means restraining him. Kim tells Lancelot to be careful, and he assures him that he will. Without hesitation, Lancelot charges toward the enemies in the other direction. General Lakis then notices something coming toward him. He swiftly blocks a high-speed attack with his spear. Lancelot was the one who struck, moving with incredible speed, but Lakis successfully parried the blow. A lizard man soldier asks General Lakis if he is alright, to which the general replies that he is fine and orders him to keep attacking. Turning to Lancelot, Lakis states that it seems he has a personal matter to settle. Studying Lancelot, the general comments on his boldness for leaping alone into enemy lines. Furthermore, he notes that Lancelot specifically aimed for his neck, calling it a remarkable move. Lakis smirks, remarking that it has been a long time since he has encountered a warrior like this. He then asks Lancelot for his name. Lancelot introduces himself, and the lizard man is enthralled, calling it a magnificent name. Lakis introduces himself in return. Lakis acknowledges that Lancelot's goal is to keep him occupied. The only reason he is paying attention to him is because he recognizes him as a true warrior. Lakis adds that a warrior's instinct is to seek battle when faced with a strong opponent, and so he challenges Lancelot to a duel where their lives will be on the line. Without hesitation, Lancelot accepts, declaring that if Lakis does not value his own life, neither will he. Lakis laughs, praising Lancelot's fighting spirit, and declares that he will test whether his skills are as great as his resolve. Lancelot then raises a finger and tells him to wait, asking if he plans to fight while mounted on his lizard. Lakis states that this is truly unfair, as a warrior's duel to the death is meant to determine who is the strongest. Lancelot then remarks that the mount is merely a way for him to compensate for his lack of skill or even to save his own life. He goes on to say that even if he loses, he will not complain, urging the lizard man to come at him. Hearing this irritates Lakis and a tense atmosphere floods the area. Dismounting, Lakis begins walking toward Lancelot, who then asks if they are now evenly matched and ready to engage in a battle where their lives are at stake. Meanwhile, on the other side, the soldiers continue firing toward the lizard men. Their bullets find their marks, and some of the reptilian warriors are hit, tumbling from their mounts amidst the chaos. However, despite the casualties, their assault does not slow down. Determined, the lizard men keep advancing toward the defense tower, ignoring the danger and pressing forward. The soldiers, realizing that the enemy is closing in dangerously, shout to one another, ordering them to keep firing without hesitation. Suddenly, one of the mounts leaps unexpectedly and, with its sharp fangs, sinks a brutal bite into the shoulder of one of the military soldiers. The force of the attack sends him crashing to the ground, and as he falls, his comrades rush to his aid, shouting that there is a wounded man. Amid the chaos, a lizard man and his mount attempt to break through. One of the soldiers quickly takes command, declaring that he will tend to the injured and requesting cover fire. Additionally, he warns that more enemies are approaching rapidly. Before anyone can react, someone appears wielding a spear. In a swift motion, the spear is thrown, striking the mount that was about to breach the defenses. The impact is so powerful that the lizard man riding it loses his balance and crashes to the ground. He barely has time to process what happened before Soul appears and, without hesitation, slams his head into the ground with a devastating strike, leaving him no chance to react. Soul raises her gaze toward the soldiers and, with determination, declares that she will take care of any enemies that get close to the building. She then orders them to keep firing without stopping. A reckless lizard man, still mounted, charges straight at Soul. Standing firm, she gathers all her strength into a single punch and, with one crushing blow, sends the enemy soaring into the sky like a ragdoll. Once again, Soul shouts for the soldiers to keep shooting. They quickly obey, and their bullets strike the charging mount, bringing it down mid-attack. In the back line, Joy begins to act, using her healing abilities. The wounded soldier groans in pain as she works swiftly to treat him, assuring him that it will only take a little longer to finish. Meanwhile, the lizard men riding flying mounts notice a weak spot in the defense and launch a direct assault. However, before they can get close, one of them is struck mid-air by a spear, plummeting to the ground along with his mount. Another lizard man, sensing something approaching, tries to react but isn't fast enough. He too is hit, but this time the force is so great that his mount collides violently with another, creating a destructive impact. Even so, their numbers remain overwhelming. Despite those who have been taken down, many continue pushing forward, relentless in their attack. Some of the fallen remain pinned against the walls, while the others press on with even greater ferocity. From a distance, Bedivere observes the battlefield and realizes just how dire the situation is. He wonders whether he can handle such a large number of enemies alone and questions how long it will take before reinforcements arrive. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yatu, the brute among the lizard men, slowly pushes forward, trying to defend himself against Kim's attacks. His body is already riddled with wounds, but he continues moving, grinning as he remarks that these attacks are quite impressive. Amused by the fight, he declares that this is excellent and asks if Kim has an even stronger attack that might actually affect him. Without hesitation, Kim launches several sturdy beams, the same ones he obtained during the battle in the Eames dimension. Yatu, however, merely blocks them, showing little concern. With each new strike, Kim hears Yatu commenting from afar that this continuous barrage leaves him no opening to advance. Hearing this, Kim realizes that Yatu is a complete idiot. He had been using the same automated attack from the very beginning, yet, for some reason, Yatu believed it to be a new tactic. Even as the beams continue firing relentlessly, Yatu seems increasingly impressed. Kim, on the other hand, recognizes that he has effectively trapped him. Now he must decide what to do next. He wonders whether he should maintain this strategy and wait for Lancelot to return or take a different course of action. Scanning the battlefield, Kim tries to assess Lancelot's fight. However, he quickly realizes that waiting might be too risky. Even so, he wishes there were a way to help Lancelot. At that moment, a distinct sound rises above the battlefield. A series of rapid strikes cut through the air with tremendous force, creating a loud, slicing noise. Kim immediately identifies the source. It's coming from Lancelot's fight. The sound originates from the sacred spear wielded by Lacus. The power of the spear is so immense that, even when Lacus swings and Lancelot manages to dodge, the impact completely shatters the ground beneath them. Right now, Lancelot is focused entirely on evasion. He knows that the spear is incredibly powerful and that facing it head-on would be a fatal mistake. Noticing this, Lacus taunts him, questioning how long he intends to keep running. He remarks that he thought Lancelot was a true warrior, but perhaps he had been mistaken. Lancelot puts some distance between himself and Lacus, reflecting on his words. He wants to respond to the provocation, but in some way Lakis isn't wrong. The truth is that his weapon is overwhelmingly powerful, and Lancelot realized this before it was too late. Observing closely, Lancelot confirms that the power of this spear surpasses that of the spears from the Eames dimension. Moreover, he recognizes that it possesses additional properties, making it far more dangerous than he initially expected. Lancelot interrupts his thoughts and remarks that, upon further reflection, the lizard men refer to the Eames dimension as their sister dimension. He then inquires whether the spear was created in Eames. In response, Lakis immediately denies it and adds that the spear was actually forged in the SUBSPACE dimension. However, he explains that the people from Eames provided a special enhancement to it. Lancelot states that he suspected as much and then mentions that he has a proposal. However, he quickly corrects himself, calling it a question instead, which causes Lakis to hesitate momentarily. Without missing a beat, Lancelot then taunts Lakis by questioning whether that weapon is merely a means to conceal the lizardman's lack of skill. Hearing this, Lakis gives a faint smile and calmly states that he is not foolish enough to fall for Lancelot's provocation a second time. Without a moment's hesitation, Lakis charges forward, aiming to strike Lancelot with his spear. Lancelot evades the attack with ease. However, in the midst of his assault, Lakis abruptly alters the direction of his strike. Yet, as if anticipating this maneuver, Lancelot is already prepared and successfully defends against the blow. The sheer power of the spear proves overwhelming, pushing Lancelot several meters back upon impact. Not allowing him a chance to recover, Lakis presses the attack, determined to prevent Lancelot from regaining his footing. However, Lancelot is already prepared, kneeling on the ground with his sword pointed forward in defense. Lakis deflects the strike effortlessly with his spear. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Lakis declares that Lancelot may be a warrior, but his life will end here. Lancelot remains still, watching the incoming strike without any visible reaction. Just as the attack is about to land, ending the fight once and for all, something entirely unexpected occurs. The spear begins to tremble violently, as if resisting the act of striking Lancelot. With an immense effort, his face flushing red from the strain, Lakis demands to know what is happening to the sacred spear. Suddenly, the spear wrenches itself free from Lakis's grasp, leaving him utterly shocked. This has never happened before. To his astonishment, the spear then soars through the air in a completely different direction. This was Kim's doing. The spear had been pulled into subspace. A notification from the system appears, stating that 238 magic stones were used to store the spear under the category Eames Dimension Construction Materials. Kim stands momentarily stunned, realizing that his plan had actually worked under such circumstances, and that, in doing so, he had also saved Lancelot. Even so, he does not fully understand why such a powerful weapon has been classified under construction materials. Regardless, he expresses his gratitude and resolves to make good use of it. Back on the battlefield, Lancelot remains kneeling as Lakis turns his furious gaze toward Kim, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. Frustration growing, Lakis demands to know why Kim has chosen to disgrace a duel between sacred warriors in such a manner. Redirecting his anger back toward Lancelot, Lakis accuses him of speaking so much about lacking skill, when in reality, Lancelot himself is the disgraceful one. Lancelot swiftly denies the accusation and explains that Sir Kim took the spear because he clearly had a purpose for doing so. He then warns Lakis not to speak so recklessly. Lakis's irritation only intensifies. His voice dripping with anger, he asks whether Lancelot is making a joke out of this situation. With a smirk, Lakis then raises his index finger, pointing it directly at Lancelot. His voice is laced with mockery as he questions whether this so-called master whom Lancelot follows is truly so dishonorable that he does not even understand the concept of honor. Lancelot, unshaken, demands that Lakis take back his words. His tone shifting, Lancelot declares that he now fully understands his opponent. He states that the reason Lakis is so enraged is not because of the duel itself but because he fears losing his spear. However, Lancelot reassures him that there is no need to worry, after all he himself is a warrior. With that, Lancelot drives his sword into the ground, proclaiming that whether he perishes by decapitation or by being beaten to death, the end result remains the same. Now raising his fists, ready for a hand-to-hand battle, Lancelot asserts that one fact remains unchanged: Lakis will die. The lizard man smirks, remarking that Lancelot has quite the nerve for someone who was nearly killed just moments ago. Accepting the challenge, Lakis takes a step forward. Lancelot stands firm, calling his enemy to battle. And so, the two warriors prepare to engage in a fight to the death, this time with their bare hands. From another perspective, the remaining lizardman soldiers continue their advance toward the defense tower, their numbers pressing forward relentlessly. Meanwhile, following his acquisition of the sacred spear, Kim watches the system while Soul effortlessly cuts down every lizardman that dares approach the tower's perimeter. While observing the system, Kim notices something peculiar and wonders what exactly it could be. The system then displays the spear, along with its status information. It is identified as the Lakis' Sacred Spear, Enhanced Level 3. The classification is marked as Epic, with enhancements provided by God Eames. The listed attributes include plus 31 penetration, plus 31 acceleration and purification. Reading through the details, Kim immediately realizes that this spear is on an entirely different level. The scene shifts back to the lizardman Yatu, who remains trapped within the beams launched by Kim. With a smirk, Yatu questions Kim, asking why he has suddenly stopped attacking. His gaze filled with arrogance, he assumes that Kim must have been overwhelmed by the sheer might of the great Yatu. He convinces himself that this must be the case. After all, his body is incredibly resilient. Kim must have exhausted himself trying to attack, realizing that he simply cannot bring Yatu down. He then asks Kim if he is aware that, in the 7th hierarchy, there are only two individuals, Brother Costes and the other lizardman, Lakis. They are the only ones who have ever succeeded in halting Yatu's advance. Never in his life has he encountered warriors like them. Given this, Yatu assures Kim that it is inevitable. Kim will die without ever being able to stop his advance. However, at the very least he made an attempt. Once again Yatu grins, declaring that for a warrior, death is an honorable fate. He asserts that Kim should feel proud to perish by his hands, as once the dust settles, he will end this battle swiftly. As Yatu revels in his own strength, something suddenly strikes his hands, rendering him completely speechless. His eyes widen in shock. Looking down at his now pierced hand, he stares at the wound and realizes that it is the sacred spear of Lakis embedded within it. Confusion floods his mind as he wonders why that spear is in his hands. Before he can even comprehend what is happening, multiple strikes follow. His body is pierced in several other places, leaving him unable to react. Kneeling to the ground, Yatu's strength quickly fades, and with one final breath, he collapses, succumbing to the devastating assault of the sacred spear. As his eternal rest begins in the background, Kim's subspace remains active, launching the spears at an astonishing speed. At that moment, the system notifies Kim that Yatu's dimensional account has been transferred to him. However, since Kim already possesses an account, the value is simply added to his own. Additionally, he receives a Tier D enhancement stone. This new enhancement stone does not possess any active attributes but offers the option of liquefaction. On the other side of the battlefield, the soldiers continue their relentless barrage, firing their rifles. The electric-charged shots strike down the lizardmen and their mounts one after another. Soul observes the battlefield and realizes that only one lizardman remains standing, charging forward in a desperate all-in attack. Growing bored, Soul notes that no more lizardmen are near the building and concludes that there is nothing left for her to do. Just then, a sound from above catches her attention. As she tries to make sense of the situation, she hears a wyvern's piercing cry from high above. Only at that moment does she remember, she had completely forgotten about Bedivere, leaving him alone up there to deal with all the lizardmen riding wyverns. Rushing up to the defense tower, the first sight that greets her is Bedivere sitting on the ground, surrounded by lifeless lizardmen, all of them pierced through by spears. Sensing someone behind him, Bedivere turns to see who it is. Locking eyes with Soul, he calmly remarks that she is quite late. He then asks what they should do next now that there are no more lizardmen left. Back on the battlefield, the duel between Lakis and Lancelot continues. Lakis swings his tail in a powerful strike, but Lancelot effortlessly dodges, maintaining a safe distance. With swift footwork, Lancelot closes in, keeping his guard up, and delivers a solid punch to Lakis's face. Following the initial strike, Lancelot immediately plants his foot firmly on the ground, rotating his torso to throw another powerful punch, this time, landing directly on Lakis's abdomen. Still dazed from the first hit, Lakis finds himself taking blow after blow, unable to react as Lancelot's relentless barrage continues across his entire body. After a brief moment as his consciousness begins to return, Lakis finally registers another incoming punch. However, just as Lancelot's fist is about to make contact, it swings through empty air, Lakis manages to evade at the last second by ducking low to the ground. Seizing the opening, Lakis lunges forward, attempting to counterattack. But Lancelot, quick to react, drives his knee straight into Lakis's face. Now down on the ground, Lakis's thoughts race. He cannot believe that he has been brought to this state. Before he can recover, Lancelot follows up with an uppercut, striking Lakis squarely on the chin. The impact is so forceful that Lakis momentarily lifts off the ground, nearly standing upright again, only for Lancelot to deliver another crushing punch. This final blow sends Lakis flying several meters away. Lying motionless, Lakis realizes that this is the end. He has no strength left to stand. Slowly, Lancelot approaches the fallen lizard man. Standing over him, he asks if Lakis has any final words. Still on the ground, drained of all energy, Lakis calls Lancelot a true warrior and acknowledges that it was a splendid duel. Lancelot agrees, admitting that it was indeed a good fight. Summoning his remaining strength, Lancelot clenches his fist and delivers a devastating punch to Lakis's face, slamming him into the ground. The impact is so brutal that blood splatters across the battlefield. The fist of the now victorious Lancelot remains stained with the blood of his fallen enemy. From atop the tower, the soldiers observe the battlefield, and the commander, seeing the outcome, states that it is finally over. At that moment, one of the soldiers calls out to him. The soldier informs him that they have just received an urgent message from the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, causing the colonel to feel a slight unease. As the battle comes to an end, Kim takes a moment to process the difficulty of the fight. The lizard men had proven to be formidable opponents, and the strategies initially devised had not worked as expected. However, what matters now is that the portal to the lizardmen's dimension remains open. As long as it stays that way, there is always a risk of more enemies returning, potentially in even greater numbers. With that in mind, the time has come to launch a counterattack. Sometime later, Kim sits inside a helicopter, his system interface displayed before him. The system indicates that he is currently using 1,000 magic stones to unlock a new ability, granting him the capacity to send up to 8 items simultaneously. Beyond that, Kim still ponders over the best way to utilize the new enhancement stone he obtained after defeating the crocodilian enemy. The stone possesses the liquefaction property, and it is becoming increasingly clear that the time has come for Camelot to begin mass-producing enhancement stones. At that moment, Youngso informs him that they are about to land, catching Kim off guard with how quickly they have arrived at their destination. Before disembarking, Kim acknowledges the urgent need for more intelligence, information regarding the exact location of the lizardmen's portal, their numbers, the defensive lines, and any other strategic details. Additionally, he also requires data to determine the ideal location for launching the counterattack. As he steps off the helicopter, one of the soldiers suddenly calls out, instructing the others to salute Colonel Kim. Watching the scene unfold before him, Kim scratches his head, feeling slightly uncomfortable. He has always found these formal salutes to be rather embarrassing whenever he receives them. A soldier steps forward, introducing himself as Park Inbo, Lieutenant Colonel and Operations Officer of the 17th Division of Incheon. He states that he has heard many impressive things about Kim, particularly how he managed to halt the lizardmen's assault without a single casualty. He mentions that he received this information directly from the Chief of Operations, who unfortunately could not be present due to urgent business matters. Kim recalls that the Chief of Operations had received a wireless message and had immediately sprinted off without offering any explanation. Thinking back, Kim vaguely remembers overhearing something about insects attacking headquarters as the officer rushed away. Shrugging off the thought, Kim comments that it is probably nothing too serious. He also recalls that the colonel mentioned having some unfinished business to handle at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Lieutenant Colonel Park nods, expressing relief that the situation is not a major issue, and then invites Kim inside to discuss the matter further. Once inside, Lieutenant Colonel Park wastes no time, opting to get straight to the point. He reveals that they have discovered the location of the enemy's gate. However, there is one major issue: the core of the gate remains unknown. Park explains that their forces were initially able to position snipers to track the location of the core. However, after the bidding competition ended, a strange sludge-like substance began seeping from the portal. As a result, they lost all visibility of the core's position. Hearing this, Kim inquires if it is really just sludge. Lieutenant Colonel Park, reaching into his pocket, confirms that it is. However, he adds that it would be easier for Kim to see it for himself. He then places 2 photographs on the table, explaining that these were the best images they managed to capture. He points out that, as Kim can observe, a thick, mud-like substance has spread outward, engulfing the area surrounding the gate. Park further clarifies that this sludge does not cause any harm upon contact with the skin. However, it makes movement incredibly difficult, almost impossible to traverse normally. The lizard men have taken advantage of this terrain, using it both as a means of concealment and free movement, treating it as if it were a swamp. Examining the photographs, Kim remains unfazed. He remarks that this is not a problem. Kim states that he has allies capable of traversing and gathering intelligence within this swamp freely, summoning Lancelot. Lancelot takes the photographs in hand, carefully analyzing the situation depicted. Without hesitation, he immediately apologizes, admitting that this will be difficult, leaving Kim momentarily uncertain. Lancelot then elaborates, explaining that movement itself would not be an issue due to the phantom effect. However, if the entire area is submerged in the swamp, their presence would be easily detected as there would be nowhere to hide. Kim acknowledges that he had not considered this factor. However, Lancelot, as always, reassures him that there is still a way. He states that he knows someone who is both swift and stealthy. Kim, curious, immediately asks who fits that description. Moments later, the system interface activates, notifying that an enhancement stone and 500 magic stones have been consumed. As a result, Mordred has been officially appointed as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. At that very instant, a portal materializes before them, heralding the arrival of a new warrior. The figure steps forth and, without hesitation, announces that he has arrived in response to Lord Kim's summons. Introducing himself, the newly summoned ally declares his name as Mordred, one of the 12 knights under Lancelot's command. With unwavering resolve, he swears to serve Lord Kim with his life. Unlike the other knights, Mordred rarely fought on the battlefield. His true battlefield was deep behind enemy lines, where he used his skills in infiltration, assassination, and theft. It was through these talents that he earned his place as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. The reason he distinguished himself as an assassin was not only due to his exceptional skills and intelligence but, above all, because of his unique ability, an ability that allowed him to eliminate his targets without being noticed. This ability, known as stealth, enabled him to become virtually invisible for a brief moment, hiding his appearance without actually disappearing. However, this also meant that he was still susceptible to external factors. Despite this, Mordred used his talent to become an extraordinary assassin, and the very fact that he survived proves his strength. Furthermore, the enhancement stone used to appoint Mordred, a materialization enhancement stone, revealed his ability to avoid physical interference, although this ability could not be maintained for extended periods. In simpler terms, a great assassin became even greater thanks to the enhancement stone. Back in the scene, Kim, clearly excited, tells Mordred that he will now explain what he needs him to do, and Mordred agrees, addressing him as my lord. Pointing to a map, Kim says that they need to find the core of the Lizardman's Gate from the Sabros dimension. Upon hearing these straightforward instructions from his master, Mordred responds that he understands perfectly. Kim praises him, saying that it is just as he expected from someone with experience. Mordred grasped exactly what needed to be done, despite the vague explanation. Meanwhile, Lancelot warns Mordred to remember that if he dies, the entire operation and strategy will be for nothing. Lancelot also mentions that, based on his experience fighting the Lizardmen officers, they are not enemies to be taken lightly. Even if Mordred fails to gather any information, he must return alive no matter what. Mordred once again reassures them that he understands and announces that he will begin his mission, turning with the conviction of a superhero ready to infiltrate the enemy lines. Watching this, Kim smiles, thinking that Mordred seems to be someone truly trustworthy. At that moment, the colonel asks if they are sure about sending that knight on the mission alone. Kim turns to the colonel and assures him that of course they are. After all, these knights are the best of the best. He tells the colonel that they can simply trust and wait for the Knights of Camelot, for they will do what needs to be done. Kim suggests that the colonel take a break for now, as they will need to wait for Mordred's return in order to come up with a plan. He also says that he will let the colonel know once Mordred is back. The colonel thanks him and asks for permission to leave. He also advises Lancelot to rest in SUBSPACE, since it hasn't been long since he fought against that powerful lizard man. Lancelot nods, explaining that since he is an undead, he doesn't feel fatigue, so Kim need not worry about him. As Kim is about to say that he still needs to rest, something catches his attention. Looking at Lancelot, Kim wonders if there have always been so few scratches on his armor. Lancelot thanks Kim for his concern, but Kim, more curious now, says that he is sure that Lancelot's armor and sword were much more damaged before. Lancelot responds, explaining that even if the armor or weapons are damaged, they regenerate within Camelot. This revelation leaves Kim astonished, as he never knew that Camelot had such a function. Lancelot goes on to explain that, since they are categorized as items, as long as the item is not completely destroyed, they can regenerate infinitely as long as the materials still exist. On the subject of Camelot, Lancelot adds that there is something he needs to inform Kim about. He tells him that a new enhancement stone has been created in Camelot, and its property is wound regeneration. Upon hearing this, Kim remarks that the stone sounds useful just based on its name. However, he decides to think more about how to use the enhancement stone once Mordred returns. While Lancelot agrees that this idea is indeed good, something suddenly catches his attention, and he shifts into a state of alert. Lancelot, now prepared to draw his sword, hears Kim asking what is happening. Holding the hilt of his sword, ready for combat, Lancelot says that someone is hiding, watching them. Kim is taken aback, realizing that the enemy is faster than expected. He wonders who is hiding and whether it is truly a lizard man. Lancelot admits that he can only sense the presence of this unknown figure and cannot pinpoint their exact location or identity. He urgently advises Kim to enter SUBSPACE immediately. At that moment, Lancelot hears a noise coming from somewhere. He quickly spots the figure who had been secretly observing them. Lancelot disappears in an instant with a swift movement, stating that he will resolve the matter quickly and return shortly. From the spy's perspective, he watches as Kim remains alone, wondering where Lancelot has gone and whether the other person who had been with him also disappeared. However, due to Lancelot's exceptional speed, he was already behind the man, holding a sword to his neck. Lancelot began to speak to the spy, explaining that the only individuals he serves are Lord Kim and Lord Kim's allies. He emphasized that just because the man was human did not mean he was to be treated as friendly. Upon hearing this, the man slowly turned around. Still with the sword pointed at his neck, Lancelot declared that the man's answer to the question he was about to ask would determine whether he would live or die. With a killer aura, Lancelot proceeded to ask his first question, demanding to know why the man had been secretly watching them. At that very moment, Kim heard a noise that sounded like screams for help. He decided to rush over to see what was happening. As he approached the scene, Kim could only see Lancelot holding the man by the neck, the man screaming in pain. Lancelot calmly explained that it was this man who had been watching them. He assured Kim that if he waited just a bit longer, he would find out who was behind all of this. Still gripping the man's neck and tightening his hold, Lancelot warned the man that this was his final chance, stating there was no more time to wait. He asked the man if the lizard men had sent him there to spy on them. Crying and struggling to breathe due to the pressure on his neck, the man attempted to speak, but he couldn't. However, upon seeing Kim, he managed to call out Kim's name. Lancelot, visibly angered, demanded to know how the man dared to call out Lord Kim's name in this situation. He informed the man that he would now die in agony and that he would make sure he suffered before his death. Kim, looking perplexed, told Lancelot that he didn't know what was going on, but the man Lancelot was strangling was actually one of his friends. Lifting the man by his neck, now turning purple from lack of oxygen, Lancelot asked if that was truly the case. Meanwhile, in the enemy area, the entire area was covered by something that looked like sludge. All the buildings, cars, and even some lifeless lizard men lay scattered on the ground. At that moment, Mordred realized that the lizard men were a warrior race that considered dying in battle an honor, meaning they were often exposed to the smell of blood and became desensitized to it. As he observed a lizard man lying on the ground, Mordred thought that, based on this, if he covered himself with blood, it would make it much harder for the lizard men to track him. He also knew that erasing his trail was a vital skill. Pouring the lizardman's blood over himself, he made his way toward a tunnel, thinking to himself that now that his scent was gone, it was time to begin the infiltration. Moving slowly and carefully to avoid drawing attention, Mordred noticed that the place was enormous, with unusually large corridors. He wondered why they had built something so vast. As he ventured deeper into the area, he commented that this place seemed terribly inefficient, especially since the size of the lizard men varied greatly. Some were very large while others were quite small. Having realized this, Mordred speculated that the corridors were so large because there was one exceptionally large lizard man, and if that were the case, that giant must be a key figure. Trying his best to avoid touching anything, he thought that if this giant wasn't important, there would be no reason to create such an inefficient structure. At that moment, a lizard man stopped beside him, preventing Mordred from making any move. Realizing he had almost been discovered, Mordred was forced to use the power of the immaterialization enhancement stone. It dawned on him that this situation was truly dangerous, as if it weren't for the power of the stone, he would certainly be dead by now. And he couldn't afford to fail on his first mission. He recalled how Lancelot had been very specific about returning alive, and how his task was to find the core of the gate and return quickly. The deeper he went into the facility, the more he noticed that the lizard men seemed to be stronger and more organized. However, there was a creature unlike anything he had seen before. This new creature was purple, with an enormous round head and only one eye. Hidden and observing everything, Mordred muttered to himself that he had finally found it. He saw the one-eyed creature conversing with a bald man who was reading some kind of book. The bald elder called the creature filthy and asked if it was trying to interrupt his magical studies. The elder warned that if the creature continued to disturb him, he would be forced to imprison it. At that moment, another voice suddenly emerged, expressing irritation at the elder's words and asking if Solzen had forgotten about the agreement between them, addressing him by the name Solzen. Solzen, the elder, responded that he had only agreed to protect the core of the gate, but at no point had he agreed to allow anyone to enter there. Closing the book he had been reading, the elder said that he would seal the core of the gate without causing any damage to it. He added that if he had time to worry about the core of the gate, perhaps he should start thinking about the subordinates who had already died. The voice replied once more, stating that it understood that, a long time ago, Solzen had indeed been an incredible arcane mage, but now he had been exiled and was desperately clinging to them in order to survive. As something moved towards him, Solzen remarked that there was no need to bring up such a topic so suddenly. The thing, which resembled a tail, started wrapping around the elder's neck, and the voice spoke again, warning Solzen to understand his place, unless he wanted every bone in his body to be crushed to death. At that moment, it became clear that the voice was coming from a giant lizard man, who was the leader of all those present there. After this, Solzen acknowledged the situation, stating that he understood and perhaps had misspoken. He then asked the giant lizard man not to be so harsh. Still hidden and observing everything that was happening, Mordred noted that just by looking, it was evident that this was no ordinary lizard man. He wondered whether this elder, Solzen, was truly an arcane mage. Mordred then reflected on what the giant lizard man had said, that Solzen was an arcane mage but was no longer one. Mordred began to ponder the connection between the arcane mage and the lizard men, especially considering that Solzen had been entrusted with guarding the core of their portal. Unable to see everything clearly, he questioned whether the elder was talking to a tail or a tentacle. Not noticing what was beside him and listening to the conversation, Mordred could tell by the tone of the voice that it was authoritative and oppressive, clearly indicating that the giant creature must be the leader of the lizardmen. A giant chameleon had blended into the environment so well that even Mordred hadn't noticed it, leaving him vulnerable. At that moment, Mordred realized that, from where he was standing, he could not fully see the entire shape of the massive creature, but it was enormous, and he speculated that the large corridors might exist solely because of that creature. Mordred mentioned that the lizardman's defenses didn't seem so strong, so perhaps he could move a little closer to confirm the size of the creature. But just then he sensed something strange. Despite not being able to see anything or notice the giant camouflaged chameleon, he felt something pressed against his leg.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. And for more content like this, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another part. I'd love to hear your thoughts. See you next time. Bye-bye.